Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Dominic. The morning sun filtered through the windows of the brick police station. Dominic stood at the front of the briefing room, his green eyes scanning the faces of his officers. The summer heat had already started to seep into the building, despite the early hour, and the ancient air conditioning unit rattled in protest. "Johnson, your report from last night's patrol was incomplete. I need every detail documented," Dominic rumbled. Officer Johnson shifted in his metal folding chair. "It was just a minor incident, Sheriff." "That's not the point." Dominic planted his hands on the podium. "Protocol exists for a reason. We need all of the information on record." A few officers exchanged glances, and Dominic caught the subtle eye rolls. His lion stirred beneath his skin, but he kept his expression neutral. They might not appreciate his methods, but he'd sworn to protect Saltwater Grove. That meant doing things by the book. Connor, his deputy sheriff, cleared his throat from his position near the door. "Sheriff's right. Better to have it and not need it than the other way around." "Exactly." Dominic nodded to Connor before continuing. "Martinez, your speed trap placement yesterday was excellent. That's the kind of attention to detail I expect from everyone." Officer Martinez straightened in her chair, pride evident in her posture. The small praise shifted the room's energy, and Dominic felt satisfaction rumble in his chest. "Now about the parking situation on Main Street." Dominic picked up a stack of citations. "We've had 17 violations in the past week. The 2-hour limit exists to keep business flowing. I want increased patrols." A soft groan echoed from the back of the room. "Something to add, Peterson?" Dominic's voice carried a hint of steel beneath its casual tone. "No, sir." Peterson's face flushed red. "Good, because I'd hate to think any of my officers believe selective enforcement is acceptable." Dominic let his gaze sweep the room again. "The rules apply to everyone equally. That's what makes this town work." Dominic shuffled his papers, his lion's heightened senses picking up the scent of stale coffee and fresh donuts. The sugar-sweet aroma reminded him he'd skipped breakfast again. He'd deal with that later. Duty first. "Now about last night's incident on Maple and 5th. He pulled out the accident report, his jaw tightening. 3 vehicles involved: a red sedan, blue pickup, and a silver SUV. All drivers reported experiencing sudden confusion right before impact. Officer Chen raised his hand. "Were they drunk?" "No alcohol or substances in their systems," Dominic replied, browsing over the report. "They described it as a fog rolling through their minds. One minute they were driving normally, the next," he spread his hands, "complete disorientation." "Witch magic?" Martinez's question carried a hint of worry. "Most likely." The lion in Dominic's chest growled at the thought of someone manipulating innocent minds. "This has wild witch written all over it." Peterson leaned forward. "But why make people crash? Seems pointless." "Could be practice." Dominic's enhanced hearing picked up the subtle shift of bodies as his officers tensed. "Or a test run for something bigger. Either way, I want everyone on high alert. Watch for any unusual behavior, especially around intersections or high-traffic areas." Connor spoke up from his position by the door. "What about the victims?" "Minor injuries, bruises, whiplash. Mrs. Henderson's prize petunias took the worst hit." That earned a few chuckles, easing the tension in the room. "But next time we might not be so lucky." Dominic's lion prowled beneath his skin, eager to hunt down this threat to their territory. He tamped down the urge to shift and track the scent himself. This needed to be handled properly. He met each officer's gaze in turn. We need to stay vigilant. Report any suspicious magical activity immediately. Johnson raised his hand. What exactly counts as suspicious? Trust your instincts. Dominic's voice carried the weight of authority that came naturally to both man and beast. But if you see anyone casting spells near traffic, that's definitely grounds for questioning. The room filled with quiet laughter, but Dominic noticed they were all taking notes. Good. They might joke, but they understood the severity of the situation. Wild witches were unpredictable at best, dangerous at worst. The door swung open with a creak, cutting through Dominic's briefing. Bruce Myers strolled in, his polished badge catching the fluorescent light. The lion in Dominic's chest rumbled with irritation. Morning, everyone. Bruce's voice carried across the room, drowning out Dominic's last words. Hope I'm not interrupting anything important. But he knew he was. Dominic's enhanced senses picked up Bruce's satisfaction, the slight uptick in his heartbeat and the faint scent of smugness rolling off him. Actually, Dominic said, his voice level despite his lion's desire to assert dominance, we were discussing the magical incident from last night. Oh, the little fender bender. Bruce waved his hand dismissively as he made his way to the front. Let me take it from here, Dom. You've probably got paperwork waiting. Dominic's jaw tightened at the nickname. His officers shifted uncomfortably in their seats. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Listen up, folks, Bruce continued, leaning against Dominic's podium like he owned it. Sometimes accidents just happen. No need to get your tails in a twist. The casual dismissal of a potentially dangerous magical incident made Dominic's blood boil. His lion prowled under his skin, demanding action, but he maintained his composure. Leadership meant controlling both man and beast. 3 simultaneous mental manipulations don't qualify as little, Dominic said, his eyes fixed on Bruce. Come on, Dom. You're always so serious. Bruce turned to the room with an exaggerated eye roll. This is why we make such a great team, right? Good cop, fun cop. Sheriff, Dominic corrected, his voice carrying the weight of his position. And this isn't about fun, it's about keeping our people safe. The air conditioning chose that moment to sputter and die, leaving the room in uncomfortable silence. Bruce's cologne, too strong for Dominic's sensitive nose, mixed with the lingering scent of coffee and tension. Dismissed, Dominic's voice finally broke the tense silence. He watched his officers file out, their chairs scraping against the linoleum floor. Bruce, a word. Bruce lingered behind, that practiced smile still plastered across his face. The room emptied, leaving them alone. Something on your mind, Dom? Bruce perched on the edge of a desk, his casual posture at odds with the tension in the air. Dominic's lion bristled at the deliberate informality. You can't keep undermining my authority in front of my officers. Undermining? Bruce pressed his hand to his chest in mock offense. I was just trying to lighten the mood. You're always so tense. The scent of deception rolled off Bruce in waves, making Dominic's nose twitch. His enhanced senses picked up the subtle increase in Bruce's heart rate and the slight dilation of his pupils. Cut the act. Dominic stepped closer, using his height advantage to full effect. We both know what you're doing. You've been gunning for my position since you transferred here. Bruce's smile slipped for a fraction of a second. Now that's paranoid thinking, Sheriff. Maybe you need a vacation? What I need, Dominic's voice dropped lower, is for you to do your job without trying to turn this into a popularity contest. Everything okay in here? Connor stuck his head through the doorway, his expression concerned. Dominic stepped back, his lion reluctantly retreating. We're fine. Just having a discussion about chain of command? Right. Bruce pushed off the desk, straightening his uniform. And I think we understand each other perfectly now. He headed for the door, pausing to throw back over his shoulder. By the way, those accident reports you wanted? They'll be on your desk tomorrow. Maybe. The door clicked shut behind him, and Dominic's lion roared in frustration beneath his skin. He'd dealt with challengers before, but Bruce's passive-aggressive approach was starting to wear on his patience. "Want me to write him up?" Connor offered. "No." Dominic gathered his papers, trying to ignore the headache building behind his eyes. "That's exactly what he wants. Something to take to the council about abuse of power. He's playing a dangerous game." "Yes." Dominic's eyes narrowed at the door. Later that day, Dominic cruised down Main Street in his squad car, the afternoon sun warming the dashboard. His lion's enhanced senses picked up the scents of fresh-cut grass, exhaust fumes, and Mrs. Peterson's apple pies cooling on her windowsill. The quiet hum of the engine and the routine patrol usually help settle his thoughts after difficult mornings, but Bruce's earlier antics still gnawed at him. The roar of a motorcycle engine shattered his contemplation. The bike screamed past him, the speedometer on his dash jumping as it registered the violation. 50 in a 35 zone. The rider's dark purple hair whipped in the wind, a flash of color against the black leather jacket. Tabitha Moon. His lion rumbled with a mixture of irritation and something else he couldn't name. "Of course it's you." He watched her weave through traffic with practiced ease, breaking at least 3 more traffic laws in the process. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Every single time, he shook his head. You'd think she'd learn. The rational part of him knew he should flip on his lights and pursue immediately, but his lion had other ideas, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. He'd let her think she'd gotten away with it, just for a moment. After all, there were only so many places that distinctive purple hair could hide in their small town. "Dispatch, this is Sheriff Blackmane." "Go ahead, Sheriff." "Just spotted our favorite speed demon on Main, heading east toward the Art District." The dispatcher's laugh crackled through the radio. "Want me to start the paperwork now?" "Might as well." Dominic eased his foot onto the gas, following at a distance. "You know how this goes." His lion purred with anticipation. The chase was on, and this time, Miss Moon wouldn't talk her way out of a ticket with that mischievous smile of hers.
Chapter 2. Tabitha. The summer breeze whipped through Tabitha's dark purple hair as she gunned the throttle on her Harley. The engine's rumble vibrated through her bones as she headed down Main Street. Her black leather jacket creaked as she leaned into a curve, the scent of fresh-cut grass and blooming flowers filling her lungs. "Now this is living," she whispered to herself, grinning as the wind kissed her face. The lack of a helmet meant she could feel everything, the sun warming her skin, the rush of air through her hair, and the pure exhilaration of speed and freedom. The speedometer needle crept past 50, but she barely noticed, too caught up in the perfect moment. The bike responded to her every movement like an extension of herself. This was better than any spell she could cast. Pure, raw energy thrumming between her legs. She'd gotten the motorcycle specifically because it reminded her of flying on a broomstick, though she'd never admit that to anyone. She laughed lightheartedly as she weaved around a slow-moving minivan. The driver honked, but Tabitha just nodded with a smirk on her face. The art gallery rejection letter she'd received that morning seemed far away now, lost in the wind behind her. Who needed stuffy galleries anyway? This was real art, the poetry of movement and speed through a beautiful landscape. "I should paint this," she mused, already imagining the swirls of color. Her hands itched for a paintbrush, but for now they gripped the handlebars, guiding her motorcycle through the heart of Saltwater Grove. The summer heat shimmered off the asphalt ahead, creating mirages that made the road look like it was floating. Perfect riding weather. Maybe she'd ride all the way to the coast, letting the ocean breeze clear her mind. The wail of a police siren shattered Tabitha's perfect afternoon. Her shoulders slumped as she checked her side mirror, catching the flash of red and blue lights. Just perfect. She guided her Harley to the curb, the engine's purr dying as she cut the ignition. The police cruiser pulled up behind her, and through her mirror, she spotted that familiar broad-shouldered silhouette stepping out. "Of course it's him," she muttered, running her fingers through her wind-tousled hair. Sheriff Dominic Blackmane approached with that confident stride of his badge catching the sunlight. His uniform stretched across his chest in a way that would have been distracting if Tabitha wasn't so annoyed. Those green eyes of his were already narrowed in disapproval. 50 and a 35, Miss Moon. His deep voice carried that authoritative tone that made her want to cast a silence spell on him. Only 15 over? She flashed him her brightest smile. That's practically law-abiding for me, Sheriff. His jaw tightened. This isn't a joke. And where's your helmet? Helmets mess up my hair. She patted her dark purple locks. Besides, if I crash, I've got protection spells. Protection spells won't help if you're going too fast to cast them. He crossed his arms, and Tabitha definitely didn't notice how it made his biceps flex. Do you know how many motorcycle accidents I've seen? Are you really going to lecture me right now? She leaned back on her bike, rolling her eyes. Don't you have actual crimes to solve? Breaking traffic laws is an actual crime. He stepped closer, looming over her. You know, you've had 2 offenses already this month. 3 now, she muttered. At his raised eyebrow, she added, But who's counting? I am. It's my job to keep this town safe, even from reckless witches who think they're above the law. The lecture continued, but Tabitha's attention drifted to how the sun brought out golden flecks in his green eyes. Such a waste that all that attractiveness came packaged with a rigid personality. And now he was probably about to give her another ticket she couldn't afford, especially after that gallery rejection. Tabitha's patience snapped like a rubber band stretched too far. The sun beat down on her leather jacket as Dominic droned on about responsibility and public safety. His voice had that deep rumble that probably worked wonders on everyone else in town, but it just made her want to hex him. Do you ever stop? She threw her hands up, cutting him off mid-lecture. I swear you must practice these speeches in the mirror every morning. I'm Sheriff Dominic Blackmane, and I'm here to crush joy wherever I find it. His jaw clenched, a muscle ticking under his skin. You think public safety is a joke? No, I think your attitude is a joke. Tabitha crossed her arms, matching his stance. When's the last time you did anything fun? And I mean actual fun, not organizing your reports by date and infraction type. A low growl resonated in his chest. Unlike some people, I take my responsibilities seriously. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. You know what? I bet you sleep in that uniform. His eyes flashed with anger, and for a moment, Tabitha caught a glimpse of his inner lion. The air crackled with tension, and despite herself, her heart skipped a beat. License and registration, he bit out, each word clipped and controlled. Tabitha dug through her jacket pocket and produced the documents. Here you go, she said through gritted teeth. He snatched them from her hand and his fingers brushed against hers. The brief contact sent an unexpected spark through her arm, and she blamed it on her magic. Definitely not anything else. Dominic scribbled the ticket with more force than necessary, practically shoving it at her. Next time it'll be more than a fine. Promises, promises. Tabitha tucked the ticket into her jacket without looking at it. The engine roared to life under her, and she revved it just to see him wince. Try not to strain anything with all that rule-following, Sheriff. She peeled out before he could respond, leaving him in a cloud of dust. Through her mirror, she caught his frustrated expression and couldn't help but grin. Making Dominic Blackmane lose his cool was almost worth the price of the ticket. Almost. The hexed bar buzzed with late-afternoon energy as Tabitha pushed through the heavy oak door. Magic tingled across her skin from the protection wards, and the scent of sage and citrus welcomed her like an old friend. Strings of fairy lights twinkled overhead, casting a warm glow on the exposed brick walls covered in local artwork. She slumped onto her favorite bar stool, the worn leather creaking beneath her. The ticket burned a hole in her jacket pocket, reminding her of those penetrating green eyes and that infuriating authority in his voice. Something stronger than usual? Jake, the bartender, asked. His tattoos shifted and swirled across his arms as he mixed drinks. Make it a double. Tabitha ran her fingers through her hair. Our favorite sheriff struck again. Girl, what did you do this time? Luna slid onto the stool next to her, her silver bangles jingling. I could feel your anger from across the room. Apparently enjoying a beautiful day on my bike is a crime now. Tabitha accepted her drink from Jake, taking a long sip. You should have seen him, all I am the law with his perfectly pressed uniform and that stupid confident stride. Sounds hot. Luna wiggled her eyebrows. Please. Tabitha scoffed, but her cheeks warmed. He's about as fun as a tax audit. Did you know he actually said breaking traffic laws is an actual crime with a straight face? Mira joined them. Dominic Blackmane, that man needs to get laid. Not it. Tabitha raised her hand, making her friends laugh. Though I swear he saves his longest lectures just for me. Today he went on forever about motorcycle safety like I'm some teenager who just got her license. Maybe he likes you, Luna teased, stirring her purple cocktail with her finger. Sparks danced across the surface. Yeah, right. Tabitha pulled out the ticket, grimacing at the amount. This is going to eat up my art supply budget for the month. Guess I'll be painting with coffee grounds and my own tears. We could always hex his cruiser, Mira suggested. Don't tempt me. Tabitha sighed, watching the ice cubes in her glass dance without touching them. I just wish he'd loosen up a little, you know? Life's too short to spend it being so uptight. Tabitha soon twirled a dart between her fingers, her magic crackling along her skin like static electricity. The familiar warmth spread through her arm as she aimed at the board across the room. Her wild magic responded instantly, wrapping around the dart in swirls of purple energy. Watch this. She released the dart with a flick of her wrist. It curved impossibly through the air, looping around Luna's head before striking the bullseye with a satisfying thunk. Luna gasped, patting her hair. Show off. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Please, like I'd ever really hit you. Tabitha grinned, the rush of successfully controlling her magic flooding her system better than any drink. Your turn, Mira. Mira's green magic lifted 3 darts at once, sending them in a perfect formation toward the board. They landed in a neat triangle. Amateur hour. Tabitha wiggled her fingers, and her wild magic responded eagerly. The darts pulled themselves from the board and began dancing through the air like fireflies, weaving between the fairy lights overhead. That's not even how you play darts, Luna protested, but she was laughing. Rules are boring. Tabitha guided the darts in an intricate pattern. Besides, what's the point of having magic if you can't have fun with it? Her magic surged, stronger than she'd intended, and one of the darts shot toward the bar. Jake ducked just in time, the dart embedding itself in the wall behind him. Sorry, Tabitha called out, but she couldn't stop grinning. The raw power thrumming through her veins made her feel alive. Sure, her wild magic could be unpredictable at times, but that's what made it exciting. It was about embracing the chaos and making it beautiful.
Chapter 3. Dominic. Dominic rubbed his temples as he read through last night's reports. The morning sun filtered through his office blinds, casting stripes across the scattered papers on his desk. His coffee had gone cold, forgotten amid the growing pile of bizarre reports. Ghouls in downtown Saltwater Grove. He shuffled through the statements again. 8 witnesses, all describing the same thing. Mysterious figures appearing out of nowhere, surrounding them outside Mario's. The victims' descriptions matched. Translucent figures materializing from thin air, creating mass confusion while personal items vanished. The magic residue readings were off the charts. Definitely wild magic. His lion stirred restlessly beneath his skin. Sheriff! Connor burst through his office door, the handle banging against the wall. His deputy's usually neat uniform was disheveled. Dominic's shoulders tensed. What happened? You need to see this, right now. Connor's chest heaved as he caught his breath. 2 blocks from Mario's, it's different from the others. Different how? Dominic stood, his chair scraping against the floor. The lion inside him stirred, sensing trouble. I can't even explain it, but it's definitely magical. Connor ran his hand through his hair. The witnesses are still there, and they're pretty shaken up. Give me something to work with here. Dominic quickly grabbed the keys to his squad car. Was anyone hurt? No injuries, but Connor shook his head. Boss, I've been on the force 10 years, and I've never seen anything like this. Same area as the crash 2 days ago, and the ghost robbery last night. Dominic's jaw clenched. 3 magical incidents in 2 days, all within a few blocks of each other. The pattern was there, but the motive escaped him. A low growl rumbled in his chest. This is escalating. First the car crash, then the ghost robbery, now this. What do you think it means, boss? It means someone's wild magic is running loose in my town. His eyes flashed with determination. And they either can't control it, or they're doing this on purpose. Dominic's squad car soon screeched around the corner, and his breath caught at the chaos before him. 5 electrical poles lay scattered across the road, their wires dancing dangerously in the morning breeze. His lion's heightened senses picked up the sharp tang of ozone and burnt rubber. Get on the radio, we need utility crews here now. Dominic's gaze swept over the community park, where children's swings swayed empty, the playground equipment mere feet from the downed lines. And call for backup. We need this whole area closed off. A group of mothers huddled with their children near the jungle gym, too close to a sparking wire for comfort. Dominic's protective instincts flared. Ma'am! He rushed toward them, authority ringing in his voice. Everyone needs to move back at least 50 feet from those lines. But our cars... One of the women gestured toward the parking lot, now blocked by the fallen poles. We'll figure that out later. Right now, I need you all safe. The lion in him wanted to roar, to make them understand the danger, but he kept his voice steady. Please move toward the basketball courts. The crackle of electricity punctuated his words as another wire touched ground, sending sparks flying. The women quickly gathered their children, hurrying toward safer ground. Sheriff! Connor jogged up, radio in hand. Utility crews are 10 minutes out. Fire department is on their way too. Dominic nodded, already moving to redirect an approaching delivery truck. Block off both ends of Cedar Street. No one gets through until this mess is cleaned up. His nose twitched, catching an odd scent beneath the electrical burn. Something wild and uncontrolled. Magic. Recent magic. Connor, you smell that? His deputy inhaled deeply. Yeah, boss. Same as the other incidents. Set up a perimeter, 20 feet back from any downed lines. Dominic's muscles tensed as he spotted an elderly man trying to navigate between 2 poles. Sir, stop right there. He jogged over, carefully guiding the confused gentleman away from danger. The lion within him paced restlessly, sensing the lingering, magical signature all around them. Someone's power had done this, and they either couldn't or wouldn't control it. The wail of approaching sirens filled the air as Dominic continued directing people to safety, his mind already cataloging the similarities between this and the previous incidents. This wasn't a coincidence. Dominic soon crouched next to a young girl who clutched her stuffed giraffe. Her mother, Mrs. Chavez, sat nearby on a park bench. Can you tell me exactly what happened, sweetheart? The little girl's eyes widened. The poles went snap. Like matchsticks, she demonstrated with her hands. Then whoosh, they fell down. Did you see anyone acting weird? Dominic kept his voice gentle, though his lion prowled under his skin, agitated by the lingering scent of wild magic. No, sir. We were just playing tag. Mr. Rodriguez, the head of the local monkey troop, approached with his characteristic bounce. His silver-streaked fur caught the morning light. Sheriff Blackmane, my people are rattled. 3 incidents in 2 days? This isn't normal, even for Saltwater Grove. Dominic straightened to his full height, meeting the troop leader's concerned gaze. You're right. The magical signature matches the car crash and the ghost robbery. What do you think we're dealing with? Rodriguez's tail twitched nervously. Someone with significant magical ability. Dominic's jaw tightened as he surveyed the scene. The utility crews had arrived and were carefully managing the downed lines. The power required to snap these poles, it's concerning. But you'll catch them, right? Mrs. Chavez pulled her daughter closer. Ma'am, protecting this town isn't just my job. It's my calling. His lion rumbled in agreement. I've already got officers checking security footage from nearby businesses. We're increasing patrols, especially around schools and parks. Rodriguez nodded approvingly. The troop appreciates your dedication, Sheriff. Some of us remember when law enforcement wasn't so accepting of shifters. Those days are long gone. Dominic's eyes flashed with conviction. Every citizen of Saltwater Grove deserves to feel safe, whether they're human, shifter, or magical. A young monkey shifter boy tugged at Rodriguez's sleeve. Mr. Rodriguez, can we still have the troop picnic on Saturday? The troop leader looked questioningly at Dominic, who smiled. We'll have extra patrols in the park that day. No reason to let fear change how we live. That's why we trust you, Sheriff. Rodriguez extended his hand. You protect our right to be normal, even in a town that's anything but. Dominic shook it firmly, his lion preening at the vote of confidence. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to coordinate with my officers. We've got a magical menace to catch. Dominic gripped his steering wheel tight as he drove back to the station. His mind kept racing through the evidence from the past few days. The magical signature at all three scenes carried the same wild, reckless energy. His lion paced with agitation beneath his skin. Wild magic. The words slipped from his lips as a face flashed in his mind. Dark purple hair, defiant blue eyes, and that infuriating smile. Numbers she wouldn't. But the thought had taken root. Tabitha Moon was a constant thorn in his side. But this felt different from her usual rebellious stunts. Back at his desk, Dominic pulled up her file on his computer. His shoulders tensed as he read her address, right in the middle of where all three incidents had occurred. Damn it! He ran his hand through his dark hair. Connor! His deputy appeared in the doorway. What's up, boss? Pull the footage from Mario's last night. I want to see if there's any sign of purple hair in the crowd. Connor's eyebrows shot up. You think Tabitha Moon's behind this? I hope not. Dominic's jaw clenched. But wild magic that powerful in that specific area? We need to check. While Connor went to retrieve the footage, Dominic studied Tabitha's record. Speeding tickets, noise complaints, the occasional magical mischief, but nothing malicious. Nothing that had ever put anyone in danger. She was pretty pissed about that ticket yesterday, he muttered to himself. His lion growled at the memory of her peeling out, nearly clipping him with her bike. But would she really escalate to this? The image of those electrical poles snapped like twigs played in his mind, the terrified faces of those mothers and children in the park. Sheriff? Connor returned with a tablet. You need to see this. The security footage showed the ghostly figures materializing outside Mario's. In the background, a familiar motorcycle was parked across the street. Dominic's chest tightened. Timestamp, 10 minutes before the first 911 call. Doesn't prove anything, but his lion knew better. The wild magic signature, the location, the timing. It all pointed to Tabitha. Want me to bring her in? Dominic shook his head. Number, I'll handle this myself. He stood up quickly. If it is her, maybe she doesn't realize what she's doing. Wild magic, I hear, can be unpredictable. Since when are you making excuses for Tabitha Moon? I'm not. But even as he said it, Dominic knew he was lying to himself. Dominic's squad car soon crawled down Willow Lane, his lion's enhanced vision picking out every detail of Tabitha's cottage through the afternoon haze. Wild roses climbed the weathered trellis, their thorny embrace both beautiful and chaotic. Just like their owner, the thought made him grip the steering wheel tighter. Focus, he muttered to himself, but his mind wandered to yesterday's traffic stop, the way her dark purple hair had danced in the wind, how her blue eyes sparked with defiance. His lion stirred restlessly, more interested in her scent than her crimes. She's a menace, he reminded himself firmly. A beautiful, infuriating menace who's endangering my town?
Chapter 4. Tabitha. Tabitha bobbed her head to the music as her wild magic crackled around her fingertips. As she worked, purple sparks danced across the canvas, bringing depth to the watercolor sunset she was creating. The painting shifted and moved under her touch, with the clouds actually drifting across the canvas. "This is the one," she muttered, adding another layer of magic to make the stars twinkle. "They can't say no to this." Paint tubes and brushes littered every surface of her living room, and half-finished canvases leaned against the walls. The rejection letter from the Silver Moon Gallery lay crumpled by her feet, but she refused to let it dampen her spirits. The bass dropped in her speakers, and she cranked it up higher, letting the vibrations flow through her. Her magic responded, sending ripples of energy through the painting that made the sunset colors swirl and blend. "Just need to get the right balance." She stepped back, tilting her head. "More purple?" "Definitely more purple." With a flick of her wrist, she sent a stream of violet magic into the piece. The sky darkened beautifully, but then kept going, spreading beyond the canvas edges. "Whoa, whoa!" She lunged forward, trying to contain the magic before it stained her walls. Again, her wild magic sparked and fizzled, finally settling back into the painting. Tabitha let out a relieved breath, then frowned at the now gothic-looking sunset. "Well, that's different." She crossed her arms, studying the darker tones. "Maybe I should lean into it? Go full haunted twilight?" Her gaze drifted to the stack of bills on her kitchen counter. The red "Final Notice" stamp on top made her stomach clench. Who am I kidding? She slumped onto her paint-splattered couch. Nobody wants magical art anymore. They want those soulless digital prints. But the magic tingled in her fingers, begging to create, to express, and to transform. She couldn't stop, even if she wanted to. It was part of who she was. Their loss. She stood up, determination straightening her spine. "I'll just have to make something so amazing they can't ignore it." She turned up the music even louder and dove back into her work, letting her wild magic flow freely. The painting began to pulse with its own inner light, and for a moment, she forgot about everything else. The thunderous pounding at her door barely registered over the bass line of her speakers. Tabitha rolled her eyes, certain it was Mrs. Bennet from next door coming to complain again. The old werewolf had supernatural hearing. You'd think she'd be used to a little noise by now. The knocking grew more insistent. Tabitha's wild magic sparked in response, sending a shower of purple sparks cascading over her painting. "Great," she muttered, trying to salvage the canvas before the magic could set it on fire. "Coming! Keep your fur on!" She navigated through her obstacle course of art supplies, kicking aside empty coffee cups and brushes. The pounding continued. "I said I'm coming!" Tabitha yanked open the door, ready to remind her neighbor about the town's quiet hours, which didn't start for another 3 hours. Instead of Mrs. Bennet's scowling face, she found herself staring at a broad chest covered in a dark blue uniform. Her gaze traveled up to meet familiar green eyes that currently held all the warmth of an ice storm. Sheriff Blackmane. Tabitha leaned against her doorframe, crossing her arms. "Did you miss me already? That speeding ticket was only yesterday." "Miss Moon." His jaw clenched in that way that always made her want to poke him just to see what would happen. "You need to come down to the station with me." Tabitha laughed. "Wow, you actually developed a sense of humor. I'm impressed." "This isn't a joke." He stepped closer, filling her doorway with his imposing presence. The scent of wood and citrus washed over her, making her magic tingle. "We have some questions for you." "Questions?" Her smile faltered as she realized he wasn't kidding. "About what? The music? Look, I know it's loud, but this isn't about the noise." His eyes narrowed, and she caught a flash of gold. Though we can certainly add that to the list. List? Tabitha straightened, her magic crackling beneath her skin in response to his intensity. What list? What's going on? Get your jacket, we're leaving. Like hell we are. She planted her feet. Not until you tell me what this is about. I haven't done anything wrong. She paused, considering. Well, nothing major anyway. Something in Dominic's stern expression shifted, his green eyes softening just enough to make Tabitha's stomach do an unwelcome flip. We just need to ask you a few questions about some incidents in your neighborhood, he said, his voice losing its edge. As a resident in the area, you might have information that could help. Tabitha's wild magic sparked beneath her skin, responding to her rising anxiety. And this requires a trip to the station? Standard procedure. She bit back a sarcastic response and grabbed her leather jacket, pulling it tight around her like armor. The familiar scent of leather and paint helped steady her nerves. The ride to the station passed in tense silence. Tabitha watched the town blur past through the passenger window, her reflection ghosting over the glass. Her dark purple hair looked particularly vibrant against the afternoon sun, and she caught Dominic glancing at her more than once. The interrogation room was exactly what she'd expected. Stark white walls, metal table, and uncomfortable chairs. Her magic itched to add some color to the depressing space. Have a seat. Dominic's commanding tone was back as he settled into the chair across from her. Tabitha dropped into the metal chair, crossing her arms. You know, if you wanted to spend time with me, you could have just asked me out. He ignored her comment and opened a file. Where were you 2 days ago around noon? Probably painting, or napping, maybe both. She paused briefly. Why? 3 drivers crashed their vehicles after experiencing sudden confusion. He leaned forward, his presence filling the small room. And last night, a group reported being robbed by ghouls outside Mario's, and this morning several electrical poles collapsed near Monkey Park. Tabitha's heart skipped. These weren't her usual minor infractions, speeding tickets and noise complaints. This was serious. Her wild magic crackled in response to her rising anger, making the fluorescent lights above flicker. Dominic's eyes tracked the movement of the lights, his expression hardening. All these incidents occurred within a few blocks of your home. She stared at him, her mouth slightly open, too shocked to even come up with one of her usual quips. Her mind raced through the past few days. She'd been home working on her paintings, trying to create something good enough to finally get a gallery showing. So, what are you suggesting? She finally asked, leaning forward. You think I did all that? I didn't even know about any of it. You have powerful wild magic, Miss Moon, Dominic replied. Magic that could easily cause confusion, create illusions, or snap utility poles. The assertion in his voice made her magic surge again, and she had to clench her fists to keep it contained. How dare he think she'd hurt people? Sure, she bent the rules sometimes, but she wasn't a criminal. Oh, so because I have wild magic, I must be the bad guy. Her magic sparked, making the overhead light flicker again. Newsflash, Sheriff Perfect, there are other witches in town. He pushed a map across the table. Red circles marked each incident, forming a rough triangle around her neighborhood. The evidence shows I live in the area, that's it. She jabbed her finger at the map. I speed sometimes, I play my music too loud, I forget to return library books. But I don't hurt people. Then where were you during these incidents? I told you. At home, painting. Her voice rose with frustration. I've been trying to get ready for a gallery submission. Check my Instagram if you don't believe me. I post progress pics. Dominic's jaw tightened. Those could have been taken any time. For Pete's sake, Tabitha shot to her feet, her chair scraping against the floor. Purple sparks danced in her hair as her control slipped. I would never put kids in danger. Do you really think I'd collapse poles near a playground? Or cause car crashes? What kind of person do you think I am?" His eyes flashed. "The kind who doesn't care about rules or consequences." The accusation stung more than Tabitha cared to admit. She planted her hands on the table, leaning into his space. "There's a difference between breaking stupid rules and hurting innocent people." Something flickered across his face. Doubt, maybe? But his expression quickly hardened again. "Sit down, Miss Moon. We're not finished." "No, I don't think I will." Her magic crackled around her hands where they touched the table. "Not until you stop treating me like a criminal." Dominic suddenly slapped a photo on the table, making Tabitha jump. Her motorcycle gleamed under the streetlight outside Mario's. "Care to explain this?" Tabitha looked down, her purple hair falling across her face as she studied the grainy image. "Yeah, I got the eggplant parm there. Sue me." "Near the time of the robbery." His voice rumbled low, sending an unwanted shiver down her spine. "Wow, so eating dinner is suspicious now?" She rolled her eyes, but her stomach churned. Someone was clearly setting her up. "I got takeout, went home and painted until 3 a.m., like I do most nights." Dominic's jaw clenched as he gathered the photos. "You're free to go, for now." He stood up, all 6+ feet of pure alpha male authority looming over her. "But I'll be watching you very closely, Miss Moon." Tabitha flashed him her brightest smile, even as anxiety gnawed at her insides. "You know, Sheriff, if you focused less on little old me and more on finding the actual bad guy, you might solve this case faster."
Chapter 5. Dominic. Dominic tapped his fingers against the steering wheel of his squad car. He watched Tabitha load art supplies into her motorcycle's saddlebags outside the craft store. 2 days of surveillance, and the most exciting thing she'd done was haggle over the price of paint. Nothing suspicious at the Hex last night either. Connor's voice crackled through the radio. Unless you count her karaoke rendition of Sweet Home Alabama. Her motorcycle roared to life. For once, Tabitha actually obeyed the speed limit as she wound through downtown Saltwater Grove. Dominic followed at a distance, his lion instincts bristling at playing the stalking game. "You know," Connor said through the radio, "maybe she's innocent. We haven't had any incidents since we started watching her. Or maybe she knows we're watching." Dominic's jaw clenched. "Did you see how she's suddenly following traffic laws? That's not normal for her." "Could be she's just trying to avoid another ticket. You've given her what, 3 this month?" The memory of her smile made his teeth grind. "And she hasn't paid any of them yet." Tabitha turned into the grocery store parking lot. Through his windshield, Dominic watched her purple hair catch the sunlight as she dismounted. "Sheriff, permission to speak freely? When has that ever stopped you before?" "You're obsessing. Maybe you should ask her out instead of following her around town." Dominic nearly choked. "That's completely inappropriate. Just saying there's a thin line between surveillance and stalking, and you've been volunteering for most of these shifts yourself. Because I take my job seriously." Dominic watched Tabitha load groceries into her motorcycle bags. "Someone could have died in that park incident. And someone could die from you not getting enough sleep. Go home. I'll take the next shift." "I'm fine. You growled at the coffee maker this morning." Dominic sighed, rubbing his tired eyes. Maybe Connor had a point about the sleep deprivation, but every time he considered dropping the surveillance, he remembered the fear in those monkey shifters' eyes as live wires sparked around their playground. "Fine. You take the evening shift, but call me if anything happens." "You got it, boss. And hey, maybe try counting sheep instead of purple-haired witches tonight." Dominic clicked off the radio before Connor could hear his low growl. The neon sign of the Hex cast purple shadows across Dominic's dashboard as he watched patrons stumble out into the night the following evening. His lion senses picked up the scent of stale beer and cigarette smoke drifting through his cracked window. A tap on the glass made him jump. Tabitha stood there, her purple hair catching the neon glow. She bent down, bringing her face level with his window. The scent of jasmine and rain hit his nose as he rolled down the window more. His inner lion stirred with interest before he could shut that reaction down. "Stalking me again, Sheriff?" Her lips curved into that infuriating smile. "You know, you could just come inside like a normal person." "I'm working." He kept his voice professional despite the way his pulse quickened at her proximity. "You're always working." She propped her elbows on his window frame. "When was the last time you actually had fun?" "I have plenty of fun." "Really? Name one thing you do for fun that doesn't involve a badge or paperwork." Dominic opened his mouth, then closed it. "Sleep." He enjoyed sleep. That counted, right? "That's what I thought." She laughed, the sound warming the cool night air. "Come on, big bad sheriff. One drink won't kill you. Maybe you'll even learn what fun feels like." "Your kind of fun usually involves breaking laws." "Only the boring ones." Her blue eyes sparkled with mischief. "But hey, if you want to sit out here all night watching other people live their lives, be my guest." She straightened up and Dominic caught himself leaning forward to follow her movement before forcing himself back against his seat. "Such a waste," she said over her shoulder as she sauntered away. "All that alpha male energy spent on surveillance duty." Dominic watched her disappear around the corner, his hands tight on the steering wheel. He knew how to have fun. He went running sometimes. The memory of Tabitha's laugh echoed in his head. He growled softly, annoyed at how her words had gotten under his skin. He was a responsible adult with important duties. He didn't need to prove anything to anyone, especially not to a troublemaking witch who thought speed limits were optional. Still, as he sat there in the quiet of his squad car, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, she had a point. The bell above the cauldron and cups door chimed as Dominic pushed inside, his lion's pride still smarting from Tabitha's jabs. The familiar scent of coffee and magic wrapped around him, somehow both soothing and energizing at once. Nina orchestrated a symphony of floating mugs behind the counter, her constellation-speckled apron twinkling in the warm lantern light. "Sheriff Blackmane, you look like you need something stronger than coffee." "Just answers today, Nina." He settled onto a stool at the counter. "What can you tell me about Tabitha Moon's magic?" "Ah." Nina's hands paused mid-conductor. "That's a loaded question coming from you." "I need to know if she's capable of causing serious magical incidents." Nina's cloth swept across the counter, absorbing a coffee ring before it could stain. "I taught her, you know, when she was young. Wild magic isn't easy to control. It's like trying to harness a hurricane with dental floss." "But she can control it now?" "Better than most." Nina's fingers sparked purple as she gestured, sending a fresh cup of coffee floating Dominic's way. "She worked hard at it, probably the only thing she ever approached with discipline." The coffee smelled like midnight and possibilities. Dominic took a sip, letting the warmth chase away some of his exhaustion. "There have been incidents recently, dangerous ones." "And you think Tabitha's responsible?" Nina's eyebrows rose. "She's not exactly a model citizen." "No, but there's a difference between speeding tickets and causing pileups." Nina leaned forward, her dark eyes serious. "What's really on her rap sheet, Sheriff?" Dominic ran through the list in his head. "Speeding, lots of speeding, noise complaints, that time she painted the town fountain," which brightened up the square considerably. "It was still vandalism." "Mm-hmm." Nina's knowing smile made his inner lion bristle. "And how many people got hurt during any of these terrible crimes?" "That's not the point." "Actually, Sheriff, I think that's exactly the point." Nina's cloth snapped against the counter for emphasis. "Tabitha's wild, yes. Reckless, absolutely. But malicious, never seen it." The coffee in Dominic's cup rippled as he absorbed Nina's words. The leap from noise violations to endangering civilians did seem steep, even for Tabitha. Dominic soon slid into his squad car, the leather seat creaking beneath him. His inner lion was restless after the conversation with Nina. He grabbed his radio, needing an update. "Connor, status report." "Our favorite purple-haired menace just pulled into her driveway," Connor's voice crackled through. "She's carrying what looks like... Wait, are those grocery bags?" living dangerously there. Very funny. Dominic's lips twitched despite himself. Any signs of... The radio erupted with static before dispatch cut in. All units, multiple transformer explosions reported on Oak Street. Power outages affecting 3 blocks. Fire department en route. Dominic's heart rate spiked. Oak Street was in Tabitha's neighborhood. His first instinct was to roar, "I knew it!" But something nagged at him. "Connor, what time exactly did Tabitha get home?" "About 2 minutes ago." "Why?" Dominic checked the car's dashboard clock, then pulled up the location of Oak Street on his computer. The math didn't add up. The transformers that blew are 6 blocks from her house. Even if she sprinted from there, she couldn't have made it home that fast. He paused. And she was carrying groceries? Yeah, looked pretty loaded down. Unless she's secretly the Flash. Her magic's never shown any super speed capabilities. Dominic felt his certainty crumbling. The lion in him hated being wrong, but his sense of justice was stronger. "Stay on her. I'm heading to Oak Street." "Copy that. And boss?" "What?" "Maybe apologize next time you see her? You know, for the whole accusation thing?" Dominic growled softly. "Just watch the house, Connor." He flipped on his lights and pulled away from the curb, his mind racing faster than his car. If Tabitha wasn't behind these incidents, who was? And why did all the attacks happen in her neighborhood? The scent of ozone and burnt metal hit his sensitive nose before he even turned onto Oak Street. 3 transformers had exploded, leaving scorch marks up the poles. His lion's eyes picked out details in the darkness, the clean cuts in the power lines and the precise pattern of damage. This wasn't wild magic. This was calculated, precise. Everything Tabitha wasn't. Dominic's headlights cut through the darkness when he finally drove home, his lion's pride struggling with the weight of his mistake. The precise cuts in those power lines kept replaying in his mind, so different from Tabitha's chaotic brand of magic. "Damn it," he muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. His house came into view, but he drove past it, needing more time to think. The radio crackled. "Boss, you still up?" "What is it, Connor?" "Just checking if you're planning to apologize to our favorite speed demon tomorrow." Dominic's jaw clenched. "I don't apologize for doing my job." "Your job includes wrongly accusing people?" The truth in those words stung more than Dominic wanted to admit. He'd let his irritation with Tabitha's constant rule-breaking cloud his judgment. Her wild magic might send sparks flying and turn fountains pink, but she'd never shown the kind of calculated malice these attacks required. "She's still a menace," Dominic growled, but the words lacked their usual conviction. "Sure, boss. Whatever helps you sleep at night," Connor mused. "Though between you and me, I think you just enjoy seeing her."
Chapter 6. Tabitha. Tabitha stepped back from her canvas. Her wild magic crackled at her fingertips as she put the finishing touches on her latest piece. The sunset streaming through her window cast a warm glow across the abstract swirls of color that danced across the canvas. "Not bad, if I do say so myself." She wiped a smear of paint from her cheek, leaving a streak of blue that matched her eyes. "Though, knowing my luck lately, no one else will think so." Her gaze drifted to the clock on the wall. Almost time to head to the hex. A smile tugged at her lips as she thought about running into a certain uptight sheriff again. There was something delicious about the way his jaw clenched whenever she pushed his buttons. "Poor Dominic," she mused, pulling off her paint-stained smock. "Man needs to learn how to loosen up before he snaps in half from all that tension." She danced across her cluttered living room to her favorite playlist, dodging canvases and art supplies scattered across the floor. The music pulsed through her as she rifled through her closet for the perfect outfit to drive Dominic crazy. Let's see how Mr. By the Book handles this. She pulled out a cropped leather jacket and her tightest jeans. His green eyes always seemed to darken slightly when she was close to him, even as he tried to maintain his professional demeanor. Her wild magic sparked again, responding to her playful mood and making the lights flicker. "Down, girl," she told her power with a laugh. "We're just going to have some innocent fun tonight. No property damage, I promise." She posed in front of her full-length mirror, running her fingers through her purple hair to give it that perfect tousled look. Though I suppose it's not really innocent if I'm deliberately trying to make him squirm. Her reflection grinned back at her. But he's just so cute when he gets all flustered and alpha male about everything. Miss Moon, that's 15 over the speed limit. She mimicked his deep voice. The memory of his muscled form in that perfectly pressed uniform made her bite her lip. Shame he thought she was some kind of magical menace now. Tabitha stepped out into the cool evening air, her keys jingling in her hand. Her front door hadn't even clicked shut behind her when a voice cut through her plans for the night. Tabitha Moon? A man in a sheriff's uniform she didn't recognize leaned against a squad car parked in her driveway. That's me, though usually Dominic handles all my misdemeanors personally. Her wild magic bristled under her skin, setting off warning bells. Sheriff Bruce Myers, and this isn't about your typical troublemaking. He pushed off the car. Turn around. You're under arrest for the magical attacks around town. Wait, what? Tabitha backed up a step. Since when does this town have 2 sheriffs? And I already told Dominic I had nothing to do with those incidents. Hands behind your back, Miss Moon. Bruce advanced, his cuffs glinting in the dying sunlight. Look, buddy, I don't know who you are, but... The cold metal snapped around her wrists before she could finish. Her magic surged in protest, but she forced it down. Getting slapped with resisting arrest wouldn't help her case. This is ridiculous! She twisted in the seat as Bruce shoved her into the back of his squad. Where's Dominic? He's the one who's been investigating this. Sheriff Blackmane isn't handling this case anymore. Bruce slammed the door, cutting off her protests. Through the partition, Tabitha watched him slide behind the wheel. Something felt off about this whole situation. Sure, Dominic could be a pain in her neck, but at least she knew where she stood with him. This guy? Her instincts screamed danger. So what evidence do you actually have against me? She kept her voice light, fishing for information. We'll discuss that down at the station. Right, because you don't have any. Tabitha shifted uncomfortably against the handcuffs. Does Dominic even know you're arresting me? Bruce's only response was to turn up his dispatch radio, drowning out her questions. Tabitha slumped back against the seat, her mind racing. Where the hell was Dominic when she actually needed him? Bruce yanked Tabitha out of his squad car, his grip bruising on her upper arm. The metal cuffs bit into her wrists as he marched her through the station's back entrance. Her wild magic crackled beneath her skin, begging to be released, but she forced it down. The last thing she needed was to prove this jerk right about her being dangerous. Easy, she quipped, as he shoved her onto the hard metal chair in the interrogation room. I bruise like a peach. Shut up. Bruce slapped a file onto the table. 4 incidents, all within walking distance of your house. Yeah, and I've already been through this with Dominic. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, making her head ache. Where is he anyway? I already told you. Sheriff Blackmane's been removed from this investigation. Bruce leaned forward, his breath hot against her face. Now tell me about the transformers you blew up last night. For the last time, I didn't blow up anything. Tabitha shifted in her seat, the cuffs clanking against the chair. Unless you count that time I accidentally microwaved tinfoil in college. Bruce slapped a photo onto the table. This was taken at 9:47 p.m. last night. Tabitha's stomach dropped. The grainy security camera image showed a motorcycle identical to hers. The rider wore a black helmet, but unmistakable purple hair streamed out behind them. That's... She swallowed hard. That's not me. I mean, yeah, that's my bike, but I was nowhere near there. I went to the Hex, drove around a bit, hit up the grocery store for some Ben & Jerry's, and went home to wallow in my artistic failures. Pretty convenient story? Pretty true story. Her wild magic sparked, making the lights flicker. Look, someone's obviously trying to frame me, and doing a pretty decent job of it, I'll give them that, but I swear it wasn't me. Your magic signature was all over the scene. Wild magic isn't exactly subtle. She leaned forward. But it's also not exactly rare. There are at least 3 other wild magic users in town. Bruce suddenly slapped down more photos, spreading them across the metal table. Tabitha's stomach churned as she looked at each one. The same motorcycle, the same helmet, the same purple hair streaming behind the rider. That's my bike, but it's not me. Her wild magic crackled, responding to her growing anxiety. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting strange shadows across Bruce's face. Sure it's not. He planted his hands on the table, looming over her. His coffee-soured breath made her wrinkle her nose. Just like it wasn't you speeding last week or blasting music at 1 a.m. Hey, I owned up to all of those. Tabitha shifted uncomfortably in her seat, the cuffs biting into her wrists. And none of those things hurt anyone. This? She nodded toward the photos. This is different. Bruce circled behind her chair. You're nothing but trouble, Moon. Everyone knows it. No one's going to be surprised when they find out you've graduated from petty crimes to endangering lives. That's not— Shut up! His fist slammed the table inches from her. You witches think you can do whatever you want. Think your magic makes you special. Tabitha's wild magic surged, making one of the overhead lights pop. Usually she'd have a snappy comeback ready, but something in his tone made her blood run cold. This wasn't like Dominic's lectures about following the rules. This was pure hatred. She tried to keep her voice steady. I want to talk to Sheriff Blackmane. What's wrong? Can't handle a real sheriff? Bruce grabbed her shoulder, his fingers digging in painfully. One who sees you for what you really are? And what's that? Just another worthless witch who needs to be put in her place. Tabitha's magic sparked again, stronger this time. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. For once, Tabitha couldn't find her voice. Bruce's hatred hung thick in the air, suffocating her usual quick wit. Suddenly, the door burst open with enough force to rattle the two-way mirror. Dominic filled the doorframe, his broad shoulders tense and his green eyes blazing. His dark hair was slightly disheveled, as if he'd run to get here. What the hell do you think you're doing, Myers? His voice was charged with a powerful authority that made even Tabitha's rebellious spirit snap to attention. Conducting an interrogation. Bruce's fingers dug deeper into Tabitha's shoulder. Which you're interrupting. Take your hands off her. Dominic's words came out as a low growl that sent shivers through her body. Not the usual annoyed sheriff kind of growl she was used to hearing from him. This was pure protective alpha male, and it did funny things to her insides. She's our prime suspect. Based on what? Dominic stalked into the room. A few grainy photos that could be anyone with purple hair? Release her. Now. Tabitha watched in fascination as the two men squared off. She'd spent so much time seeing Dominic as the uptight killjoy who ruined her fun that she kept forgetting he was also a lion shifter. And right now, that predator was showing through his carefully maintained professional exterior. You're too soft on these witches, Blackmane. Bruce's grip finally loosened. Someone needs to show them their place. Their place? Dominic's voice dropped even lower. The only one who needs to be shown their place is you. Get out. We'll discuss your conduct later. Bruce stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Dominic just stood there with his jaw clenched and his eyes still fixed on the door Bruce had exited through. Well, this was new. Sheriff Stick in the Mud actually defending her? Tabitha wasn't sure whether to be grateful or worried about what alternate universe she'd just stumbled into.
Chapter 7. Dominic. Dominic's jaw tightened as he stared at the spot where Bruce had just stormed out of the interrogation room. His lion prowled close to the surface, furious at the other sheriff's behavior. His gaze swept to the security camera in the corner. The red light was off. Of course, Bruce would conduct an unauthorized interrogation without proper documentation. The whole situation reeked of a setup. Bruce had deliberately kept him in the dark about Tabitha's arrest. If Connor hadn't called, "Hey, Connor," he muttered into his phone, keeping his voice low. "I need you to pull the surveillance footage from the parking lot and building entrance for the last 2 hours. And get me the arrest report Bruce filed." "That's the thing, boss. There is no arrest report. I checked the system twice." A growl rumbled in Dominic's chest. "No paperwork at all?" "Nothing. It's like she was never brought in." The implications made his blood run cold. An unofficial arrest, no Miranda rights, no documentation. Bruce had crossed so many lines Dominic couldn't even count them all. "Pull everything you can find. And Connor, keep this quiet for now." He ended the call and braced his hands against the wall, letting his head hang between his shoulders. Bruce was up to something. But why? What did Bruce gain by railroading a local witch with relatively minor offenses on her record? He turned toward Tabitha, who sat unnaturally still in the metal chair. For once, there wasn't a trace of her usual mischievous smile. The sight made his chest tighten in a way he wasn't ready to examine too closely. He crouched beside Tabitha's chair, his fingers brushing against her wrists as he unlocked the handcuffs. The metal clinked against the table as he set them aside. Her skin felt cold where Bruce's cuffs had been too tight. "You okay?" His voice came out rougher than intended, his lion still simmering with anger at Bruce's treatment of her. "Just peachy." Tabitha rubbed her wrists as she stood up, but the usual spark in her blue eyes had dimmed. "Nothing like being dragged in here like a hardened criminal." "Come on!" He placed his hand on her back, guiding her toward the door. "Let's get you out of here." The police station buzzed with activity as they walked through, but Dominic's presence kept anyone from approaching. A few officers shot curious glances their way, but his stern expression warned them off. Once outside, Tabitha spun to face him. "What the hell was that all about? Since when does that jerk get to arrest people without cause?" "He doesn't," Dominic replied. "I rushed here as fast as I could when Connor told me you'd been arrested, and that Bruce claimed he had photos proving you were at the scenes." He paused for a moment. "He was also trying to get me kicked off the investigation." "Wait." Tabitha's purple hair caught the afternoon sunlight as she tilted her head. "You don't think I did it anymore?" "No." The admission cost him some pride, but it was worth it to see the surprise flash across her face. "I was wrong to accuse you, and I'm sorry for being harsh and having you followed. I jumped to conclusions without proper evidence." "The mighty Sheriff Blackmane is apologizing to me?" A hint of her usual mischief crept back into her expression. "Should I check if hell froze over?" "Don't push it," but his lips twitched despite himself. "Listen, would you want to grab a coffee at the Cauldron and Cup? There are some things we should discuss." Tabitha studied him for a long moment, her wild magic crackling in the air between them like static electricity. "You buying?" "Yes, of course." He opened the passenger door of his squad car for her. "Though I'm pretty sure you owe me for about 20 speeding tickets." 14, but who's counting?" She slid into the seat, her usual spirit returning. "And I thought those were just love notes from my favorite killjoy." Dominic shut the door, shaking his head as he walked around to the driver's side. Maybe he'd been too quick to write her off as nothing but trouble. There was definitely more to Tabitha Moon than he'd allowed himself to see. The bell above the Cauldron and Cup store jingled as Dominic held it open for Tabitha. A few patrons glanced their way. The town troublemaker and the sheriff walking in together was bound to raise some eyebrows. He guided them to a corner booth, his lion instincts preferring the strategic view of both exits. The floating menu board shuffled its offerings above them, casting shifting shadows across Tabitha's face. "2 Phoenix Rise lattes," he called to Nina before settling into his seat. The vintage espresso machine hissed in steam behind the counter. "Fancy coffee?" Tabitha raised an eyebrow. "You're really going all out with this apology." "Consider it hazard pay for what Bruce just put you through." Dominic leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. "Listen, about last night's Transformer incident. Connor was watching your house. You got home at 9:49. And the Transformers blew at 9:47, 6 blocks away." His green eyes locked with her blue ones. "Unless you've been hiding some supernatural speed abilities, there's no way you could have done it." Tabitha's wild magic crackled in response. Finally figured that out, did you? That and the helmet in those photos. He watched her carefully. In all the times I've pulled you over, and there have been many, you've never worn one. Because they mess up my hair. She ran her fingers through her purple locks. And they block the wind. What's the point of riding if you can't feel free? The point is safety. Dominic caught himself. Never mind. The important thing is someone's going to a lot of trouble to frame you. Their lattes arrived, steam curling up in spirals that looked suspiciously like phoenix wings. Tabitha wrapped her hands around her mug. Some copycat witch is out there wearing a purple wig and riding a bike like mine, causing chaos, and that idiot Bruce is eating it up. The fury in her voice caused his lion to stir protectively. Tabitha's eyes suddenly sparked with determination as she set down her mug. Let's hunt this copycat down. His lion bristled at the suggestion. Absolutely not. Someone's trying to frame you for serious crimes. The safest place for you is far away from this investigation. Oh, please. She leaned forward. Your department hasn't caught them yet. Besides, I can sense magical signatures better than you. I'll spot them way faster. It's too dangerous. His voice dropped lower, more commanding. The protective instincts of both sheriff and lion refused to put her in harm's way. I'll handle this myself. Handle it like you handled suspecting me? Her blue eyes flashed. This is personal now. Some witch is out there wearing my signature look, causing chaos and trying to get me locked up. I'm not sitting this one out. You're a civilian. This is police business. I'm a witch with wild magic who knows every magical hideout in this town. She stirred her latte. Face it, Sheriff. You need me on this. His jaw clenched. The worst part was, she had a point. A witch would be invaluable in tracking down their suspect. But the thought of Tabitha in danger made his lion pace restlessly. You'll follow my lead? Sometimes, maybe. Her lips curved into that familiar mischievous smile. Tabitha. He growled her name in warning. Fine. She rolled her eyes. Most of the time, when it makes sense, that's my final offer. Dominic studied her across the table. The hanging lanterns cast a warm glow across her soft features. If you put yourself in unnecessary danger, you're out, he said firmly, and you follow proper police procedure. Deal. She extended her hand across the table. Partners? Her skin was warm against his as they shook hands, and something electric sparked between them that had nothing to do with her magic. His lion rumbled with satisfaction at the contact. Partners, he agreed, wondering if he'd just made a huge mistake or the best decision of his life. Tabitha slid out of the booth. Tomorrow morning, 8 sharp, at the intersection where the crash happened. Try to keep up, Sheriff. Just remember we're doing this by the book, Dominic said firmly. No stunts. You really know how to take the fun out of everything. She winked at him before sauntering toward the door. His lion tracked her movement until she disappeared from view. He paid their bill and headed back to the station. Bruce's scent hit him before he saw him, a mix of cheap cologne and arrogance that made his nose twitch. The other sheriff lounged against the wall near the break room, scrolling through his phone. Care to explain why you arrested a civilian without proper procedure? Dominic's voice came out as a low growl. Bruce didn't even look up. Didn't realize I needed your permission to do my job. When it involves my investigation. Your investigation? Bruce's laugh grated against Dominic's ears. That witch is nothing but trouble. She's garbage, and I treated her accordingly. The lion in Dominic's chest roared to life, his protective instincts flaring hot and unexpected. His hand shot out, pinning Bruce against the wall. You will never speak about her that way again. Bruce's eyes widened slightly before narrowing. Since when do you care about that purple-haired menace? Dominic released him, stepping back as he processed the surge of possessive anger that had overtaken him. Why did he care? This was Tabitha Moon, speedster and troublemaker. Yet the thought of Bruce dismissing her so cruelly made his blood boil. I care about proper procedure, he said finally, but even to his own ears the words rang hollow, and about treating all of our citizens with respect. Bruce straightened his uniform with a sneer. Whatever you say, boss. He walked away, leaving Dominic alone with his confusing thoughts and the lingering urge to defend Tabitha's honor.
Chapter 8. Tabitha. The summer sun beat down on the intersection where 3 cars had collided a week ago. Tabitha leaned against her motorcycle and checked her phone. 7:58 a.m. For once in her life, she'd arrived early to meet someone, and that someone was Sheriff No Fun himself. Right on cue, Dominic's squad car pulled up. He stepped out and his dark hair caught the morning light. His presence filled the space, commanding and intense like always. "You're early," he said, surprise coloring his voice. "Don't sound so shocked. I can be responsible when I want to be." Tabitha pushed off her bike, though I have to say being up this early is criminal. "Speaking of criminal," he gestured to the intersection. "Walk me through why this couldn't be you." Tabitha crossed her arms. "First off, I can't mess with minds. My magic is wild, yeah, but it doesn't work that way. I can make things move, create light shows, maybe blow up a painting or two when I'm really frustrated, but mind control?" She shook her head. "Not my thing." She took a step closer, her voice dropping. "And more importantly, I would never hurt anyone. Create a little chaos? Sure. But actually harm people?" Her blue eyes met his green ones. "That's not who I am." Dominic studied her face, and Tabitha suddenly realized how close they were standing. His presence was overwhelming, all authority and barely contained power. The lion shifter in him was apparent in the way he held himself, and in the intensity of his gaze. "I believe you," he said softly. The air between them crackled with something that definitely wasn't her wild magic. Her heart did a little flip that she immediately tried to squash. This was Dominic Blackmane, her nemesis, her personal fun police. She definitely wasn't noticing how his uniform fit perfectly across his broad shoulders, or how his eyes seemed to see right through her. She took a deliberate step back, forcing a light tone. "Well, would you look at that? The sheriff actually trusts me. Should I mark this day on my calendar?" "Don't push your luck, Moon." But there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "Let's focus on finding who's really behind this." Tabitha spotted the pet shop's cheerful blue awning across the street. "Hey, what about Paws and Claws? Fred's been there forever. He must have seen something." Dominic's shoulders tensed. "You know the owner?" "Let me guess. I'm not allowed to have legitimate connections in this town either?" She flashed him a grin. "If you must know, I buy cat toys for my friend Mira's cat there. Come on, Sheriff." The bell chimed as they entered, and the scent of cedar shavings and pet food filled the air. Fred looked up from stocking shelves, and his round face broke into a warm smile. "Tabitha, and Sheriff Blackmane." Fred's smile faltered slightly under Dominic's intense stare. "Fred," Dominic's deep voice commanded attention, "we need to ask you about the accident last week." "Oh, that was terrible. Sarah, Marcus, and Jenny. They're all regulars. Sarah's got that sweet tabby with the crooked tail, and Marcus brings his poodle in for grooming every month." Tabitha leaned against the counter, trying to ignore how Dominic's presence seemed to fill the tiny shop. "They're okay though, right?" "Thank goodness, yes, just shaken up. Strangest thing, they all said they felt confused, like their minds went fuzzy all of a sudden." "Was anyone unusual around when it happened?" Dominic stepped closer, and Tabitha caught a whiff of his cologne, something woodsy and masculine that made her pulse quicken traitorously. Fred scratched his head. "Come to think of it, there was a woman I didn't recognize, standing right on that corner." He pointed through the window. "Had a motorcycle helmet on, but I remember seeing purple hair sticking out." Tabitha's magic crackled, making the nearest row of cat toys rattle. Someone was definitely setting her up. But why? She'd pulled pranks, sure, but nothing to warrant this level of payback. "You okay?" Dominic's hand brushed her arm, and her magic settled instantly at his touch. Just great. She forced a smile. I love being framed for magical mayhem. Really adds some spice to my life. His eyes narrowed. We'll figure this out. The we shouldn't have made her feel better, but it did, even if it came from Mr. By the Book himself. The bell jangled as they left Fred's pet shop, and Tabitha blinked against the bright sunlight. Her wild magic still buzzed under her skin, agitated by the confirmation that someone was impersonating her around town. Mario's next? She swung her leg over her motorcycle. You're not riding that. Dominic's voice carried that unmistakable note of authority that usually made her want to do exactly the opposite of what he said. Watch me. She reached for her keys. His hand closed over hers, warm and firm. You're officially helping with a police investigation now. That means you ride with me. In your boring squad car? But her protest lacked its usual fire. His touch sent little sparks through her. Consider it your first lesson in following procedure. His lips twitched. I know it's a foreign concept. Fine. She yanked her hand away, ignoring how cold it felt without his touch. At Mario's, the hostess, a pretty redhead named Rachel, greeted them with a nervous smile. The restaurant smelled of garlic and fresh bread, making Tabitha's stomach growl. The mice shifters were such sweethearts, Rachel said, wringing her hands. They'd just left the front entrance when these things appeared. Things? Dominic asked, raising his eyebrow. Like ghosts, but wrong somehow. Rachel shuddered. They moved weird, like they were glitching, and their faces. She trailed off. Tabitha leaned forward. Their faces what? They all had the same face, exactly the same, like copies. Rachel's eyes went distant. They surrounded the group, and suddenly everyone was screaming and throwing their wallets and jewelry at them. Dominic's jaw tightened. Mass hysteria spell? Combined with illusion magic. Tabitha's wild magic stirred, recognizing the signature of the spell work. That's some serious power, way more controlled than anything I could do by myself. Were any of the mice shifters hurt? Dominic asked. No, they were all fine, thank goodness. Just scared and robbed. Rachel paused. Though one of them mentioned seeing a woman with purple hair under a motorcycle helmet at the corner just before it happened. Tabitha's magic crackled again, making the nearby light fixtures flicker. Dominic's hand found the small of her back, steadying her. Thank you for your help, he told Rachel as they walked out of the restaurant. Tabitha slid into the passenger seat of Dominic's squad car. His scent soon enveloped her, that woodsy cologne mixed with coffee and something uniquely alpha male. It should have made her bristle, but instead she found herself relaxing despite the morning's revelations. You're quieter than usual, Dominic said, starting the engine. No jokes about my driving yet? Give me time. I'm crafting something special about how you stop at yellow lights. His lips twitched. It's the law. Tabitha just shook her head. As they started moving, she watched his profile as he drove, noticing how his usual rigid posture had softened slightly. You know, you're almost bearable when you're not writing me tickets. You're almost bearable when you're not earning them. At the Monkey Troop's park, utility workers swarmed around the fallen poles. The smell of ozone still lingered in the air, making Tabitha's wild magic tingle uncomfortably. These things are massive, she said, walking the perimeter with Dominic. Look at the clean breaks at the base. That's not random destruction, that's precision. Agreed. Dominic's shoulder brushed hers as they walked. Wild magic tends to be more chaotic, messy, completely unpredictable. She grinned. Trust me, I know. This is way too controlled. Their final stop was the transformer block. Tabitha's magic hummed as they drove down the street, recognizing the residual energy from other witches. Wait! She pressed her hand against the window. This is weird. Almost everyone who lives here is magical. The Smiths are weather witches, the Patels work with earth magic, and Mrs. Chen does the most amazing healing spells. That matters because whoever did this picked a block full of witches to attack. She turned to look at him. Just like they targeted shifters at the park, and those mice shifters at Mario's, and those shifters in the car crash. Dominic's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You might be onto something. I usually am. She leaned back in her seat, studying the scorched transformers. You know what else is weird? Being in your car without handcuffs. Don't make me regret that. But his voice held a warmth she'd never heard before, and Tabitha found herself hoping this wouldn't be the last time they worked together. The squad car's air conditioning blasted against Tabitha's face as they headed to where she left her motorcycle. Don't you think it's pretty strange, though? She blurted out. Every single incident targeted paranormal beings. Yeah, it's odd. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. Her wild magic tingled beneath her skin as the pieces started falling into place. And Bruce, the way he talked about me being a worthless witch. Her voice caught unexpectedly as she remembered his sneering face. The words had cut deeper than she cared to admit. Warmth suddenly spread through her arm as Dominic's hand settled there, strong and steady. The touch was so unexpected, and her magic quieted completely, like it recognized something safe and solid. He also called you garbage to my face last night, Dominic said, his voice carrying a protective edge. And now that you mention it, I've noticed he treats paranormal beings differently. Always has this look when dealing with them. Her heart did a little skip at the protective note in his voice. Since when did he start caring about her? Dominic continued, his jaw tightening. And those photos he showed you? I've never seen them in any official file. So what you're saying is? A grin spread across Tabitha's face. We need to do some good old-fashioned stalking like you were doing to me. Surveillance, he corrected, but his lips twitched. Official police surveillance.
Chapter 9. Dominic. Dominic crossed his arms, staring down at Tabitha as she straddled her motorcycle. No way are we taking that death trap to follow Bruce. He knows your bike. Come on, what if we need a quick getaway? The point is to not be noticed, he contested. We'll follow on foot, and you need to cover up that hair. What's wrong with my hair? Tabitha flipped her dark purple locks defiantly. Nothing, but it screams, here I am, from a mile away. Fine, she revved her engine. But I'm not wearing anything dorky. Just a baseball cap and normal clothes, no leather. You're taking all the fun out of being sneaky. She pointed at his uniform. What about you, Officer Fashion Police? I'll change into civilian clothes. The words felt strange in his mouth. He couldn't remember the last time he'd worn anything other than his uniform. Meet you at 9 behind the station? 8:30, and don't be late. Tabitha zoomed off, leaving him in a cloud of exhaust. Dominic checked his watch. Plenty of time to go home and find something inconspicuous to wear. Later that night, Dominic paced behind the station, checking his watch again. 8:45. Of course she was late. Miss me? He turned to find Tabitha in jeans and a t-shirt, her purple hair tucked under a baseball cap and a ponytail. Something in his chest tightened. Without her usual makeup and leather, she looked sweet, almost innocent, which was ridiculous because she was anything but. You're late, he growled, trying to ignore how the moonlight caught her eyes. Fashion emergency. These normal clothes are harder to coordinate than you'd think. She tugged at the cap. I feel like a soccer mom. You look fine. More than fine, but he wasn't about to tell her that. Now get down, Bruce usually leaves around 9. They crouched behind some bushes. Tabitha's shoulder pressed against his arm, warm even through his Henley. The scent of her shampoo, something floral and spicy, drifted up to him. There he is, she whispered. Bruce emerged from the station, got in his car, and drove off. They followed at a distance, staying in the shadows. The grocery store? Seriously, Tabitha muttered an hour later as they watched Bruce examining produce. I was hoping for something more sinister than picking out tomatoes. Patience, Dominic said, though he shared her frustration. They tailed Bruce home, where he did nothing more suspicious than watch TV through his front window before turning in for the night. Well, that was anticlimactic, Tabitha sighed. Dominic walked beside Tabitha as they soon approached her house, his long strides matching her shorter ones. The night air carried the scent of jasmine from her neighbor's garden, mixing with her own unique fragrance that he'd grown oddly accustomed to over the past few hours. We'll try again tomorrow, he said, stopping at her front porch. Bruce has to slip up eventually. Sure you don't want to come in for coffee? Tabitha's eyes sparkled with mischief. I promise not to corrupt you too much. Good night, Tabitha. He kept his voice stern, though his lips twitched. She shrugged and bounded up the steps. You're lost, Sheriff. Something in his chest tightened as he watched her disappear inside. The evening suddenly felt empty without her constant commentary and challenging remarks. He shook his head, trying to clear it. This was ridiculous. She was a troublemaker, nothing more. The next 2 days followed a similar pattern. They tracked Bruce through his mundane routines, crouching behind bushes and ducking around corners. Nothing suspicious emerged. You're breathing too loud, Tabitha whispered on their second afternoon, crouched behind a newspaper stand. I am not, his jaw clenched. You're the one who keeps fidgeting. Well, maybe if someone hadn't insisted on being directly in the sun for the past hour. Because that's where we have the best view. Of what? Bruce buying his 5th cup of coffee? At least I'm being professional about this. Their voices rose steadily until Bruce glanced in their direction. Dominic yanked Tabitha further down just in time. His heart pounded, partly from the near miss and partly from their proximity. Their faces were mere inches apart, her breath warm against his neck. That was close, she whispered. Too close. He stood up, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Since when did he lose his cool so easily? 15 years on the force, and this witch had him acting like a rookie. But there was something about her that got under his skin. She wasn't afraid to push back when he got too rigid, and to call him out when he was being unreasonable. It was infuriating and refreshing. Dominic watched Bruce disappear into the watering hole later that night. The neon sign flickered against the darkening sky, its humans-only subtext making his lion bristle beneath his skin. Ready to play pretend? Tabitha's voice held an edge of challenge. Let's get this over with. He reached for the door, but she caught his arm. You look like you're about to arrest someone. She poked his chest. Relax those shoulders, and try smiling for once. Before he could respond, she grabbed his hand. Her fingers threaded through his, small and warm against his palm. His pulse jumped traitorously. As they walked through the door, the bar assaulted his senses. Cigarette smoke mixed with cheap beer and greasy food. Bodies pressed together as music thumped through speakers. His enhanced hearing picked up snippets of conversation, most of them disparaging remarks about those creatures. Tabitha squeezed his hand. Easy there, big guy. Your eyes are starting to glow. He forced himself to breathe, to appear human, to ignore the urge to show these bigots exactly what kind of creature they were insulting. Dance with me, Tabitha said suddenly. What? No. Yes, we need to look natural. She tugged him toward the dance floor. When was the last time you actually had any fun? I have plenty of fun, he muttered, letting her lead him into the crowd. Paperwork doesn't count. She turned around and faced him, still holding his hand as she swayed to the music. Her other hand settled on his chest, and his free hand automatically found her waist. See? Not so bad. She grinned up at him. Though you're still moving like a robot. I don't dance much. You don't say. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Let me guess. You don't date much either. My work keeps you busy. Yeah, I've heard that one before. She pressed closer as someone bumped into them. Life's short, Sheriff. Even for paranormals. The scent of her filled his nose, making his head spin. Or maybe it was the way she fit against him, like she belonged there. His lion rumbled with approval, which was definitely not helping matters. You're thinking too hard, she murmured. Someone has to. Not tonight. She rose on her tiptoes, her lips close to his ear. Tonight you're just a guy in a bar, having fun with a pretty girl. His grip tightened on her waist. Is that what this is? Could be. She pulled back with a wicked smile. If you'd loosen up a little. The jukebox crackled as it switched tracks, the upbeat song fading into something slower and more intimate. Dominic's breath caught as Tabitha slid her arms around his neck, her body pressing closer against his. His hands settled at her waist, seemingly of their own accord. There you go. The world isn't ending because you decided to dance, she teased, her blue eyes sparkling up at him. His lion stirred restlessly, wanting to pull her even closer. The scent of her enveloped him, making it hard to focus on anything else. I still don't think this is proper surveillance technique, he muttered, though his hands didn't move from her waist. Always the sheriff. She smiled, her fingers playing with the hair on the nape of his neck. Even when you're supposed to be undercover. The touch sent shivers through him. This close, he could count the light freckles across her nose and see the flecks of silver in her blue eyes. When had the troublemaker, who constantly tested his patience, become someone who made his heart race? Tabitha, he started, not sure what he was going to say next. She tilted her head up, her lips parting slightly. The movement drew his gaze downward, and suddenly he couldn't remember why kissing her would be a bad idea. His head lowered, drawn to her like a magnet. A flash of movement suddenly caught his eye. Bruce hurried past them, heading toward a darkened corner of the bar. Dominic's muscles tensed, his sheriff's instincts kicking in despite the haze of attraction clouding his mind. Did you see that? He murmured. Mm-hmm. Her fingers tightened slightly in his hair. Think we should follow? In a minute, his lion growled in agreement. We don't want to look too suspicious. They swayed together for another moment, though Dominic's attention was now split between the woman in his arms and their target disappearing into the shadows. Dominic finally guided Tabitha to a booth near Bruce's darkened corner, his hand protectively on her back. He positioned himself with his back to Bruce, trusting his enhanced hearing to pick up the conversation. Tabitha slid closer to him in the booth. His lion's hearing picked up Bruce's muffled voice. The witch is more trouble than she's worth. Blackmane's already suspicious. Then we move to Plan B, a familiar voice replied, making Dominic's muscles tense. This town's crawling with creatures who don't belong here. Tabitha's hand found his under the table as Bruce continued. These paranormals think they can just live among us like they're normal. It's disgusting. That's why we're here, the other man said, to restore the natural order. Dominic's fingers tightened around Tabitha's as his lion snarled beneath his skin. The hatred in their voices made his protective instincts surge. Chairs scraped against the floor as Bruce and his companion stood. Dominic turned slightly, careful to keep his face hidden. His blood ran cold as he caught sight of Roy Marks, leader of the paranormal hunters. What is it? Tabitha whispered, noticing his rigid posture. Roy Marks, he growled softly. Bruce is working with the hunters. Tabitha's sharp intake of breath matched his own shock. His backup sheriff was in league with the most notorious anti-paranormal group in the country.
Chapter 10. Tabitha. Tabitha slipped out of the bar behind Dominic. The summer night air hit her face, a welcome relief from the stuffy bar atmosphere, but it did little to calm her nerves. My place isn't far, Dominic said, his jaw tight. We need to talk this through somewhere private. Her stomach did a little flip at the invitation. Your place? What would the neighbors think of you bringing home such a troublemaker? They'll survive. He placed his hand on her back, guiding her down the sidewalk. The touch sent sparks through her body, reminding her of how his hands had felt on her waist during their dance. How solid and warm he'd been against her. You're being awfully quiet, he said after a block of walking. Just thinking about how you actually have a house. I figured you lived at the station. Funny. But his lips twitched. They walked several more blocks until they reached a modest craftsman-style house with a perfectly manicured lawn. Everything about it screamed order and control, just like its owner. Inside was exactly what she'd expected, and somehow not. The furniture was sparse but comfortable looking. Everything had its place, from the perfectly aligned coasters on the coffee table to the methodically arranged books on the shelves. But there were also surprising touches: a soft throw blanket draped over the couch, family photos on the mantel, and a collection of vintage records in the corner. "This is very you," she said, running her finger along a spotless shelf. "Do you color code your sock drawer too?" "Only on Tuesdays." He shrugged off his jacket, and she couldn't help but notice how his shirt stretched across his shoulders. "Want something to drink?" "Got any witch's brew? Water or coffee?" Such a wild man. She flopped onto his couch, deliberately disturbing the perfectly arranged throw pillows. "Coffee, then." As he disappeared into the kitchen, Tabitha hugged one of his pillows to her chest, breathing in the scent of him that clung to the fabric. She'd never admit it, but being here, in his space, felt oddly right. Tabitha watched Dominic return with 2 steaming mugs. The aroma of dark roast filled the air as he handed her a mug, before settling into the armchair beside her. His presence filled the small space, radiating that alpha energy that made her want to simultaneously roll her eyes and lean closer. "So," she said, blowing on her coffee, "going to share exactly what you overheard?" Dominic's jaw clenched tight. "Those bastards." Bruce said, and I quote, "These paranormals think they can just live among us like they're normal. It's disgusting." The coffee suddenly tasted bitter in her mouth. "Charming guy you work with." Then Roy responded with, "That's why we're here, to restore the natural order." Dominic's green eyes flashed, a reminder of the predator beneath his controlled exterior. "In my town. They're planning this in my town." A chill ran down Tabitha's spine despite her attempt to keep things light. The hunters don't exactly have a great track record with peaceful solutions. She'd heard the stories. Whole communities of paranormals driven out, some disappearing entirely. "Remember Haven City? They were supposed to be untouchable." "No one's touching my people." His voice dropped to a growl that made her magic spark in response. "Your people?" She arched an eyebrow. "Getting possessive there, Sheriff." "They're my responsibility." He leaned forward. "And they're trying to frame you to start trouble." "Yeah, well, I'm used to being blamed for chaos." She tried for a smile but knew it fell flat. "Though usually it's actually my fault." "This isn't a joke, Tabitha." "You think I don't know that?" Her magic crackled, making the lights flicker. "They're trying to use me to hurt everyone I care about, to hurt my home." She met his intense gaze. "I may be a troublemaker, but this is my town, too." The look he gave her was different from his usual disapproving stare, something warmer, almost appreciative. "Then let's make sure they regret ever setting foot in it." Tabitha set her coffee mug down. The bar has to have security footage of Bruce meeting with an actual hunter. That's more than enough to nail him. "It's not that simple," Dominic said. "One meeting isn't enough to prove conspiracy." "Are you kidding me?" Her magic crackled and the lights flickered again. "He's working with people who want to hurt everyone in this town. Your town, remember?" "Which is exactly why we need to be smart about this." He leaned forward, his shirt stretching across his broad chest. "If we move too quickly, we'll only get Bruce. The hunters will disappear, regroup, and come back stronger." She stood up, pacing across his immaculate living room. Her boots left slight scuff marks on his pristine hardwood floor. "More people could get hurt while we wait." "I won't let that happen." The growl in his voice made her pause. When she turned, his eyes had that predatory gleam that reminded her he wasn't just some rule follower. "Trust me." "Trust you?" She laughed, but it came out shakier than intended. "The guy who's given me how many tickets? All of which you deserved." He stood, closing the distance between them. "But have I ever been unfair?" She wanted to say yes, but couldn't. Despite everything, Dominic had always been frustratingly fair. Fine. She jabbed a finger at his chest. 1 month. If we don't catch them red-handed in 1 month, we do this my way. His lips twitched. Giving me deadlines now? His fingers wrapped around her hand, his grip warm and gentle. Her magic sparked beneath her skin at the contact. I accept your deadline, he said, his voice a low rumble that made her stomach flip. And your help. Tabitha's heart thundered against her ribs. She pulled her hand away, trying to ignore how cold it felt without his touch, and settled back onto his couch. The leather cushions creaked as he sat beside her, close enough that his thigh brushed against hers. So, she said, focusing on anything but the heat radiating from him, the hunters need somewhere to lay low, somewhere public enough not to draw attention. Makes sense. His shoulder pressed against hers as he leaned back. Any ideas? A few places come to mind. She twisted a strand of purple hair around her finger. The Red Door downtown. They're not exactly picky about their clientele. The Rusty Nail, too, though that place is more shifter territory. You seem to know a lot about the seedier side of town. Don't act so surprised. She bumped his shoulder with hers. Some of us actually know how to have a good time. His lips curved into that rare half-smile that always made her magic dance. Is that what you call it? Better than alphabetizing case files on a Friday night. I organize them by date, actually. The scent of his cologne wrapped around her, woodsy and masculine. Combined with the warmth of his body and the way his voice had dropped to that deep, intimate tone, it was making it hard to concentrate. We should check the underground first, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. It's perfect for people who don't want to be found. Speaking from experience? Maybe. She turned to face him and found his face much closer than expected. His eyes were dark and intense, fixed on her with a predatory focus that made her breath catch. I might have hidden there once or twice when someone was being particularly persistent about giving me a ticket. Is that so? His arm stretched along the back of the couch, not quite touching her but close enough that she could feel it. Should I add that to your file? The air between them felt electric, charged with something that wasn't due to her wild magic. His eyes dropped to her lips for a fraction of a second before snapping back up. Tabitha's heart hammered in her chest as she stared back at him. The warm light from his lamp caught the sharp angles of his jaw, the fullness of his lips, and suddenly she couldn't think straight. When had the uptight sheriff become so damn attractive? Her magic tingled, urging her to lean in, to find out if those lips were as soft as they looked. I should go, she blurted, jumping to her feet. It's late and I've got things. Art things. Dominic rose in one fluid motion. I'll drive you. I can walk? At this hour? With hunters in town? His voice dropped to that commanding tone that made her knees weak. Not happening. Fine. She rolled her eyes to hide how his protectiveness affected her. But I better not get any lectures on the way home. He led her through a side door into his garage, flicking on lights that revealed something completely unexpected. A cherry-red 1967 Mustang, gleaming like it had just rolled off the assembly line. Holy crap. Tabitha circled the car, running her fingers along its pristine paint job. Sheriff Stuffy Pants has a muscle car? Everyone's allowed one vice. His lips curved into that dangerous half-smile. The interior smelled of leather and something uniquely Dominic. She sank into the passenger seat, watching him slide behind the wheel with practiced ease. The engine purred to life, and she couldn't help but notice how natural he looked there, powerful, in control, and sexy as hell. The drive was too short. When they pulled up to her house, Tabitha reached for the door handle, but Dominic's voice stopped her. Tabitha. His hand covered hers, warm and strong. I won't let them hurt you. Whatever they're planning, whatever game they're playing, I'll keep you safe. Her throat tightened. She wanted to make a joke, to brush it off like she always did, but the intensity in his green eyes made the words stick. "My hero," she managed, but it came out softer than intended. Maybe he was rigid and rule-bound, but there was something incredibly appealing about his unwavering sense of duty and his fierce protectiveness. It made her wild magic hum with awareness, and made her wonder what it would be like to be the focus of all that intensity.
Chapter 11. Dominic. The doorbell rang and sent a jolt through Dominic's chest. He smoothed down his blue button-up shirt and opened the door, his breath catching at the sight before him. Tabitha leaned against the doorframe, her cropped leather jacket hugging her curves and ripped black jeans clinging to her legs. The white t-shirt underneath her jacket showed just a hint of skin above her waistband. "Are you going to let me in, or just stare all night?" she teased, a bright smile spreading across her face. He stepped aside, clearing his throat. "I wasn't staring." "Sure you weren't." She sauntered past him, her purple hair swishing across her shoulders. "The underground is our first stop tonight. Like I mentioned, it's where people go when they don't want to be found. And the owners have issues with non-humans." "Exactly. Perfect spot for our hunter friends to hang out." She turned and gave him a once-over, her nose wrinkling. "But you can't go looking like that. You scream cop in that getup." "What's wrong with my clothes?" "Everything." She brushed past him to find his bedroom. "Come on, Sheriff. Time for a makeover." "Absolutely not." But he followed her anyway, his protest dying as she flung open his closet doors. "Don't you own anything that isn't pressed and starched?" She dug deeper, pushing hangers aside. "Ah, here we go." She pulled out his leather jacket, the one he hadn't worn in quite a while. "No." "Yes." She tossed it at him. "And these." A pair of dark jeans followed. "With this." A black t-shirt hit him in the face. "I'm not—" "You want to blend in or not?" She planted her hands on her hips. "The underground isn't exactly a button-up kind of place." He growled low in his throat but grabbed the clothes. "Fine. Turn around." Prude. But she spun to face the wall. When he finished changing, she turned back and whistled. "Now that's more like it. You almost look dangerous." "Let's just go." He headed for the door, but she caught his arm. "We're taking my bike." "No way. Your squad car definitely screams cop even more than your clothes did." She jangled her keys. "And I'm guessing you don't want to take your prize Mustang to that part of town." He ground his teeth. "Fine." Outside, she soon straddled her motorcycle, the engine purring to life. "Hop on, big guy, and hold tight." Dominic climbed on behind her, his hands hesitating before settling on her waist. The heat of her body seeped through her jacket. "Tighter than that," she said over her shoulder, "unless you want to fall off." He pulled her closer, his chest pressed against her back. Her hair tickled his nose, carrying the scent of jasmine and something wild. "Now that's more like it." She revved the engine. "Try not to let go, Sheriff." The motorcycle roared to life beneath them as Tabitha accelerated down the empty street. Dominic's hands tightened instinctively around her waist, his fingers pressing into the soft leather of her jacket. The wind whipped through his hair, carrying away the last remnants of his usually rigid control. His lion stirred inside him, reveling in the raw speed and freedom. The beast had always loved to run, to feel the earth beneath its paws. But this was different. This was flying. Tabitha took a corner at speed, and Dominic leaned with her, their bodies moving in perfect sync. Her hair streamed behind her, tickling his face with strands of purple silk. "You still with me, Sheriff?" she called over her shoulder, her voice carried away by the wind. "Just drive," he growled. His heart hammered in his chest, but not from fear. When was the last time he had felt this alive? They wove through the darkening streets, the city lights blurring past them like shooting stars. Dominic found himself tracking the subtle shifts of Tabitha's body, the way she telegraphed each turn with a slight leaner twist. His hand stayed firm on her waist, his thumbs brushing against the strip of bare skin where her shirt had ridden up. All too soon, the neon signs of the underground came into view. Tabitha cut the engine, letting the bike coast to a stop in front of the bar. The sudden silence felt heavy after the rush of wind and engine noise. Dominic swung off the bike, his body humming with leftover adrenaline. When he looked up, he caught Tabitha watching him with an expression he'd never seen before, something between surprise and appreciation. "Well, well," she said, sliding off the bike with fluid grace. "Who knew the straight-laced sheriff could actually let loose? You didn't even flinch when I took that curve on Fifth." "I've ridden before," he said, running his hand through his wind-tousled hair. "Sure, but not like that." She stepped closer, reaching up to adjust the collar on his leather jacket. "You actually look relaxed. It's a good look on you." Dominic caught her wrist, his thumb pressed against her pulse point. "I think I just needed the right teacher." Her breath caught, and for a moment the air between them crackled with something dangerous and electric. Then she pulled away, clearing her throat. "Come on, Sheriff. We've got work to do." The moment they stepped inside the underground, Dominic's shoulders tensed and his spine straightened. His eyes swept the dimly lit space, cataloging exits and potential threats with practiced efficiency. "Stop that," Tabitha whispered, her fingers brushing his arm. "You're practically screaming law enforcement right now." "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do. You're scanning the room like you're about to raid it." She pressed a drink into his hand. "Here, pretend you're actually here to have fun." He gripped the glass, his knuckles white. "I am being casual." "No, you're being too rigid. Roll your shoulders back and relax your stance." She demonstrated, her body loose and fluid. "See? Like that." Dominic tried to mirror her posture, feeling awkward and exposed. His lion prowled restlessly beneath his skin, unused to being anything but vigilant. "Better," she said, leading him toward the bar. "Now stop looking at everyone like they're suspects. They could be, and they'll know that if you keep glaring." She hopped onto a bar stool, patting the one next to her. "Sit. Talk to me. Pretend we're on a date." His heart skipped at the word date, but he sat down anyway. "What should we talk about?" "Anything except work." She turned toward him, her knee brushing his thigh. "Tell me something I don't know about you." He took a sip of his drink, letting the burn of whiskey ease some of his tension. "I used to play guitar." "Really?" Her eyes lit up. "Why'd you stop?" "Too busy with work, I guess." He found himself relaxing into the conversation, his body unconsciously mirroring her open posture. "Haven't picked it up in years." "That's a shame. I bet you were good with those hands." The suggestive tone in her voice made his skin heat. He watched her lips curve into a knowing smile as she sipped her drink, and for once he didn't feel the need to maintain his usual professional distance. "You'd be surprised what these hands can do," he said, letting a hint of growl color his words. Her eyes widened slightly and he caught the spike in her pulse. "Well, well, look who's finally loosening up." Around them the bar hummed with energy, music thrumming through the floorboards, glasses clinking, and laughter floating through the hazy air. But for the first time since they had arrived, Dominic wasn't thinking about potential threats or surveillance. Instead, he found himself caught in the way the neon lights played across Tabitha's face, highlighting the mischief in her eyes. Tabitha suddenly grabbed his hand, sending a jolt of electricity up his arm. "Come on, let's play pool while we wait." His lion rumbled in approval at her touch, which only irritated him more. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Afraid I'll beat you?" She sashayed to the pool table, her hips swaying in a way that drew his gaze. "Or afraid you might actually have fun?" "Neither." He followed her, picking up a cue stick. "I happen to be excellent at pool." "Prove it." She bent over the table to break, giving him an enticing view that he absolutely shouldn't be noticing. The balls scattered across the felt with a satisfying crack. "Not bad," he said, circling the table to line up a shot. "For an amateur." "Oh," she leaned against her cue stick, watching as he sank two solids in quick succession. "Someone's cocky." "It's not cocky if it's true." He straightened, letting a hint of fang show in his smile. "Keep talking big, kitty cat." She slid past him, her body brushing his as she lined up her next shot. But actions speak louder than words. The game continued, their banter growing increasingly heated. Every time she passed him, she found a way to brush against him. His lion purred at the contact, urging him to pull her closer instead of letting her slip away. "You're shot," she purred, perching on the edge of the table. "You're in my way." "Am I?" She didn't move. "What are you going to do about it?" Before he could stop himself, he stepped between her legs, bracing his hands on either side of her hips. "I could think of a few things." Her breath hitched, pupils dilating. "Like what?" The heat between them crackled, and Dominic's mind reeled. When had this happened? When had his annoyance with her transformed into this electric attraction? She was everything he wasn't: wild, reckless, and free. She drove him crazy in all the wrong ways, and yet, a whispered conversation from the corner caught his attention. "This town's gone to the dogs, and worse, shifters and witches, running around like they own the place." "Soon enough," another voice replied. "We'll show them what happens when they get too comfortable." Dominic's lion fumed at the threat, but he kept his position, using Tabitha's body to shield his reaction. She'd heard it too. "Don't react," she whispered, her lips barely moving.
Chapter 12. Tabitha. "Don't react," Tabitha whispered, sliding off the table. Her body brushed against his as she moved, sending a shiver through her that wasn't from the conversation they'd overheard. "Where are they?" "3 of them. Corner booth." His voice was low and predatory. They abandoned their pool game, moving casually through the crowd. Tabitha fought back a wave of disappointment. She'd been having fun, actual genuine fun, with Dominic Blackmane of all people. Who would have thought? She snuck a glance at him as they walked. His jaw was set, shoulders back, every inch the powerful alpha male. But the way he'd been teasing her earlier, matching her wit for wit, showing her glimpses of the man behind the badge. "Damn it," she muttered to herself. This attraction was getting harder to ignore. Sure, she'd always known he was gorgeous. A girl would have to be blind not to notice those shoulders, or the way his uniform fit him just right. But this was different. This was dangerous. "What's wrong?" he murmured, his hand settling on her lower back as they navigated through a cluster of people. The touch sent heat racing through her body. Nothing. Just disappointed our game got interrupted. It wasn't entirely a lie. His lips quirked up slightly. "I never thought I'd hear you say you enjoyed spending time with me." "Don't let it go to your head," she shot back jokingly. Their eyes met and held for a moment, the air between them charging with something electric. The sound of shattered glass from a waitress dropping a drink nearby broke the moment. Tabitha kept following Dominic's lead through the crowded bar, his broad shoulders creating a path through the press of bodies. They slid into a booth close enough to observe their targets, but far enough not to draw attention. "Keep smiling," Dominic murmured, his knee brushing against hers under the table. "Act natural." "I always act natural." She picked up a drink menu, using it as cover while she watched the 3 men in the corner. "You're the one who looks like he's about to pounce." His lips twitched. "I do not." "Please, your inner lion is practically preening right now." He leaned closer, ostensibly to look at the menu with her. The warmth of his body sent little sparks of awareness dancing across her skin. "They're talking about some kind of job," he whispered, his breath tickling her ear. "Something big." Tabitha fought the urge to shiver. "Define big." "Not sure yet. They keep mentioning preparation and timing, but..." He tilted his head slightly, focusing his enhanced hearing. "These guys are definitely low level. They don't know the details themselves." A waitress approached their table. Tabitha ordered the first drink that came to mind, watching Dominic's face change as he continued listening to the hunters' conversation. "What now?" she asked once the waitress left. "They're worried about getting everything ready in time, but they won't say when in time is..." His jaw clenched in frustration. "At least we know they're planning something." She reached across the table and grabbed his hand, surprising them both. But they needed to look like a couple on a date, right? That was totally the only reason. Better than what we had this morning. His fingers intertwined with hers, warm and strong. True. But I don't like not knowing what they're planning. You don't like not being in control, period. The words came out softer than she'd intended, more teasing than mocking. His eyes met hers, intense and searching. Maybe you're right. The waitress returned with their drinks, breaking the moment. Tabitha pulled her hand back, telling herself she didn't miss the contact. She definitely didn't notice how his gaze lingered on her face. They're still talking, he said, but it's just complaints about their boss now. Nothing useful for right now. So we wait. He nodded. We wait. As the minutes dragged on, Tabitha watched the hunters through narrowed eyes, her fingers drumming an agitated pattern on the table surface. Her wild magic crackled beneath her skin, begging to be unleashed. One little hex won't hurt anyone. Well, except Bruce. That arrogant bastard deserved it after the way he'd treated her in the interrogation room, getting in her face, calling her worthless. The glass in front of her started to vibrate. She forced herself to take a deep breath, trying to rein in her power before it caused a scene. The last thing they needed was to blow their cover because she couldn't control her temper. A warm hand suddenly covered hers, stilling her restless fingers. Tabitha's heart skipped as Dominic's thumb traced a gentle circle on her wrist. The gesture was so unexpected, so intimate, that for a moment she forgot how to breathe. Your magic was starting to show, he murmured, leaning close. His breath tickled her ear, sending shivers through her. The air around you was sparking. I'm fine, she whispered back, but didn't pull away. His touch was grounding, helping her focus past the anger. Just thinking about Bruce and his new hunter friends. We'll stop them. His voice held that unwavering certainty she found annoying. Tonight, though, it was oddly comforting. She turned to look at him, surprised by the intensity in his green eyes. The dim bar lights caught the angles of his face, highlighting his strong jaw and the protective set of his shoulders. When had he started looking at her like that? Like she mattered to him? Since when are you so good at reading my moods? She asked, trying to deflect from how flustered she felt. His lips curved into a slight smile. I've been chasing you around town long enough to pick up a few things. Stalker, she teased. His thumb was still tracing patterns on her skin, and it was becoming very difficult to remember why she was supposed to find him irritating. Professional observer, he corrected. Suddenly Dominic's hand tightened around Tabitha's, his entire body going rigid. His enhanced hearing had picked up something that made his jaw clench, the muscle ticking under his skin. She watched his expression darken, those green eyes narrowing dangerously. What is it? She whispered, her heart beginning to race. They've got some kind of tracking device, he murmured, his voice barely audible. New tech that can identify paranormals. Tabitha's wild magic surged beneath her skin in response to her spike of fear. The air around them crackled with invisible energy, making the hair on her arms stand up. Please tell me you're joking. I wish I was. His thumb stroked across her knuckles. Whether to calm her or himself, she wasn't sure. They're talking about testing it right now. Oh, this was bad. This was very, very bad. Tabitha fought the urge to look over her shoulder at the hunters. Her and Dominic were sitting ducks, a witch and a lion shifter, practically gift-wrapped for them. If they turned that device this way. We need to move, she breathed, but her body felt frozen in place. The exit seemed miles away, and there were so many people between them and freedom. Dominic. I know. His voice was tight and controlled. She could see the predator in him now, coiled and ready to strike if necessary. But we can't draw attention. If we bolt, they'll definitely notice. The glasses on their table started to vibrate as her magic responded to her anxiety. Dominic's free hand covered both of hers, his touch warm and steady. Easy, he murmured. Your magic's showing again. Sorry, She took a shaky breath. It's just, not every day I get to be a lab rat for some paranormal hunting psychos. That earned her a small smile, though his eyes remained alert. I thought you lived for excitement. Funny, real funny. But his attempt at humor helped calm her racing thoughts. Got any brilliant sheriffly ideas for getting us out of here? Working on it. His enhanced hearing was clearly still focused on the hunters, his head tilted slightly. They're pulling the device out now. Tabitha's stomach dropped. She could feel the wild magic building inside her, ready to defend them both if needed. Dominic must have sensed it because his grip on her hands tightened. Don't, he warned softly. We're not there yet. Tabitha watched Dominic's eyes scan the room, his gaze moving with predatory precision from one exit to another. His hands enveloped hers completely, warm and steady against her trembling fingers. The wild magic inside her sparked and fizzed like champagne bubbles beneath her skin, demanding release. Stop thinking so loud, he murmured, his thumbs tracing circles on her palms. Your hair's starting to float. She huffed out a laugh, trying to focus on the sensation of his touch rather than the panic clawing at her chest. Sorry if the thought of being hunted down and probably tortured puts a damper on my mood control. His lips quirked up, but his eyes remained serious as they swept the room again. The movement brought his face closer to hers, close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his green eyes. Her breath caught in her throat. Tabitha, he said, his voice soft and deep. The sound of it sent shivers down her spine. Do you trust me? The question knocked her off balance. Did she trust Dominic Blackmane? Mr. By-the-Book himself? The man who'd given her more tickets than she could count? Who lectured her about responsibility every chance he got? But also the man who'd defended her against Bruce, who'd believed in her innocence when everyone else was ready to throw her to the wolves, who was sitting here now, holding her hands and trying to keep her safe and calm. She met his gaze, surprised by the intensity she found there. Yes. Something flickered across his face. Satisfaction, maybe, or relief. His fingers tightened around hers. Good, because I have a plan to get us out of here.
Chapter 13. Dominic. Dominic squeezed Tabitha's hand, his heart racing as he scanned the crowded bar. The hunter's conversation about tracking devices made his skin crawl. Every instinct screamed at him to protect not just himself, but Tabitha. Are you ready to hear my plan? He whispered, pulling her closer. The warmth of her body against his side steadied him, even as his inner lion bristled at the threat. Let me guess. Something boring and by the book? Tabitha's breath tickled his ear. Actually, he nodded toward the fire alarm on the wall. I'm thinking we break a few rules. Her blue eyes widened. You're really suggesting we break the law with a false fire alarm? Who are you and what have you done with the real Dominic? Desperate times. He guided them through the crowd, keeping his movements casual. Besides, I learned from the best troublemaker in town. I'm flattered. She pressed closer as they weaved between bodies. But what about all those lectures about proper conduct? Sometimes keeping people safe matters more than procedure. His fingers found the fire alarm. With one sharp pull, the shrieking alarm filled the bar. Chaos erupted instantly. Bodies pushed past them as people rushed for the exits. Through the pandemonium, Dominic spotted one of the hunters pulling out a sleek silver device. Time to move! He wrapped an arm around Tabitha's waist, shielding her with his body as they merged into the crowd. The hunters spread out, their devices glowing as they swept them over the fleeing patrons. Each time the device passed over someone supernatural, it emitted a high-pitched beep. Front door is blocked, Tabitha hissed, nodding toward the hunter stationed there. Back door it is. They changed direction, but Dominic's blood ran cold as he watched the hunters methodically working their way through the crowd, marking down every paranormal signature they detected. His lion prowled close to the surface, ready to fight if needed. Don't even think about it, Tabitha warned, reading his tension. We can't blow our cover. I hate running from this fight. Consider it a tactical retreat. She tugged his hand. Come on, hero. Let's live to fight another day. Dominic soon pushed through the back door of the bar, his arm protectively around Tabitha's waist. The alley's shadows did little to hide them from three other hunters, sweeping their devices back and forth like demented metal detectors. His lion's instincts kicked in. Protect, defend, and escape. Left, he whispered, guiding Tabitha behind a dumpster, just as one of the devices beeped. Purple sparks crackled from Tabitha's fingertips, her wild magic responding to her fear. I can take them, she muttered, but Dominic felt her trembling against him. Not today. He waited until the hunters passed, then pulled her toward the street. Your magic's unstable right now. They darted between shadows, freezing when another hunter appeared at the alley's entrance. Tabitha's magic flared again, making the street lamp above them flicker. Keys, Dominic demanded, holding out his hand once they reached her motorcycle. I'm driving. Like hell you are. But her hands shook as she tried to get the key in the ignition. Tabitha. He caught her wrist, his voice gentle but firm. Let me handle this. For once, she didn't argue. The sound of approaching footsteps and beeping devices probably helped. She pressed the keys into his palm and slid onto the back of her motorcycle. Dominic swung his leg over the bike, starting it in one smooth motion. His lion purred at having Tabitha's arms wrap around his waist, her chest pressed against his back. She fit perfectly against him, like she belonged there. Hold on tight, he murmured, feeling her nod against his shoulder. Her wild magic sparked between them, but instead of being dangerous, it felt like coming home. His lion stretched contentedly despite the danger, wanting to protect this fierce, beautiful witch who drove him crazy in the best and worst ways. The hunters' voices grew closer. Dominic's hands tightened on the handlebars as Tabitha's grip around his waist strengthened. Her breath was warm against his neck, making it hard to focus on anything but the feel of her against him. Ready when you are, Sheriff, she whispered, and he could hear the smile in her voice despite everything. Dominic gunned the motorcycle's engine, leaving the hunters and their devices far behind. The wind whipped through his hair as streetlights blurred past, Tabitha's arms wrapped securely around his waist. Her wild magic still crackled between them, matching the electric thrill running through his veins. His lion reveled in the freedom, in the raw power of the machine beneath him, and the warmth of Tabitha pressed against his back. The structured, rule-following sheriff in him tried to protest, but for once, Dominic didn't listen. You're a natural, Tabitha called over the wind, her laugh vibrating against his shoulder. Who knew the rigid sheriff had it in him? I'm full of surprises. He took a corner faster than necessary, grinning at her delighted gasp. Her fingers tightened on his leather jacket, and his lion practically purred. Instead of turning toward his house, Dominic headed for the coastal road. The moon hung low over the ocean, painting a silver path across the waves. Salt air filled his lungs as he opened up the throttle. Where are we going? Tabitha's breath tickled his ear. Does it matter? The words surprised him even as they left his mouth. But they felt right. Everything about this moment felt right. Her wild magic sparked again, this time wrapping around them both like a warm blanket. Seriously, who are you and what have you done with Dominic Blackmane? Maybe I'm tired of being predictable. He slowed the bike slightly, savoring the feel of her against him. Maybe I like the way this feels. The motorcycle or me? Her voice held a teasing note that made his heart race. Both. His honesty surprised him, but his lion approved. No more dancing around what they both felt. Tabitha's arms tightened around him, her cheek resting against his back. Neither spoke for several minutes, just enjoying the perfect moment of freedom and connection. We should probably head back soon, she finally said, though she didn't sound happy about it. Probably. Dominic didn't slow down. 5 more minutes? Make it 10. Her magic swirled playfully around them. I'm starting to think you might know how to have some fun after all. Dominic soon pulled into his driveway, the motorcycle's engine purring to a stop. The night air carried the scent of salt and lavender, mingling with Tabitha's unique fragrance of wild magic and jasmine. His lion basked in her closeness, reluctant to end the moment as her arms slowly unwound from his waist. Who knew you could actually ride? Tabitha's voice held a note of admiration that made his chest swell with pride. I told you I've ridden before. I just didn't mention how well. He swung his leg over the bike, missing her warmth immediately. His lion urged him to pull her close again, but he tamped down the instinct. Tabitha remained perched on the motorcycle, moonlight catching the purple strands of her hair. I might have to let you drive more often. Is that an invitation? The words slipped out before he could stop them. Maybe. Her smile turned playful. If you ask nicely. Dominic extended his hand to help her off the bike, his breath catching as her fingers slid against his palm. She stepped down but stumbled slightly, bringing her chest against his. His free hand automatically steadied her waist. The air crackled between them, her wild magic dancing across his skin like static electricity. Her blue eyes met his green ones, and for a moment, Dominic forgot how to breathe. His lion paced restlessly, wanting to claim this maddening woman who challenged him every step of the way. Reality crashed back as a car drove past, its headlights cutting through the moment. Dominic dropped her hand, clearing his throat. Those tracking devices the hunters were using, their sophisticated tech. Way to kill the mood, Sheriff. Tabitha crossed her arms, but her eyes still sparkled with amusement. I'm serious. He ran his fingers through his hair, trying to focus. That kind of equipment needs specialized facilities to produce. They must have a lab somewhere in town. Makes sense. Can't exactly order paranormal detection devices on Amazon Prime. I'll check the station records tomorrow, see if there are any suspicious warehouse rentals or industrial properties. His lion growled in protest at the thought of investigating without her. And what am I supposed to do while you play detective? She stepped closer, the scent of jasmine intensifying. Sit at home like a good girl? We both know you're incapable of that. The corner of his mouth twitched up despite himself. Tabitha turned and swung her right leg over her motorcycle. Dominic's lion wanted to pull her back, to keep her close, but he forced himself to step back. Text me when you get home safe. His voice came out more commanding than he intended, but his protective instincts were in overdrive. Oh, worried about me, Sheriff? She flashed that mischievous smile that always made his heart skip. Please just do it, Tabitha. He crossed his arms, trying to look stern despite the warmth spreading through his chest. Yes, sir. She gave him a mock salute before starting the engine. Dominic watched until her taillights disappeared around the corner, then headed inside. His house felt emptier than usual, the silence almost oppressive after the exhilarating night. He dropped onto his couch, phone in hand, and waited. His thoughts kept drifting to the feel of her pressed against his back as they rode along the coast, the way her wild magic had wrapped around them like a caress. She drove him wild in the best possible ways, breaking rules with that infectious smile, challenging him at every turn, yet showing glimpses of vulnerability that made his lion want to protect her fiercely. His phone finally buzzed in his hand. Home safe. You can stop pacing now. Dominic hadn't even realized he'd stood up at some point and was pacing. He smiled at how well she knew him already. Good. Sleep well, troublemaker. Sweet dreams, Sheriff Stick in the Mud. He soon fell asleep with her scent still lingering on him and a smile on his face.
Chapter 14. Tabitha. Tabitha dabbed her brush against the canvas in her living room. Her wild magic tingled at her fingertips as she tried to focus on the sunset she was painting. The colors kept bleeding together, though, refusing to cooperate, just like her thoughts about a certain sheriff. Her phone buzzed on the paint-splattered table beside her. When she saw Dominic's name, her heart did an annoying little skip. Good morning. Hope you're staying out of trouble. A smile tugged at her lips as she typed back, Me? Trouble? Never, unless you count mixing cerulean with crimson a crime. His response came quickly. Knowing you, even that's probably illegal somehow. Ha! Finally, a sense of humor. Who knew you had it in you, Sheriff? Tabitha set her phone down and tried to return to her painting, but memories of last night kept intruding. The way his hand had felt in hers, warm and strong. How his deep laugh had sent shivers through her entire body when they'd escaped the hunters on her motorcycle. This is ridiculous, she muttered. So what if he knows how to ride a motorcycle? And drives that sexy red Mustang? And has those intense green eyes that make me feel like... She stopped herself. Nope, not going there right now. Her phone buzzed again. Meet tomorrow to discuss leads? Tabitha bit her lip, remembering how he'd stepped in front of her protectively at the bar. The same man who'd lectured her countless times about speeding had risked his own safety to shield her. You're just attracted to the badge, she told herself firmly, and those shoulders, and that whole alpha male thing he does when he's being all commanding and damn it. She grabbed her phone. Sure thing, Sheriff, stick in the mud. Try not to miss me too much. His reply made her smile. I can't make any promises. And I prefer sheriff law and order. God help me, Tabitha sighed aloud, looking at her ruined painting. The neon sign of the hex cast a purple glow across Tabitha's face as she opened the heavy wooden door. The familiar scent of sage and whiskey wrapped around her, but even that couldn't quite shake the sheriff from her thoughts. Luna waved from their usual corner booth, her silver bangles catching the light. Over here! We ordered your usual. You're a lifesaver. Tabitha slid into the booth, immediately reaching for the waiting glass of whiskey. I needed this today. Mira leaned forward, her dark eyes sparkling. Spill. What's got you looking so distracted? Nothing. Tabitha took a long sip. Just artist's block. Bull, Luna said. You've got that look. What look? The same one you get when you're planning something reckless. Mira twirled her martini glass. Or someone. Tabitha's wild magic surged, making the lights above them flicker. Can we just play darts? At the dartboard, Tabitha tried to focus on the game, but her thoughts kept drifting to green eyes. She threw a dart, her magic making it curve perfectly into the bullseye. Show off, Luna laughed. Speaking of showing off, Mira said, I heard you were seen with a certain sheriff at the underground last night. Tabitha missed her next throw completely. It's not what you think. Oh? Luna's eyebrows shot up. Because I think you're totally into him. He's insufferable. Tabitha grabbed another dart, always lecturing about rules and proper conduct and, Mira prompted, and nothing. He's just... Tabitha struggled for words that wouldn't betray her growing attraction. He's Dominic freaking Blackmane. Who happens to be gorgeous, Luna added, and single, and totally not my type. The dart hit the wall instead of the board. I like wild and fun guys, remember? Not uptight sheriffs who probably color-code their closets. But even as she said it, she remembered how he'd loosened up at the bar, how his smile had made her stomach flip, how safe she'd felt with her arms around his waist on her motorcycle. Whatever you say, honey. Mira patted her shoulder. But your magic only acts up like this when you're lying to yourself. Tabitha looked up at the lights, which were indeed dancing in time with her heartbeat. I hate you both. The door of the hex swung open, bringing in a gust of summer air and Riley Chen, another witch from Tabitha's social circle. You guys won't believe what I did. Riley bounced over, her silver-streaked black hair dancing with static electricity. I enchanted all the stop signs on Oak Street to spin in circles. You should have seen the looks on people's faces. Luna and Mira laughed, but Tabitha's smile felt forced. Her mind drifted to Fred's account of the 3-car pile-up. She threw another dart, letting her magic guide it perfectly to the center. And then, Riley continued, stealing Mira's drink, I made the crosswalk signals play disco music instead of beeping. Total chaos. Classic, Luna high-fived her. Remember when Tabs here made all the parking meters dance the Macarena? Tabitha's wild magic flickered uneasily. That had been 3 months ago, before she'd seen real destruction up close, before she'd watched Dominic work tirelessly to keep people safe from actual threats. Earth to Tabitha? Riley waved a hand in front of her face. You're usually the first one planning the next prank. What gives? Just tired, Tabitha lied, collecting her darts. The weight of them felt different now, like everything else did since working with Dominic. Artist's block and all that. Well, I've got plans to turn the fountain in Town Square into a bubble bath tomorrow. You in? A month ago, Tabitha would have jumped at the chance. Now all she could think about was how someone might slip and fall, how emergency services would have to waste time cleaning it up, how Dominic would... She stopped that train of thought. When had she started measuring her actions against what the sheriff would think? I'll pass, Tabitha said, surprising herself. Got a project to work on. Riley pouted. Since when do you turn down fun for work? Since she'd seen what real danger looked like. Since she'd realized there was a difference between harmless rebellion and thoughtless chaos. Since a certain green-eyed sheriff had shown her what it meant to protect people instead of just amusing herself at their expense. Before long, Riley swayed on her bar stool, her fifth cocktail sloshing dangerously. You know who I really can't stand? That stuck-up Sheriff Blackmane? Tabitha's wild magic sizzled beneath her skin. She focused on her pool game, trying to ignore the sudden defensiveness rising in her chest. He's always strutting around like he owns the place, Riley continued, her words slurring. Acting like he's better than everyone else with his perfect posture and his perfect uniform. He's just doing his job, Tabitha said, her pool shot missing wide left. His job? Riley snorted. His job is being an uptight jerk. I bet he sleeps in that uniform. Probably irons his underwear, too. Luna and Mira exchanged worried glances as Tabitha's magic made her hair float slightly. You don't know him, Tabitha said quietly, surprising herself with how steady her voice remained. He's actually pretty decent when you get to know him. Oh, please. Riley's laugh turned nasty. He's nothing but a power-tripping lion with a badge, probably compensating for something. I heard he lives alone because no woman can stand being around such a control freak. Tabitha's next pool shot hit with such force that the ball flew off the table. She thought of Dominic's rare smile, how his eyes crinkled at the corners when he actually relaxed, how he'd trusted her judgment about the investigation despite their history. That's enough, Riley. What's wrong, Tabs? Don't tell me you're actually defending him right now? Riley's lip curled. He's probably got a whole collection of your speeding tickets he jerks off to. He's nothing but a pathetic, lonely... I said stop. Tabitha turned to face her friend. You don't know anything about him. He risks his life to protect this town. He's honorable and brave, and yeah, maybe he's a little rigid sometimes, but at least he stands for something. The silence that followed her outburst was broken only by the sound of Riley's glass hitting the table. Riley's face twisted into an ugly sneer. Oh, I get it now. You're just defending him because you're sucking him off to get out of those speeding tickets. What's the matter, Tabs? Don't want anyone to know you're the sheriff's little... Tabitha's fist connected with Riley's jaw before she could finish. Wild magic crackled through the air, making her purple hair float around her face. The satisfaction of shutting Riley up lasted exactly 2 seconds before a bolt of lightning shot past her ear. You want to talk trash? Tabitha deflected Riley's next magical attack with a shield of pure energy. At least I don't have to enchant stop signs to feel important. Riley's eyes blazed silver. Better than being the sheriff's pet witch. The thought of Dominic's concerned face when he'd protected her made Tabitha's magic surge. Tables flew across the room as the two witches clashed. Riley's controlled spells against Tabitha's wild magic sent sparks flying everywhere. Break it up, Luna shouted, throwing up a barrier between them. Tabitha's wild magic shattered it like glass. Take it back. Make me! Riley hurled a chair that Tabitha turned into butterflies. More witches rushed in to help contain them. Someone's binding spell wrapped around Tabitha's waist, but her magic burned through it instantly. The air crackled with competing energies as 7 different witches tried to separate them. You don't know anything about him. Tabitha's voice came out raw as she blocked another of Riley's attacks. Her magic reacted to her emotions, creating a whirlwind that scattered glasses and napkins everywhere. "He's 10 times the person you'll ever be. Ah, does little Tabitha have a crush on the big bad sheriff?" Riley taunted, dodging a burst of wild energy. The accusation hit too close to home, making Tabitha's magic spike dangerously. The lights in the hex exploded, showering them all in sparks. 3 more witches joined the fray, trying to contain the magical battle that was quickly destroying the bar. But Tabitha barely noticed them, too focused on wiping that smug look off Riley's face.
Chapter 15. Dominic. Dominic rubbed his tired eyes as he stared at the mountain of paperwork on his desk. The station had quieted down for the night, save for the occasional crackle of the radio and shuffling footsteps in the hallway. "Man, that was some fight at the hex," Officer Johnson's voice drifted through his open door. "Never seen wild magic go that crazy before." Dominic's head snapped up, his enhanced hearing picking up every word. "7 witches to break them up," Officer Martinez replied. "And that purple-haired one? She started it all over some stupid comment about—" Dominic was already out of his chair. "Martinez, Johnson, a word?" Both officers jumped, not realizing how close he'd gotten. The lion in him took a certain satisfaction in their startled expressions. "Sir?" Johnson straightened his uniform. "This fight at the hex. Details. Now." His voice came out as a low rumble. Martinez cleared her throat. "2 witches got into it, one with purple hair. You know the one, sir. And her friend. Started with words, ended with wild magic throwing furniture around. Of course it was Tabitha." His jaw clenched, just when he'd started thinking she might be more than just a troublemaker. What sparked it? From what witnesses said, the friend was trash-talking someone, and Moon didn't like it. Threw the first punch. Dominic's eyebrows shot up. Tabitha starting a bar fight over someone's honor? That was new. Did they bring them in? "Yes, sir, and the hex's owner wants to press charges for property damage." Dominic pinched the bridge of his nose. "Get me the incident report when it's ready." He stalked back to his office, his mind racing. What could have possibly gotten under Tabitha's skin enough to start throwing punches? She was reckless and wild, sure, but physical violence wasn't her style. Dominic tapped his fingers against his desk. The steady rhythm did nothing to calm the restless lion prowling beneath his skin. The incident report wasn't going to materialize any faster just because he wanted it to. His computer screen glowed in the dim office as he pulled up the booking information. "Damn it, Tabitha," he muttered, scanning the details. "Holding cell 3, property damage, assault with magical intent." His chair scraped loudly against the floor as he stood, his movements sharp with irritation. Or was it concern? He couldn't quite parse out which emotion was driving him more. "Taking my break," he called out to the front desk as he walked past. The night shift deputy merely nodded, used to the sheriff's odd hours. The holding cells were in the basement, and Dominic took the stairs 2 at a time. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the concrete walls. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, and each step fueled his disappointment. He'd really thought she was different. Their investigation had shown him a side of Tabitha he'd never seen before. Clever, determined, principled even. Now this? Starting bar fights like some common thug? "Getting soft in your old age, Blackmane," he growled to himself. The lion in him bristled at the suggestion. The holding cell area smelled of stale coffee and antiseptic. Officer Chen looked up from his crossword puzzle as Dominic approached the desk. "Everything quiet down here." "Quiet as a church mouse, sir." "Well, except for cell 3. She's been humming show tunes for the past hour." Of course she had. Dominic could just picture her, sprawled on the uncomfortable bench, deliberately trying to drive the officers crazy with her antics. The mental image shouldn't have made him want to smile, but somehow it did. "I'll take it from here, Chen. Go grab some coffee." The officer didn't need to be told twice, practically sprinting for the break room. Dominic squared his shoulders and headed down the row of cells, his boots clicking against the concrete floor. Her humming grew louder with each step. Dominic stopped outside Tabitha's holding cell and found her sprawled across the narrow bench. Her combat boot was propped against the wall as she hummed loudly what sounded like, "Don't rain on my parade." Her dark purple hair was mussed and her makeup slightly smudged, but she still managed to look impossibly alluring even in lockup. The lion in him stirred with interest before he ruthlessly tamped it down. Her humming cut out mid-note when she spotted him. The confidence drained from her posture, and she sat up quickly. Her hands began fidgeting in her lap as she stared at the floor. The sight of her subdued like this made his chest tighten uncomfortably. He inserted the key into the cell door and noticed how she wouldn't look up at him. The lock clicked open with a harsh sound that echoed through the concrete corridor. Dominic stepped back and held the cell door wide. "You're free to go. Looks like your friend decided not to press charges." Tabitha's shoulders hunched slightly as she slid off the bench. The usual spring in her step was missing as she shuffled past him, giving him a wide berth. Her wild magic, normally crackling around her like static electricity, felt muted and withdrawn. The silence between them stretched taut as they walked through the station. His enhanced hearing detected her slightly elevated heartbeat and the soft scuff of her boots against the linoleum. She smelled like cigarette smoke, cheap beer, and beneath it all, the distinctive ozone tang of her magic. They soon emerged into the cool night air. The streetlights cast pools of yellow across the empty parking lot. Tabitha paused at the bottom of the steps, her arms wrapped around herself like armor, still refusing to meet his eyes. Dominic's lion prowled restlessly beneath his skin as he watched Tabitha hunch her shoulders against the night air. The streetlights caught the purple strands of her hair, making them shimmer. "What were you thinking?" His voice finally came out, harder than intended, the lion's frustration bleeding through. "Using your wild magic in a bar fight, with everything that's going on." She kept her gaze fixed on the cracked pavement, her arms tightening around herself. The sight made his chest ache, but he pressed on. "The hunters are looking for any excuse to paint paranormals as dangerous, and you just gave them perfect ammunition by throwing magic around in public." He ran a hand through his dark hair in frustration. "Do you have any idea how this looks? What this could do to our investigation?" The warmth that had grown between them over the past few days felt like it was slipping away with each word. But damn it, she needed to understand the gravity of the situation. "And what if Bruce decides to add this to his evidence against you?" "Did you even think about that?" His voice rose slightly, the lion's protective instincts surging forward. Tabitha's head snapped up, her blue eyes blazing. "It was just a stupid bar fight. What I do with my magic and my life isn't any of your business, Sheriff." She spat the title like a curse. The words hit him like a physical blow. The lion in him recoiled, wounded by her sudden venom. They'd been working together, trusting each other. Clearly he'd thought wrong. His jaw clenched as he fought back the surge of hurt. The streetlight above them flickered, casting shadows across her face that made her look like a stranger. Gone was the woman who'd made him laugh on her motorcycle, who'd shown him how to loosen up at the bar. In her place stood the troublemaker he'd always known her to be. The silence stretched between them like a chasm, filled with all the things he wanted to say but couldn't find the words for. The lion inside Dominic roared with hurt and betrayal, transforming his pain into searing anger. His eyes flashed in the dim light as he took a step closer to Tabitha. "What was so damn important that you had to start throwing magic around? What could possibly justify that reckless behavior?" His voice thundered through the empty parking lot. Tabitha's shoulders hunched further, her wild magic crackling defensively around her like static electricity. She pressed her lips together, refusing to meet his gaze. Her silence only stoked his temper. The lion in him paced restlessly, wanting to shake answers out of her. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. You never think things through. You just act on impulse without considering the consequences." "Don't lecture me," she snapped, her eyes finally meeting his. "You have no idea." "No idea what?" "That you're thoughtless, reckless." Each word felt like acid on his tongue, but he couldn't stop. "You put everyone at risk tonight with your little temper tantrum." The air around Tabitha crackled with purple sparks as her magic fed off her rising anger. "You want to talk about temper tantrums? Look in the mirror, Sheriff." At least I know how to control myself, he growled, his lion pressing close to the surface. Unlike some people. That's it, Tabitha fumed. I'm done. Find someone else to help with your stupid investigation, because I quit. Something in Dominic's chest constricted painfully as she spun on her heel and stormed away. His lion roared in protest, urging him to chase after her and to fix this. Instead, he called out, "Fine by me. I don't need your help anyway." The words tasted bitter in his mouth as he watched her disappear into the darkness. The parking lot felt emptier than before, colder. The lion inside him paced restlessly, already missing her wild energy. He told himself it was better this way. She was too unpredictable and too chaotic for someone like him. So why did it feel like he just lost something irreplaceable?
Chapter 16. Dominic. Dominic crouched behind a rosebush the following afternoon. His lion's keen senses tracked Bruce's movements down the crowded street. The summer heat pressed down on him, making his dark shirt stick uncomfortably to his skin. He shifted his weight, adjusting his position, and caught himself listening for a sarcastic comment that wouldn't come. His jaw tightened. The space beside him felt too empty without Tabitha there. "Get it together," he muttered to himself, forcing his attention back to Bruce as the other sheriff ducked into a coffee shop. She made her choice. But his mind wandered back to their stakeouts together, how she'd whisper ridiculous observations about passers-by just to make him crack a smile, how she'd lean close, her wild magic crackling with mischief as she pointed out potential suspects. The lion in him rumbled with discontent. He missed her scent, that mix of jasmine and midnight air that always surrounded her. He missed the way she'd challenge him and push his buttons until he forgot to be so damn proper all the time. "She's a troublemaker," he reminded himself firmly, though the words lacked their usual conviction. "Always has been." Bruce emerged from the coffee shop, and Dominic followed at a careful distance. The streets were quieter without Tabitha's running commentary. Duller. Even his lion seemed to drag its feet, missing the thrill of their combined hunt. He caught his reflection in a store window, his shoulders tense, expression grim. She would have teased him about looking like he'd swallowed a lemon. Damn it! He ran his fingers through his dark hair in frustration. How had she gotten under his skin so thoroughly in just a week and a half? The answer came unwanted, because she'd shown him another way to live, because beneath all that chaos and rebellion, she had a fierce heart and sharp mind that matched his own. The lion in him paced restlessly, wanting to check on her, make sure she was okay after the fight. But she'd made it clear his concern wasn't welcome. "None of my business," he growled softly, echoing her words from last night. The memory still stung, sharper than he wanted to admit. Bruce's trail went cold as the sun dipped below the horizon. Dominic's lion prowled restlessly as he drove home, frustrated by another dead end. The familiar sight of his pristine house did nothing to lift his mood. He went through his evening routine with mechanical precision, shoes lined up by the door, badge and gun secured in the wall safe. Dinner, leftover chicken and vegetables, eaten while standing at his kitchen counter. The silence pressed in around him, broken only by the soft clink of his fork against the plate. "This is pathetic," he muttered, surveying his spotless kitchen. Everything had its place, organized with military precision, just like his life, just like his routine. His gaze drifted to the stack of case files he'd brought home. More work, always more work. When was the last time he'd done something just for himself? The thought sparked a memory. In his bedroom closet, behind his precisely arranged clothes, sat his old acoustic guitar. He hesitated, then pulled it out, running his fingers over the worn wood. "Been a while, old friend." The strings were dusty but still in tune. He settled onto his bed, the familiar weight comfortable against his chest. His fingers found the opening chords to "Dust in the Wind" without conscious thought. The melancholy tune filled his empty house, as memories of purple hair and challenging blue eyes danced through his mind. "Damn it, Tabitha," he growled softly, but his fingers kept playing. The lion in his chest rumbled in agreement. He missed her energy and the way she made him feel alive. Even their arguments had more spark than his entire week of mindless routine. The music shifted to something darker, reflecting the ache in his chest. He'd gotten so caught up in being the perfect sheriff, he'd forgotten how to be anything else. No wonder she thought he was boring. His phone buzzed with a work message, but for once he ignored it. Instead, he played another song, letting the music say what he couldn't admit out loud, that his ordered world felt empty without a certain troublemaking witch turning it upside down. Dominic soon propped his guitar against the nightstand instead of hiding it away again. The familiar weight of duty and responsibility pressed against his chest as he stretched out on his bed, but for once, he didn't immediately reach for his phone to check work messages. His lion stirred restlessly as memories of purple hair whipping in the wind filled his mind. The way Tabitha's laugh had carried over the roar of her motorcycle's engine, wild and free. His hands had gripped her waist, the leather of her jacket smooth beneath his palms. "At least she's never boring," he muttered into the darkness, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. He rolled onto his side and stared at the moonlight streaming through his window. The same moon Tabitha rode under, chasing that next rush of excitement. No endless paperwork, no political dance with fellow officers. Just the open road and whatever adventure called to her. His lion purred at the thought. They'd felt it too, that night on her bike, that pure, uncomplicated joy of movement and speed, the way the coastal air had tasted of salt and freedom. "Living in the moment," he mused, remembering how she'd teased him about always planning 3 steps ahead. Maybe she had a point. How long had it been since he'd done something just because it felt good? The memory of her pressed against him as they rode down the winding coastal road came unbidden. Her wild magic had crackled through the air like summer lightning, making his skin tingle where they touched. His lion stretched lazily, surprisingly content with these thoughts of their troublemaking witch. Usually they bristled at any hint of disorder in their carefully constructed world. But there was something about Tabitha that made chaos feel right. Sleep began to pull at him, and for once he didn't fight it with thoughts of tomorrow's duties. Instead, he let himself drift, imagining the wind in his hair and Tabitha's warmth against his back. His last conscious thought was that maybe being a little reckless wasn't such a bad thing after all. Dominic's lion bristled as Bruce's voice carried across the station's break room. The morning sun filtered through the windows, casting harsh shadows across Bruce's smug face as he held court with a group of officers. "That witch is nothing but trouble," Bruce sneered. "Getting into magical brawls at bars? She's practically confessing to those other incidents." The pen in Dominic's hand snapped, ink staining his fingers. His shoulders tensed as Bruce continued. "Typical witch behavior. They're all the same. Wild, dangerous, and no respect for authority or proper society. This Tabitha Moon is the worst of them." "Do you even know anything about Tabitha, Bruce?" Dominic's deep voice cut through the chatter. His chair scraped against the floor as he stood, his eyes flashing with barely contained anger. The lion demanded action. Bruce's lip curled. "Does it matter? It matters." Dominic stalked forward, his presence commanding attention. Officers scattered from his path like leaves in a storm. "Just like it matters that you're so quick to judge her without evidence. Just like it matters that you seem to have a problem with every paranormal in this town. Now listen here." "No, you listen." Dominic's voice dropped lower, dangerous. The air crackled with tension as he invaded Bruce's space. "You're a sheriff. Your job is to protect and serve everyone in this town, human and paranormal alike, not spread prejudice and half-baked theories." "Are you defending that troublemaker?" Bruce sputtered, his face reddening. "I'm defending justice, something you seem to have forgotten about." Dominic's lips curved into a predatory smile. And if I ever hear you spreading unfounded accusations again, we're going to have a much less pleasant conversation." The break room had gone silent, every eye fixed on the two sheriffs. Bruce's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water before he finally stormed off. Dominic's lion purred with satisfaction. For once, he hadn't held back or played nice. For once, he'd said exactly what he thought. Rules and proper behavior be damned. It felt good, really good. He turned to find Officer Chen staring at him with wide eyes. "Sir, I've never seen you—" "Sometimes rules of proper etiquette need to be broken," Dominic said, surprising himself with a small smile. "Even by me." Dominic's boots echoed through the quiet hallway as he made his way to his office. Once at his desk, he pulled up the incident report from the hex, scanning through the witness statements. His fingers froze over the keyboard as one particular testimony caught his eye. "The purple-haired witch got real mad when Riley started trash-talking Sheriff Blackmane," the statement read. "Said he was more honorable than any of us deserved, and to shut her mouth before she shut it for her." The lion rumbled with satisfaction and something warmer. She'd defended him, fought for him. His grip tightened on the mouse as he remembered how he'd lectured her afterward, too caught up between right and wrong to see what was right in front of him. "I'm an idiot," he muttered. Officer Martinez poked her head in. "Sir, did you say something?" "Just realizing I owe someone an apology." He stood up quickly. "Cancel my morning meetings." "But sir, the budget review can wait." His eyes flashed with determination. "Some things are more important than paperwork." The lion inside him was restless, eager to find their witch and make things right. Their witch. When had he started thinking of her that way? He grabbed his keys, a small smile playing on his lips as he thought about how fiercely she'd defended him. That was Tabitha, passionate, loyal, and completely unconcerned with proper conduct. "Time to break a few rules of my own," he murmured, heading for the door with purposeful strides. His lion approved, purring at the thought of seeing her again. Chapter 17. Tabitha. Sunlight streamed through Tabitha's living room windows. Her latest canvas featured dark, swirling storms of purple and black, a perfect reflection of her current mood. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," she muttered, dabbing angry strokes onto the canvas. Paint splattered onto her already stained overalls. Getting into a bar fight over him of all people. Her wild magic sparked around her fingertips, responding to her agitation. A nearby empty paint tube crumpled itself into a ball. "And now he probably thinks I'm just some out-of-control witch who can't keep her temper in check." She threw her brush down, leaving a streak of purple across her work table. Which, okay, maybe I am, but he didn't have to be such a jerk about it. Tabitha flopped onto her paint-splattered couch. The morning heat was already building, making her tank top stick to her skin. Her ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, doing little to help. "What am I supposed to do now?" she asked her half-finished painting. "Let Mr. Buy the Book handle everything while I sit here like a good little witch? Yeah, right." But the thought of trying to track down the hunters alone made her stomach twist. They had those devices now. Who knew what else they were capable of? And as much as she hated to admit it, Dominic was good at his job. Really good. Tabitha dragged herself to the kitchen, her bare feet padding across the cool tile floor. The coffee maker gurgled and sputtered as she poured herself a fresh cup, the rich aroma filling her nostrils. Back at her easel, she stared at the moody painting before her. The dark swirls of purple and black reflected her earlier anger, but now they just looked sad. Her wild magic sizzled softly around her fingers as she picked up a brush. "God, I'm such an idiot," she muttered, dabbing lighter shades into the darkness. He was just doing his job, being all Dominic-y about it. She smiled despite herself. Maybe I should apologize. She chewed her bottom lip, adding streaks of silver to break up the gloom in her painting. Though he'd probably just lecture me about proper apology protocol or something. The thought didn't annoy her like it usually would. Instead, she found herself missing his lectures, missing the way his jaw would clench when she deliberately pushed his buttons. What if he's done with me, though? The brush trembled slightly in her hand. I mean, I did tell him my life was none of his business. Her wild magic sparked in response to her anxiety, making her coffee cup rattle on its saucer. "Easy, girl," she whispered to her magic, taking deep breaths to calm herself. "We've screwed up bigger things than this." A sharp knock at her front door made her jump, splattering paint across her shirt. Her heart did a weird little flip-flop in her chest. "Coming," she called out, then immediately regretted it. What if it was Bruce? Or worse, what if it was Dominic coming to tell her he never wanted to work with her again? She glanced down at herself, paint-stained clothes, bare feet, and she was pretty sure there was purple paint in her hair. Great, just great. Another knock, more insistent this time. "Just a minute," Tabitha called, frantically trying to smooth down her hair while simultaneously searching for shoes. "Keep your pants on." Tabitha swung open her front door. Her heart skipped when she found Dominic filling her doorway. He looked imposing in his sheriff's uniform, his shoulders squared, and his jaw set in that determined way of his. Her wild magic tingled under her skin in response to his presence. "Can I help you, Sheriff?" She aimed for casual, but her voice came out softer than intended. "I owe you an apology." His green eyes met hers directly. "I shouldn't have come down so hard on you the other night." Tabitha crossed her arms, trying to ignore how good he smelled, like cedarwood and citrus. "That's unexpected." "I heard what the fight was really about." He took a step closer, his presence making her painfully aware of her paint-splattered appearance. "Someone was talking trash about me?" Heat crept up her neck. "Maybe." She shrugged, aiming for nonchalant. "She wouldn't shut up about you being this horrible person, and I just snapped." "You actually defended me?" His lips quirked up slightly. "Don't let it go to your head," she replied with a half-smile. "I just hate when people judge others without knowing them." "Like I judged you?" "Yeah, well," Tabitha sighed. "I'm sorry, too, for saying I wouldn't work with you anymore. I was angry and I want you back on this case," he cut her off, his voice carrying that commanding tone that probably worked wonders on his deputy. "If you're willing—" Her heart beat faster, but she forced herself to stay cool. "Miss me that much, Sheriff?" "Maybe I do." The intensity in his gaze made her breath catch in her throat. "Well," she stepped back from the doorway, "you might as well come in then. We've got hunters to catch." He hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside, his presence somehow making her cluttered living room feel smaller. Tabitha's wild magic hummed contentedly, happy to have him back in her orbit even if she wasn't ready to admit that to herself. "Just don't lecture me about the mess," she warned, closing the door behind him. "Wouldn't dream of it." His smile held a warmth she wasn't used to seeing. At least, not today anyways. Tabitha watched as Dominic moved through her cluttered living room with surprising grace. He paused at each canvas, studying them with an intensity that made her fidget with the hem of her paint-stained shirt. "This one's interesting," he said, stopping before a canvas dominated by swirling blues and silvers. "It looks like movement, frozen in time." "That's exactly what I was going for." Heat filled her cheeks at his accurate assessment. "It's about dancing in a thunderstorm." His eyes fixed on hers. "You dance in thunderstorms?" "Sometimes." She shrugged, trying to ignore how his gaze made her pulse quicken. "When my wild magic gets restless." He moved to another painting, this one featuring a phoenix rising from abstract flames. These are good, Tabitha. Really good. They used to sell better. The words slipped out. When Sarah and I had our gallery. Sarah? My former business partner. Tabitha's wild magic crackled softly around her fingers. We had this amazing little gallery downtown. But then we fought about, well, everything. My temper got the best of me, things got broken between us, and that was that. What happened? What always happens. She let out a bitter laugh. I lost control. Scared her off. Story of my life, really. I'm basically my own worst enemy. Dominic turned to face her, his broad shoulders blocking out the morning light from her windows. You shouldn't give up on this. Easy for you to say, Mr. Perfect Record. I mean it. He stepped closer, close enough that the smell of his cologne made her head spin. You've got real talent. The way you capture emotion in these pieces, it's raw, honest. Tabitha's heart stuttered. She tried to play it cool, but his words touched something deep inside her. Thanks, she managed, her voice coming out soft. That actually means a lot to me. His green eyes held hers, intense and unwavering. I'd buy one. You would not, she scoffed, but pleasure bloomed in her chest. Try me. His lips curved into that rare, genuine smile. Name your price. Tabitha felt a rush of warmth inside her. Maybe I'll give you one for free, she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. You know, as a thank you for not completely giving up on me after the bar fight. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions like that, Dominic said softly, touching her arm gently. I didn't realize you were just trying to defend me. Yeah, well, she looked away, trying to hide how his proximity affected her. Maybe we both need to work on our tempers, and actually talk things out instead of assuming the worst. Agreed. His eyes found hers with that intense focus that made her wild magic hum. Partners should be honest with each other. Partners? Her stomach did a small flip at the word. Professionally speaking, that is. He moved to examine her newest painting, the one with the storm clouds. And, speaking of being honest, I've been thinking more about those magical incidents. Tabitha perched on the arm of her couch, watching him study her work. What about them? The hunters are known for their advanced tech. He turned to face her, all business now. What if they used their equipment to simulate magical attacks? Make it look like someone with wild magic was responsible. And then pin it on me. The pieces clicked into place. That's why the woman in the photos looked like me. They planned this to make it look like a paranormal did it. Exactly. He stepped closer, his presence commanding. We need to find their lab. Whatever they're using to create these false magical signatures, it has to be nearby. And probably well hidden. Her wild magic sparked with excitement at the challenge. Between your detective skills and my magic, we might actually have a shot at this. Dominic's phone rang, cutting through their conversation about the hunters. His shoulders tensed as he checked the screen, and Tabitha could practically see him shifting back into sheriff mode. Blackmane, he answered, his voice dropping into that commanding tone that caused her wild magic to tingle. I'll be right there. He hung up and turned to her, his eyes intense. There's a situation at the station I need to handle. Duty calls? Tabitha leaned against her paint-splattered work table, trying to ignore how attractive he looked when he was all business. Always does. He moved toward the door with that predatory grace of his, then paused. I'm glad we're working together again. This time try not to punch anyone on my behalf. No promises, she grinned. After Dominic left, Tabitha stood in her doorway watching his retreating form. The morning sun caught his dark hair, and her chest tightened with an unfamiliar feeling. She closed the door and leaned against it with a smile on her face.
Chapter 18. Dominic. Dominic checked his watch, waiting for Tabitha to arrive at their usual meeting spot behind the hex. The afternoon air carried the scent of fresh-cut grass and her approaching motorcycle. His lion stirred at her familiar presence, something that happened more frequently these days. "Miss me?" she teased as she dismounted her motorcycle. "You're late." He crossed his arms, fighting a smile. "Bruce left the station 10 minutes ago." "Some of us have to look presentable." She adjusted her leather jacket with a wink. "Unlike certain workaholic sheriffs who wear the same button-down every day. I rotate between 3 shirts." "Living dangerously there, Sheriff." They fell into step together, trailing Bruce at a distance. Over the past weeks, this had become their routine, following leads, tracking suspects, and piecing together the hunter's plans. But somewhere along the way, the investigation had become secondary to simply being in her company. "They're planning something big," Dominic murmured as they watched Bruce meet with 2 other suspected hunters. "The way they keep circling the town square." "Agreed." Tabitha's shoulder brushed his as she leaned closer. The contact sent electricity through his skin. His lion purred with satisfaction at her nearness. 3 weeks ago, he might have stepped away. Now he found himself shifting closer, drawn to her warmth. "You know," she whispered, "for someone who used to lecture me about proper conduct and procedures, you're getting pretty good at this whole spy game." He turned to deliver a retort but found her face inches from his. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief and something else that made his pulse quicken. For a moment, he forgot about Bruce, the hunters, everything except the way her lips curved into that challenging smile. "We should," he cleared his throat. "We should follow them before we lose the trail." "Right." Was that disappointment in her voice? "Can't let them get away." As they resumed their surveillance, Dominic realized his perfectly ordered life had transformed into something unpredictable and exhilarating. And somehow, he couldn't bring himself to mind. Later that night, Dominic watched Tabitha scale another fence with practiced ease, his lion bristling at letting her go in alone. These past weeks of also investigating potential lab locations had taught him she was as skilled at breaking and entering as she was at driving him crazy. "You know," he whispered into his phone, "there are legal ways to do this." "Where's the fun in that?" Her voice crackled through the speaker. "Besides, your way takes forever. Permits, warrants, paperwork." His enhanced hearing detected her soft landing on the other side. Every muscle in his body tensed, ready to vault the fence if she needed backup. "Just be careful." The words came out more growly than intended. Worried about little old me?" "I'm worried about the massive property damage lawsuit when you get caught." Her laugh warmed something in his chest. "Please, I haven't been caught breaking and entering since I was 16. "That's not as reassuring as you think it is." Dominic paced the perimeter, scanning for any potential threats. His lion slinked beneath his skin, agitated at being separated from her. "Nothing suspicious here," Tabitha reported. "Unless you count the owner's taste in garden gnomes. Who needs 37 of them?" "Focus, Tabitha." "I am focused. Very focused on how creepy these things are. One of them just winked at me." Despite himself, Dominic chuckled. "Get out of there before someone calls the police." "You are the police." He heard her climbing back over, and moments later she dropped beside him with a flourish. The moonlight caught her purple hair, making it gleam. His fingers itched to run through those wild strands. "Another dead end." She bumped his shoulder playfully. "Guess we'll have to try your boring way next." "You mean the legal way?" "That's what I said. Boring." Their eyes met, and for a moment the air crackled between them. Dominic fought the urge to pull her close, to finally taste those smart-mouthed lips that had been tormenting him for weeks. Instead, he cleared his throat. "We should head back. Early start tomorrow." "Right," she muttered. "Can't keep justice waiting." As they walked to their vehicles, Dominic wondered when exactly this troublemaker had become essential to his peace of mind. His lion already knew the answer, but he wasn't ready to admit it yet. The following afternoon, Dominic stared at the scattered equipment on the lab table, his lion's enhanced senses picking up traces of chemicals and metal. The forensics team buzzed around him, muttering technical terms that meant nothing to his law enforcement background. His attention kept drifting to Tabitha, who poked at various devices with unconcealed curiosity. "Don't touch anything," he growled, catching her hand before it made contact with what looked like a modified radar screen. "Relax, Sheriff." She didn't pull away from his grip. "I know how to handle delicate equipment. Like you handled that security system at the last lab. We got in, didn't we?" Her smile hit him like a physical force. His lion rumbled with contentment at their continued contact, and he reluctantly released her hand. These days, every interaction with her felt charged with possibility. "Sheriff Blackmane?" The lead forensic tech approached, looking puzzled. "We've never seen anything quite like this. The components suggest some kind of tracking system, but it's been modified with—" She gestured helplessly at her tablet. "Well, we're not sure what—" "It's definitely Hunter Tech," Tabitha said, leaning over to study the readout. Her shoulder pressed against his chest, sending a jolt through his system. "See these markings? Classic paranormal detection circuitry." Dominic's eyebrows rose. "Since when are you an expert in Hunter technology?" "Since I started reading up on them after they tried to frame me." She shot him a look that was pure challenge. "Some of us do our homework." His lion preened at her competence. "Any idea what they're planning to track? Given the modification to the standard detection array?" She bit her lip in concentration, and it took all his willpower not to stare. "I'd say they're trying to catalog different types of paranormal signatures, like creating a database of who's what in town." The implications chilled him. That would let them target specific species. "Exactly." She straightened, and he immediately missed her warmth. "But they left in a hurry. 3 labs abandoned in 2 weeks? Something spooked them. Or they're getting ready to move." The protective instinct that had been growing stronger since they started working together surged forward. His lion wanted to shield her, shield everyone, from whatever the hunters were planning. Dominic's lion prowled under his skin as he walked Tabitha to her door, hyper-aware of her every movement. The setting sun cast long shadows across her face, highlighting those mischievous blue eyes that had begun haunting his dreams. "Want to come in?" She jingled her keys. "I've got some theories about those lab components." "Lead the way." Inside her house was organized chaos still. Canvases everywhere, spellbooks stacked on coffee tables, and the lingering scent of paint and magic that was uniquely Tabitha. She kicked off her boots and sprawled onto her couch, patting the space beside her. "So, Sheriff," she propped her feet on the coffee table. 3 abandoned labs in 2 weeks. Either they're running scared or preparing for something bigger. He settled next to her, closer than strictly necessary. The lion in him preened when she didn't move away. "My money's on bigger." Her fingers traced patterns in the air, purple sparks following the movement. "The tracking tech we found today? That's endgame stuff." "Agreed." He watched those sparks dance, mesmerized by her casual display of power. "They wouldn't leave that behind unless they already have what they need." She turned toward him, her knee brushing his thigh. "But what triggered the timeline?" The contact sent a jolt through his system. His lion urged him closer, drawn to her wild magic and fearless spirit. "Could be they spotted us watching Bruce." "Please," she rolled her eyes. "We're way too good for that to happen. We do make quite a team." "Careful there, Sheriff." She leaned in, her dark purple hair falling forward. "Almost sounds like you enjoy working with a troublemaker like me." His fingers itched to brush those strands back. "You're not as much trouble as I thought. And you're not as boring as I assumed." Her eyes sparkled. "Though you could still stand to live a little." "I live plenty," says the man who considers paperwork a hobby. He growled playfully, shifting closer. "I have other interests." "Oh!" Her breath hitched as their faces drew near. "Do tell." The air sizzled between them, thick with possibility and unspoken desires. His lion demanded he close that final distance, claim those tempting lips that had been driving him crazy for weeks. But before he could lean in, his phone vibrated against his hip, shattering the electric tension between them. His lion growled in frustration as he checked the screen. Connor's name flashed urgently. Duty calls again. Tabitha's voice held a hint of disappointment that made his inner beast preen. Unfortunately, he stood, already missing her warm body next to his. Go catch the bad guys, Sheriff. She walked him to the door. Don't miss me too much. His lion wanted to pull her into his arms, to finally taste those tempting lips, but duty won out. Stay out of trouble. Driving to the station, Dominic couldn't stop thinking about her. His lion paced, already eager to return to her. A month ago, these feelings would have terrified him. A sheriff falling for the town's most notorious troublemaker? It went against everything he thought he stood for. But now he understood there was more to life than rules and regulations. Tabitha had shown him that. His lion rumbled in agreement. She challenged him, pushed his boundaries, and made him question his rigid worldview. And somehow, instead of driving him absolutely crazy, it made him want her even more. You've got it bad, Sheriff, he muttered to himself, unable to suppress his smile as he pulled into the station parking lot.
Chapter 19. Tabitha. Tabitha walked beside Dominic through downtown Saltwater Grove, the streetlights casting a warm glow over the cobblestone sidewalks. The evening air carried the scent of fresh bread from the nearby bakery, mixing with the salty breeze from the coast. Her wild magic tingled, responding to his presence beside her. Dominic's powerful frame moved with casual grace, his shoulders back and head high as he scanned their surroundings. Even off duty, he carried himself like the alpha male he was, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. The sight of him in casual clothes instead of his uniform did funny things to her insides. His dark jeans and fitted shirt somehow made him even more appealing than the badge. "We should check that warehouse district again tomorrow," he said, his deep voice sending an involuntary shiver through her. Tabitha nodded, not trusting herself to speak. How had this happened? A month ago, she'd seen him as nothing but an annoyingly uptight sheriff who lived to ruin her day. Now her heart did backflips whenever he was near. A group of tourists passed them, and Dominic's hand brushed her lower back, guiding her around them. The casual touch sent sparks of awareness through her body. His protective instincts emerged so naturally, and damn if that wasn't attractive. She studied the way the streetlights caught the angles of his jaw, highlighting the subtle stubble there. The urge to reach out and touch his face was getting harder to resist with each passing day. Her wild magic responded to him too, reaching out like invisible tendrils whenever he was near. This was ridiculous. She was Tabitha Moon, free spirit, troublemaker, and the exact opposite of everything this man stood for. And yet here she was, melting inside because he'd remembered how she took her coffee this morning, because he'd actually laughed at her jokes today, because somehow working with him had become the highlight of her days. "Everything all right?" His voice rumbled with concern. She was so screwed. There was no point denying it anymore. She'd fallen hard for the most rule-following, duty-bound, frustratingly honorable man in Saltwater Grove. Tabitha glanced at Dominic as they walked. "Yeah, everything's fine. I'm just curious what you actually do for fun." Dominic's stride faltered slightly. "I read and watch the news." "That's not fun. That's homework," Tabitha said, her wild magic crackling with amusement. "Come on, there has to be something else." He shifted uncomfortably, his broad shoulders tensing. "Not really. I work a lot, and there's always paperwork to catch up on." "Oh my God, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard." Tabitha spun to face him, walking backward on the cobblestones. Her magic danced around her, responding to her mounting excitement. "That's it, we're doing something fun tonight, taking a break from all this hunter business." "No." His voice carried that firm, authoritative tone. "I'm not letting you drag me into one of your wild schemes." "Then you pick something," she challenged, enjoying the way his green eyes narrowed at her. "Show me what the mighty Sheriff Blackmane considers a good time." "Tabitha!" The warning in his voice only made her grin wider. "What's wrong? Afraid you can't handle a little fun?" She poked his chest playfully. "Or maybe you just don't know how." His jaw tightened, and she could practically see the lion shifter's pride bristling at the challenge. The streetlights caught the angles of his face, highlighting the determination settling there. God, he was gorgeous when he got all alpha male like this. "Fine," he growled, stepping closer. The heat from his body made her pulse quicken. "I'll show you what I consider a good time." Tabitha's heart did a tiny flutter at his proximity, but she kept her voice light and teasing. "This should be interesting. Just please, nothing involving paperwork." Tabitha's wild magic tingled with anticipation as Dominic led her to his house, his powerful stride purposeful. His classic red Mustang sat in his garage like a gleaming jewel, its chrome catching the moonlight. "Get in," he commanded, opening the passenger door. The leather seats creaked as she slid in, and she watched him perfectly fit his broad frame behind the wheel. The engine roared to life, and Tabitha's magic danced in response to the powerful rumble. They soon cruised along the coastal road, the salt air whipping through the open windows. The moon painted silver streaks across the dark water, and Tabitha found herself sneaking glances at Dominic's strong profile. "The lighthouse?" she asked, as they pulled into the parking lot of the historic salt spire. "I thought you were going to show me a good time, not give me a history lesson." His green eyes glinted with amusement. "Trust me." The ancient stone structure loomed above them, its beacon sweeping across the night sky. As they climbed the spiral staircase, Tabitha's wild magic reached out to touch the centuries of spells woven into the walls. "This place has some serious magical juice," she said, trailing her fingers along the stone. "It was built by witches," Dominic explained, his hand settling on her lower back as they reached the top. "They used their magic to guide ships safely to harbor." The observation deck offered a breathtaking view of the harbor, where dozens of boats dotted the water like floating constellations. The lighthouse beam swept over them in a steady rhythm, painting everything in brief moments of golden light. "Okay, I'll admit it," Tabitha said softly, leaning against the railing. "This is pretty amazing." Dominic stepped closer, his body heat warming her in the cool night air. "Sometimes the best moments aren't about being wild or breaking rules." His words touched something deep inside her. Here was the man who'd given her countless speeding tickets, showing her a different kind of thrill, one that made her heart race just as fast as any motorcycle ride. "Who knew you had a romantic side, Sheriff?" she teased, but her voice came out breathier than intended. "There's a lot you don't know about me," Dominic murmured, his eyes intense as they met hers. Tabitha's breath caught in her throat. The moonlight silvered his dark hair, and his green eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire that caused her wild magic to dance beneath her skin. Her heart thundered against her ribs as he stepped even closer, his broad frame blocking the cool sea breeze. The heat radiating from him made her dizzy with want. This quiet moment held more intensity than any midnight motorcycle race or magical duel ever had. Who would have thought standing still could feel so thrilling? When his lips met hers, soft and questioning, Tabitha's wild magic surged through her veins like lightning. His kiss was gentle at first, testing, exploring. But when she pressed closer, twining her fingers in his dark hair, something seemed to snap inside him. A low growl rumbled in his chest as he deepened the kiss, one hand sliding to her lower back while the other cupped her face. He tasted like midnight and promises, like everything she never knew she wanted. Her magic sparked between them, little bursts of energy that made him pull her even closer. "Careful," he murmured against her lips, but his voice held more heat than warning. "Your magic's showing." "Can't help it," she whispered back. "You make me lose control." His answering kiss was fierce and possessive, the lion in him clearly pleased by her admission. Tabitha melted into him, overwhelmed by the way his thumb traced circles on her back, the way his fingers tangled in her hair, the way he seemed to want her as desperately as she wanted him. When they finally stopped kissing, both breathing heavily, Tabitha couldn't help but laugh. "And here I thought that you didn't know how to have fun." "I just never found the right person to have fun with," he said, pressing his forehead to hers. Tabitha turned in Dominic's embrace, letting his strong arms encircle her waist as she settled back against his broad chest. The steady thrum of his heartbeat against her back matched the rhythm of the lighthouse beam sweeping across the harbor. Her wild magic hummed contentedly, weaving invisible patterns in the air around them. The boats below looked like fireflies dancing on the dark water, their lights swaying with the gentle waves. Salt air ruffled her purple hair, carrying the scent of the sea mixed with Dominic's distinctly masculine presence, cedar and something uniquely him that made her pulse quicken. "You know," she said softly, tilting her head back to rest against his shoulder, "I had all these wild plans for showing you how to have fun. Midnight motorcycle races, maybe a little breaking and entering." His chest rumbled with laughter. "And here I thought you were trying to reform." "Reform? Never. But this—" She gestured to the panoramic view before them. "This is perfect. Better than anything I could have dreamed up. Who knew the straight-laced sheriff had such slick moves?" His arms tightened possessively around her waist. "You bring it out in me. The adventurous side, the softer side, all of it." The drive home in his pristine Mustang felt too short. The leather seats creaked as she shifted closer to him, watching his strong hands on the steering wheel. The engine's purr couldn't quite drown out her thundering heart. When they pulled up to her house, Tabitha lingered in the passenger seat, reluctant to break the spell of the evening. Her wild magic reached out, wrapping invisible tendrils around him like it wanted to keep him close. "I should go in," she said, making no move to leave. "You should," he agreed, his eyes intense in the darkness. Finally, she forced herself to step out into the cool night air. At her front door, she turned back to see him watching her. Even in the dim light, she could see the possessive heat in his gaze. Once inside her house, Tabitha leaned against the closed door and let out a shaky breath. Her magic danced around her in happy little sparks, reflecting the joy bubbling up inside her. She was completely, utterly, head over heels in love with Dominic Blackmane. The thought should have terrified her, but instead it felt like coming home.
Chapter 20. Dominic. Dominic leaned back in his office chair, his fingers absently tracing his lips where Tabitha had kissed him last night. The memory sent a pleasant shiver through his body. Her wild magic had sparked intensely between them, making the moment even more electric. A stack of reports sat untouched on his desk. His thoughts kept drifting to dark purple hair and blue eyes instead of focusing on work. He'd never been this distracted before, and surprisingly, he didn't mind. "Sheriff?" Connor dropped a manila folder on his desk. "Forensics finally got back to us about that lab equipment." Dominic straightened, forcing himself to focus. "What did they find?" "The equipment traces back to Alina Quinn." Connor tapped the folder. "Known hunter sympathizer. Real tech genius." "Quinn?" Dominic flipped through the file, scanning the details. "I've heard that name before." "You would have. She's got quite the reputation for developing anti-paranormal technology. Real piece of work." Dominic's muscles tensed up as he read her history. The woman had a string of citations for hate crimes against paranormals, but always managed to slip away on technicalities. "There's more," Connor said. "Word is she shows up at the Midnight Underground once a month like clockwork, probably meeting with other hunters in the area." "The Midnight Underground?" Dominic's eyebrows rose. Suddenly, Connor's radio interrupted their conversation with an urgent request for backup. Dominic gestured sharply toward the door, and Connor hurried out of his office. Dominic picked up his phone, unable to stop the smile that suddenly spread across his face as he dialed Tabitha's number. She answered on the second ring. Miss me already, Sheriff? Her voice held that teasing lilt that used to drive him crazy. Now it just made his heart race. Always, he replied, still smiling. Then his expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. We got a lead. Ever heard of Alina Quinn? The tech guru who hates paranormals? Yeah, I know the name. Forensics traced the lab equipment to her, and apparently she's a regular at the Midnight Underground. Of course she is. Tabitha's tone darkened. That place lets anyone in if they've got enough cash, even hunters. You know it well? Well enough to know we should be careful. That place has eyes everywhere, and not the friendly kind. Dominic's protective instincts flared. We'll figure out a plan. Meet me later. Is that for the case or something else? He could hear her smile through the phone. Both. Heat crept up the back of his neck. Definitely both. Her laugh made his chest tight. Look at you, mixing business with pleasure. I must be a bad influence. The worst, he agreed, grinning like an idiot at his desk. But I wouldn't want it any other way. Dominic's phone buzzed against his hip as he finished writing up a traffic citation later that afternoon. Tabitha's name flashed across the screen, making his heart skip despite his best efforts to maintain his professional demeanor. Sheriff Blackmane, he answered, keeping his voice steady, even as his pulse quickened. Don't be so formal, Tabitha teased. I've got good news and slightly illegal news. His lion stirred, both frustrated and intrigued. Start with the good news. I know how to get us into the Midnight Underground. The slightly illegal part is that we'll need some creative documentation. Dominic shook his head, fighting a smile. I don't want to know where you're getting these IDs from, do I? Plausible deniability, Sheriff. Her laugh sent warmth spreading through his chest. But they'll get us past security without dropping a small fortune. Meet me at my place tonight? The words came out quickly, more intimate than he'd intended. Why, Sheriff, are you propositioning me? For the investigation, he clarified, though his body hummed at the suggestion in her voice. Though I wouldn't be opposed to. To what? He could hear her smile. You're impossible, he growled, but there was no heat in it. You like it? She paused. I'll be there at 8. Try not to arrest me when you see the IDs. No promises, but they both knew he wouldn't. Something had shifted between them, turning their antagonistic relationship into something charged with possibility. After hanging up, Dominic sat in his squad car, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. His lion paced, drawn to Tabitha's wild magic and even wilder spirit. A month ago, he would have been appalled at the idea of using fake IDs. Now he found himself almost looking forward to whatever scheme she had planned. He checked his watch. 5 hours until she'd show up at his door. 5 hours to get his head straight and remember they had a job to do. But even as he tried to focus on the case, all he could think about was the way her eyes sparkled when she smiled at him, and how much he couldn't wait to see that smile again. Dominic adjusted his collar one final time in the mirror, leaving the top few buttons of his crisp white shirt undone. His dark slacks and polished dress shoes completed the look, refined yet relaxed enough for a high-end club. His lion stalked beneath his skin, already anticipating the evening ahead. The knock at his door came precisely at 8. When he opened it, his jaw dropped. Tabitha stood there in a black cocktail dress that hugged every curve of her body like a second skin. The neckline dipped low enough to make his mouth go dry, and her purple hair cascaded over one bare shoulder in elegant waves. See something you like, Sheriff? Her blue eyes sparkled. You look... His voice came out breathier than intended. Stunning. A light blush colored her cheeks as she stepped past him into his home. The scent of her perfume mixed with her natural magic made his head spin. You clean up pretty well yourself. He caught her hand before she could move further away. These IDs better be good. Please. She pressed against him, sliding the fake cards into his front pocket. Have a little faith. The drive to the Midnight Underground was torture, with Tabitha's dress riding up her thighs every time she shifted in her seat. Dominic's lion wanted nothing more than to pull over and show her exactly what she was doing to him, but he forced himself to focus on the road. The club's entrance was guarded by 2 large bouncers checking IDs. Dominic's arm slid possessively around Tabitha's waist as they approached. To his relief, the guards barely glanced at their cards before waving them through. Inside, the club pulsed with expensive lighting and even more expensive clientele. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow patterns across the dance floor, while private booths lined the walls, shrouded in shadow. "We should split up," Tabitha whispered, her lips brushing his ear. "Cover more ground." His grip tightened on her waist. "We stick together." The thought of her wandering alone in a club full of hunter sympathizers made his protective instincts spike. She turned in his arms, pressing her body flush against his. "Then dance with me. We'll look suspicious just standing here." Dominic's lion purred as Tabitha soon pressed against him on the dance floor, her body moving sinuously to the pulsing beat. Her hands slid up his chest, her fingers playing with the open collar of his shirt. "You're supposed to be watching for Quinn," he growled softly, even as his hands tightened on her hips. "I am," she smiled up at him, those blue eyes sparkling with mischief. "But we need to blend in. Besides ... Her fingers traced patterns on his chest. "You're not exactly complaining." His response died in his throat as she rolled her hips against his. The lion in him wanted to claim her right there on the dance floor. Instead, he pulled her closer, one hand sliding up her back. "You're playing with fire, witch?" "Maybe I like getting burned." Before he could respond, Tabitha stiffened in his arms. "There, by the VIP section." Dominic turned them smoothly, keeping their dance going as he spotted Alina Quinn heading toward a private room. Two burly guards flanked the door. "I've got this," Tabitha whispered. She flicked her fingers, and suddenly the guards' phones started ringing simultaneously. As they fumbled with their devices, Dominic and Tabitha slipped past them into the darkened hallway. They pressed into an alcove's shadows as Quinn entered a room at the end of the hall. Dominic's enhanced hearing picked up multiple voices inside. When the door opened again briefly, he recognized four faces, all high-ranking hunters. "No Roy or Bruce," he murmured against Tabitha's ear. She shivered at his proximity, and his lion hummed in satisfaction. "Focus," she breathed, but her hand found his in the darkness. He squeezed her fingers, marveling at how natural it felt to hold her hand now. Dominic's heightened hearing picked up every word through the door as Quinn's clinical voice described her latest weapons. His lion bristled, fighting the urge to burst in and stop this immediately. Only Tabitha's warm presence against him in the alcove kept him grounded. The HF-1000 emits frequencies specifically calibrated to a shifter's enhanced hearing, Quinn explained. Even in human form, the discomfort is significant. Dominic's jaw clenched. Next to him, Tabitha's fingers tightened around his. "But this," Quinn continued, "is my masterpiece." The magic disruptor interferes with a witch's connection to their power. The results are quite spectacular. The sound of metal sliding against metal made Dominic tense. And for the more resistant specimens, the X-Taser, 10,000 volts, specifically modulated to penetrate supernatural defenses. His lion roared inside him, demanding action, but years of discipline kept him still. They needed more information. "However," Quinn's voice took on a prideful edge, "my crowning achievement is this." A soft beeping filled the air. The P-Tracker Mark II, range of 50 feet, accurate to within inches. In fact, the door suddenly flew open. Quinn stood there, a sleek silver device in her hand pointed directly at them. Its display pulsed with two bright dots, one gold, one purple. "Well," Quinn's lips curved into a cold smile, "what do we have here?"
Chapter 21. Tabitha. The silver tracking device's display pulsed rhythmically and cast an eerie glow across Quinn's calculating features. Tabitha's heart thundered erratically in her chest, the silky fabric of her black cocktail dress suddenly feeling too tight. The device's screen showed two distinct dots, one shimmering gold that had to be Dominic's lion shifter signature, and a vibrant purple that matched her wild magic. Tabitha exchanged a quick glance with Dominic. His jaw was set, his green eyes blazing with that righteous fire she'd come to admire. Even caught red-handed, he radiated authority in his crisp white button-up and tailored black dress pants. "No point hiding now," Tabitha muttered, stepping out from the alcove. Her heels clicked against the hardwood floor as she emerged into the private hallway. The music from the club thumped distantly through the walls, an oddly fitting backdrop to this confrontation. Dominic moved beside her, his presence solid and reassuring. "Dr. Quinn, you and your associates are under arrest for illegal weapons manufacturing and conspiracy against the paranormal citizens of Saltwater Grove." His voice carried that familiar, commanding tone. Quinn's laughter echoed through the hallway, joined by chuckles from the 4 other hunters emerging from the meeting room. "Oh, that's rich. The sheriff and his little witch think they're leaving here alive." "Your devices won't work on us," Tabitha said, though her stomach churned at the array of weapons laid out on the table behind Quinn. She could feel her wild magic surging beneath her skin, ready to burst free. "You sure about that, witch?" Quinn adjusted something on her device. The purple dot on the screen pulsed faster. "We've studied your kind extensively. Every strength, every weakness." "Then you know how dangerous it is to corner us," Dominic growled, and Tabitha felt the heat radiating off him as his lion stirred close to the surface. Quinn's smile never wavered. "Corner you? Sheriff, we've been waiting for you. Both of you. Who do you think made sure you found those abandoned labs?" Tabitha's blood ran cold. All this time they'd been playing right into the hunter's hands. But as she felt Dominic inch closer to her, his shoulder brushing against hers, she knew they weren't going down without one hell of a fight. Tabitha's wild magic rushed through her veins as Quinn raised her tracking device like a weapon. The other hunters grabbed their gear, spreading out in the hallway. "Ready to dance, Sheriff?" Tabitha called to Dominic, her hands already glowing with purple energy. A deep growl rumbled beside her as Dominic's form rippled and changed. His dress shirt stretched and tore as golden fur erupted across his skin. Where the rigid sheriff had stood moments before, a massive lion now crouched, muscles coiled and ready to spring. "Cute party trick," Quinn sneered, pressing a button on her device. The air filled with electricity. Tabitha's magic spiked wildly, nearly slipping her control. She gritted her teeth, forcing it back into shape. "That the best you've got?" 2 hunters charged forward with stun batons. Tabitha flung out her hands, purple energy wrapping around one hunter and sending him flying into the wall. The other swung at her head, but Dominic's massive form intercepted, batting the hunter aside with one enormous paw. "Show off!" Tabitha smirked, ducking under a blast from Quinn's weapon. Her wild magic responded to her excitement, pulsing in time with her racing heart. A high-pitched whine filled the air. Dominic's ears flattened against his skull, but he didn't back down. He lunged at the hunter wielding the sonic device, his powerful jaws clamping down on the man's arm. The device clattered to the floor. "Behind you!" Tabitha called. She spun, throwing up a magical shield just as another hunter fired his stun gun. The blast ricocheted off her barrier, taking out a chunk of wall instead. Dominic's lion form pressed against her back, warm and solid. His tail brushed her leg as he faced off against Quinn and the remaining hunters. Even in animal form, she could feel his protective intensity radiating off him. "We make a pretty good team," Tabitha said, magic dancing between her fingers, "though I still think you need to loosen up more." Dominic's answering growl somehow managed to sound both exasperated and fond. Quinn raised her tracking device again, adjusting some dial. "Let's see how well you work together when your magic goes haywire, witch." The device pulsed. Tabitha's wild magic surged, but instead of fighting it, she let it flow naturally. To her surprise, it seemed to resonate with Dominic's presence beside her, growing stronger rather than more chaotic. "Impossible," Quinn muttered, as Tabitha's purple energy swirled around both her and Dominic, creating a protective dome. "Guess you didn't study us quite as well as you thought," Tabitha smirked, gathering more power. "Ready for round 2, handsome?" Tabitha's wild magic charged through her veins as she watched Dominic's massive lion form tackle another hunter to the ground. His muscles rippled under golden fur as he pinned the man down with his massive paws. The sight of him in action sent shivers down her spine. "Damn, Sheriff! Where have you been hiding those moves?" she called out, purple energy frizzling around her fingers. Her magic seemed drawn to him, reaching out to wrap protectively around his form even as she dealt with her own opponents. The remaining hunters tried to circle them, but Tabitha felt stronger with Dominic at her back. Her wild magic, usually so chaotic, flowed smoothly when he was near. She couldn't help remembering how good he'd looked earlier in that crisp, white shirt, all clean lines and controlled power. Now that control had given way to raw strength, and she found both equally appealing. Quinn aimed her device again, but Tabitha was ready. Her magic lashed out, knocking the tracking device from Quinn's hands. It shattered against the wall in a shower of sparks. "Not so tough without your toys, are you?" Tabitha smirked, gathering more power. The purple energy swirled around her and Dominic in a protective wave, their combined strength making it impenetrable. Dominic's answering roar shook the walls as he launched himself at two hunters trying to flank them. His powerful jaws clamped down on one hunter's weapon, while his tail swept the other's feet out from under him. The casual display of strength had Tabitha's heart racing. "Impressive," she muttered, but couldn't hide her grin. Who knew the stringent sheriff could be such a savage? With one final surge of combined power, they took down the remaining hunters. Tabitha used her magic to bind them all securely, while Dominic shifted back to human form. His shirt hung in tatters from his broad shoulders, giving her an excellent view of his muscled chest. She tried not to stare too obviously. "Like what you see?" he asked, catching her looking. His voice was rough from the shift, and a knowing smirk played on his lips. "Possibly," Tabitha replied, her magic still tingling pleasantly wherever it touched him. "Though I have to say, your lion form is pretty impressive, too." He pulled out his phone to call for backup, and Tabitha definitely didn't watch the way his muscles flexed as he moved. Much. Tabitha kept her magic wrapped around the hunters like glowing purple chains while they waited for backup. The distant thrum of club music vibrated through the walls of the private hallway, creating an oddly festive backdrop to their captives' sullen faces. Quinn, in particular, looked ready to spit nails, which only made Tabitha's smile wider. "Your magic seems particularly responsive tonight," Dominic observed, his voice still laced with that delicious post-shift growl. "Must be the company," she quipped, letting her gaze deliberately trail over his exposed chest. "Though I must say, this is a much better look than your usual buttoned-up sheriff style." He shot her a look that was half exasperation, half heat. Focus on keeping them contained. "Oh, please, I could do this in my sleep." Her wild magic pulsed in agreement, wrapping tighter around the hunters when one tried to squirm free. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hall as Connor and several other officers finally arrived. Tabitha bit back a groan when she spotted the spare uniform shirt in Connor's hands. "Brought you a replacement, Sheriff," Connor called out, tossing the shirt to Dominic. "Spoil sport," Tabitha muttered under her breath, earning a deep chuckle from Dominic as he shrugged into the fresh shirt. They gave their statements while the officers processed the scene, detailing everything they'd overheard about the weapons and Quinn's involvement. Tabitha kept her magic active until each hunter was properly cuffed and their weapons secured as evidence. "Good work tonight," Dominic said as they watched Quinn being led away. His presence beside her radiated warmth and authority. "Want to grab a drink and celebrate bringing down some bad guys?" she suggested with a mischievous glint in her eye. "I promise to behave, mostly." "How about back at my place?" He smiled, and Tabitha's heart skipped. The engine of Dominic's classic Mustang purred as they cruised through the empty streets. Tabitha's wild magic still tingled, making the sequins on her black dress shimmer with residual purple energy. The leather seat was cool against her bare shoulders, and Dominic's body beside her radiated that delicious post-fight heat. "Did you feel it too?" His eyes flickered to her briefly. "The way our energies connected? Like nothing I've ever experienced." Tabitha shifted in her seat to face him better. "My wild magic usually fights everything, but with you it just flowed. You're pretty incredible, you know that?" His voice dropped lower, sending shivers down her spine. "And absolutely gorgeous in that dress." Heat bloomed in Tabitha's chest. She'd never seen this side of the usually rigid sheriff. All raw power and unguarded compliments. It was intoxicating. "You're not so bad yourself, Sheriff." She trailed her finger appreciatively over his broad shoulders. "Especially when you let that lion out to play." The engine revved as Dominic accelerated, and Tabitha couldn't help but grin at his response. Who knew the lawman could be so primal? Chapter 22. Tabitha. Dominic's Mustang rumbled into the garage, the engine's growl echoing off the walls before he cut the ignition. The sudden silence felt heavy, charged, like the air before a storm. Tabitha's heart thudded in her chest, her wild magic still buzzing beneath her skin from the night's chaos and the lingering thrill of Dominic's proximity. She turned to him, her blue eyes locking with his intense green gaze. Something in his expression made her breath catch, something raw, hungry, and entirely unguarded. "You look incredible in that dress," he murmured, his voice low and rough. His hand reached out, cupping her face, and the warmth of his touch sent a shiver down her spine. "Watching you tonight, how fierce you were, how powerful, it really turned me on." Before she could respond, he leaned in, his lips capturing hers in a kiss that was all fire and urgency. Tabitha melted into it, her hands instinctively tangling in his dark hair. He tasted like adrenaline and the faintest hint of whiskey, and she couldn't get enough. His other hand slid up her thigh, the heat of his palm searing through the fabric of her dress. She let out a breathy laugh against his lips, pulling back just enough to tease him. "Sheriff Blackmane, are you breaking your own rules right now?" she purred, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. He growled, nipping at her bottom lip. "You're the only thing I care about right now." Tabitha giggled, the sound bubbling up from deep in her chest. She hadn't expected this side of him, this fierce, unrestrained version of the usually buttoned-up sheriff. It was intoxicating. His hands moved to her waist, pulling her closer, and she gasped as her body pressed against his. The leather seat creaked beneath them, the car suddenly feeling far too small. "We should take this inside," he breathed against her ear, his voice sending a fresh wave of heat through her. She nodded, her fingers fumbling for the door handle. "Lead the way, Sheriff." They stumbled out of the car, their hands all over each other, their lips meeting again and again as Dominic guided her toward the house. The cool night air did nothing to temper the fire between them. Her dress clung to her as his hands roamed her body, and she could feel the hard lines of his muscles beneath his uniform shirt. Her wild magic seemed to spark in response to his touch, leaving faint purple trails where her fingers brushed his skin. "You're going to ruin this dress," she teased breathlessly, breaking away from his lips for a moment as they crossed the threshold into his house. "It's already ruined from the fight," he muttered, meeting her lips again, his hand sliding up her sides. "Whoa, hold your horses!" The spice in this chapter is reaching this platform's limits, so we're going to have to take a breather. But don't worry, the naughty content is still available to you in the unabridged version of this audiobook on millytadenbooks.com. Use code RODEO 30 for 30% off any digital product. Tabitha rested her forehead against his, her breathing just as ragged. She could feel his heart pounding against her chest, and she couldn't help but smile. "Wow," she whispered, her voice trembling with both laughter and satisfaction. "That was something else." Dominic chuckled, low and deep, his hand still gripping her hips. "You're something else," he murmured, his green eyes locking on hers. She laughed again, a light, carefree sound that filled the room. "And I thought you were just a stick in the mud." He growled playfully, nipping at her bottom lip. "You bring out the wild in me." Tabitha grinned, her blue eyes sparkling. Tabitha's legs trembled as she lifted herself off Dominic, her wild magic still sparking purple trails in the air. His strong hands steadied her hips, helping her move. The leather couch creaked beneath them as he stood, pulling her close against his chest. His eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "That was the most magical moment of my life," he murmured, his voice rough with emotion. His fingers traced her jaw before he leaned in, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. Her heart soared. She'd felt it too, that indescribable connection that went beyond just physical pleasure. She had never felt that way with anyone else. He suddenly scooped her up in his arms, and she let out a surprised laugh as he carried her down the hallway. His bedroom was surprisingly cozy, with dark wood furniture and soft gray bedding. He laid her down gently on the bed, following her down and pulling her close. His warmth enveloped her as she curled into his side, her head resting on his chest where she could hear his steady heartbeat. As sleep began to pull at her consciousness, she realized she'd never felt so safe as she did right now in his arms.
Chapter 23. Dominic. Dominic woke to sunlight streaming through his bedroom window. The first thing he noticed was Tabitha's scent, wild magic and jasmine, surrounding him. His body tensed as memories from last night flooded back. Her lips on his, her soft skin under his hands, the way she'd cried out with pleasure. He turned his head to look at her sleeping form. Her purple hair fanned across his pillow, her face peaceful in sleep. His chest tightened at how right she looked there. Last night was incredible. The way they'd worked together to take down the hunters, how naturally they'd fallen into sync both during the fight and after. He couldn't deny his feelings for her. She challenged him, excited him, and made him feel alive in ways he'd forgotten were possible. But the responsible part of his brain kicked in. He was the sheriff. He should have shown more restraint, taken things slower, done this properly. "You're overthinking again," he whispered to himself. "Like always." His lion prowled restlessly inside him, wanting to curl back around her warm body and keep her close. The animal part of him had already decided she was his after claiming her last night. But the human side needed time to process, to figure out if he could balance his duty as sheriff with these mounting feelings for her. Carefully, he slipped out of bed and pulled on clothes. At his home desk, he quickly scrawled a note. "Had to head into work early. Didn't want to wake you. D double quote." He stared at the paper, wanting to write more but unsure what to say. In the end, he left it simple. He paused at the bedroom door, looking back at her sleeping form. The morning light painted her skin golden, and his lion purred at the sight. She was beautiful, wild, and completely unsuitable for someone like him. And yet... "What are you doing to me, Tabitha?" he whispered, before quietly closing the door behind him. The morning air hit his face as he stepped outside, and he took a deep breath to clear his head. He drove to the station in a daze, his lion's heightened senses still picking up traces of Tabitha's scent on his skin. The morning traffic crawled by as his mind kept drifting back to purple hair spread across his pillow. At his desk, he attacked the paperwork from last night's hunter's arrest with fierce determination. Forms needed filing, evidence needed cataloging, and statements needed recording. But every time he tried to focus, memories of Tabitha's laugh, her touch, the way she'd looked at him with those mischievous blue eyes, kept interrupting his concentration. "Get it together," he muttered, shuffling papers more forcefully than necessary. By lunch, he'd made minimal progress on his work. Frustrated with himself, he headed out to grab something to eat, hoping fresh air might clear his head. The sidewalk was busy with the usual lunch crowd when rough hands suddenly grabbed him and yanked him into an alley. His lion surged forward instantly, his muscles tensing for a fight. He spun, his fist already swinging, only to pull back when he recognized Bruce's face. "What the hell?" Dominic growled, his voice carrying the lion's rumble. "Official police business," Bruce said, producing handcuffs. "You're under arrest." "This is ridiculous." Dominic's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Whatever game you're playing—" "Turn around," Bruce ordered, cutting him off. The lion in Dominic wanted to resist, to show this upstart exactly who he was dealing with. But years of respecting procedure won out. He turned, letting Bruce cuff him while keeping his muscles coiled tight, ready to act if needed. The metal clicked cold against his wrists. His lion prowled restlessly, not liking being restrained. The beast wanted to break free to remind Bruce exactly who the alpha was in this town. But Dominic held it in check for now. "Care to explain what this is about?" Dominic's voice was deceptively calm. "All in good time, Sheriff." Bruce's tone dripped with satisfaction as he gripped Dominic's arm. "All in good time." Bruce soon marched Dominic through the station's main floor, making sure every officer saw their sheriff in handcuffs. Dominic's lion seethed at the show of dominance, but he kept his expression neutral. Inside, though, his predator nature simmered with barely contained rage. "Conference room is that way," Dominic said as Bruce steered him toward interrogation. "If you want an audience, you might as well go all in." "Shut up." Bruce shoved him into the cramped interrogation room. The metal chair scraped against linoleum as Bruce pushed him into it. Dominic's wrists ached from the too tight cuffs, but he refused to show discomfort. His lion wanted to break free and put Bruce in his place, but years of control kept the animal in check right now. "Going to tell me what this circus is about?" Dominic's tone held a dangerous edge. Bruce slapped a file on the table. "Playing dumb doesn't suit you, Blackmane. We know you've been working with the hunters." "What?" Dominic's laugh held no humor. "I'm a shifter. Why would I work with people who want us dead?" "Money talks." Bruce spread photos across the table, doctored images showing Dominic meeting with known hunters. "These say you've been quite chatty with them." "Those are fake." Dominic leaned forward, his eyes burning with intensity, just like the ones you used to frame Tabitha. "We also have audio." Bruce played a recording of what sounded like Dominic's voice discussing plans with the hunters. The quality was poor, obviously manipulated. "Getting sloppy with your fabrications." Dominic's lion prowled closer to the surface. "First Tabitha, now me. Running out of people to frame? You led us right to them last night." Bruce's smile didn't reach his eyes. "How else would you know where to find them?" "Because unlike you, I actually investigate instead of fabricating evidence." The lion's growl leaked into Dominic's voice. "You're going down for this, Bruce. Both the frame jobs and working with the hunters yourself." Big words from someone in cuffs. Dominic's lion clawed at his insides, demanding retribution as he stared Bruce down across the interrogation table. "You don't have enough evidence to hold me here, and you know it." "Maybe not for the hunter charges." Bruce's smirk made Dominic's blood boil. "But resisting arrest? That's another story." The pieces clicked into place. The ambush in the alley, yanking him around like a common criminal. It had all been calculated to provoke a response. Dominic's fist clenching and swinging had been exactly what Bruce wanted. "That's why you grabbed me off the street," Dominic seethed, trying to manufacture probable cause. "You raised your fist at a police officer." Bruce shrugged, but his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "That's resistance in my book." "We both know that's not what happened." "My report will say different." Bruce hauled Dominic up roughly by the arm. "Let's get you settled in your new accommodations." The basement holding cells smelled of stale air and desperation. Bruce marched him down the dimly lit corridor, his grip unnecessarily tight. Dominic's lion roared for release, but he kept his expression calm. He wouldn't give Bruce the satisfaction. "I will make you pay for this," Dominic promised, his voice deadly quiet. Bruce yanked the cell door open with a metallic screech. "Good luck proving anything." He unlocked the cuffs, shoving Dominic inside. "Your word against mine." The cell door clanged shut with finality. Bruce wrapped his hands around the bars, leaning in close with a vicious smile. "Oh, and don't worry about that little witch of yours. I'll make sure she goes down hard for everything." might even arrange for her to disappear altogether. Dominic's lion surged forward with protective fury, his hands gripping the bars until his knuckles went white. The metal groaned under his grip as he fought to keep the beast contained. The thought of Bruce anywhere near Tabitha made him want to tear him apart right now. "If you touch her," Dominic's voice dropped to a dangerous growl, "there won't be enough left of you to arrest." Bruce just laughed and walked away, his footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. But Dominic had seen the flash of fear in his eyes at the threat. His lion purred with satisfaction. Bruce would learn soon enough. You don't threaten what belongs to a lion and walk away unscathed. Dominic paced the cramped holding cell, his boots scuffing against the concrete floor. The lion inside him hated being caged, making his skin crawl with restless energy. 6 hours had passed since Bruce locked him in here, and his thoughts kept circling back to Tabitha. "Damn it all," he muttered. The memory of leaving her asleep in his bed that morning made his chest ache. He should have woken her, warned her about Bruce. His lion lurked closer to the surface as he imagined Bruce going after her. The metal bars creaked under his grip as he fought down the urge to shift and break free. But that would only prove Bruce's accusations right. "Come on, think," he told himself, forcing his breathing to slow. "She's smart. She'll figure out something's wrong when you don't show up or call." The thought of Tabitha brought an unwilling smile to his face. Just yesterday, he would have worried about her causing any unnecessary trouble. But now he hoped she'd raise hell looking for him. His troublemaker witch with her wild magic and wilder heart. Who would have thought, he mused, leaning against the cool cell wall, the rule-following sheriff falling completely in love with the town's biggest rebel. The admission settled something in his chest. His lion roared with satisfaction. It had known all along she was meant to be theirs. Chapter 24. Dominic. The sound of footsteps echoing down the concrete corridor made Dominic's lion stir. He recognized Connor's steady gait before his deputy came into view. "Someone paid your bail, boss." Connor unlocked the cell door, the metal hinges creaking. Bruce isn't happy about it, but there's nothing he can do. Dominic stepped out, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension from being caged for so long. His lion prowled under his skin, still agitated from the confinement. "Thank you for getting me out, Connor." "Wasn't me." Connor's expression softened. "And for what it's worth, I know you're not working with those hunters. The whole thing stinks." "That means a lot." Dominic clasped his deputy's shoulder. Connor was good people, loyal and sharp. The familiar scent hit him before they reached the main area. Jasmine and lightning, Tabitha's unique magical signature. His lion sprung forward, desperate to see her. He was worried sick about her while he was stuck in the holding cell for the past 6 hours. But the guilt from this morning's hasty departure soon twisted in his gut. She stood by the front desk, her purple hair catching the fluorescent lights. The sight of her made his chest tight. She'd paid his bail. After he'd left her alone this morning without a word, she'd still come to his rescue. "Tabitha," his voice came out rougher than he wanted. She didn't turn around. "Thank you for—" "Save it!" She grabbed her leather jacket off the counter, still not looking at him. "I didn't do it for you. I did it for the town." The dismissal stung more than he expected. His lion growled, wanting to grab her and explain everything. But she had every right to be angry. "At least let me explain about this morning." "Nothing to explain." She headed for the door, her boots clicking against the linoleum. "You made yourself pretty clear when you snuck out." "That's not—" The door swung shut behind her, cutting off his protest. Frustration and regret warred in his chest. He'd handled everything so poorly this morning. Last night had been absolutely incredible, passionate and real in a way he hadn't expected. And like an idiot, he'd panicked and run. Now she thought he regretted it. Dominic's lion roared inside him, demanding action right now. For once, he was going to listen to his instincts instead of his carefully measured thoughts. His long strides ate up the distance across the parking lot as he caught sight of Tabitha's purple hair gleaming in the afternoon sun. "Tabitha, wait!" he called out. She paused mid-step but didn't turn around. "Come have coffee with me." She half turned, one eyebrow raised. That wasn't a question, Sheriff. No, it wasn't. He moved closer, drawn to her like a magnet. I need to talk to you about last night, about this morning, about everything. Her blue eyes studied him, searching for something. The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken words. His lion paced eagerly, wanting to grab her and never let go. Please. The word felt foreign on his tongue. He rarely begged for anything, but for her, he'd do it 1,000,000 times over. Will you let me explain everything at the cauldron and cup? She crossed her arms, her leather jacket creaking. You're asking me now? Yes. He stepped closer, close enough to catch the slight intake of her breath. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Well, since you asked so nicely. Relief flooded through him. He gestured toward his squad car, but she shook her head. We'll take my bike. She pulled out her keys, the metal jingling. That way you can't run off again. The jab stung, but he deserved it. He followed her to her motorcycle, admiring how she swung her leg gently over the seat with practiced ease. When he settled behind her, his hands found her waist automatically, remembering how that same skin felt under his palms last night. Hold on tight, Sheriff. She kicked the bike to life. I promised to only break 3 traffic laws on the way there. Despite everything, he found himself chuckling. Tabitha's motorcycle purred to a stop outside the cauldron and cup. Dominic swung his leg over, his muscles still humming from the ride. His lion preened at how naturally his hands had fit around her waist, how right it felt to be pressed against her back. He turned and extended his hand to her, fighting down the surge of possessiveness when she eyed it warily. Let me do this right, he said, his voice low and steady. After a pause that made his heart beat faster, she slipped her fingers into his. The familiar chime of the bell welcomed them as they stepped inside. The aroma of coffee and magic enveloped them, and the floating menu board reshuffled its offerings in greeting. They slid into the corner booth, the worn leather seats creaking beneath them. Dominic couldn't help tracking her every movement as she settled in across from him, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear, or how she wouldn't quite meet his eyes. Thank you for bailing me out, he said, his fingers curling around the warm coffee mug Nina had brought over. I'll pay you back. Really? Tabitha cut him off, her eyes finally snapping to his. That's what you want to talk about? The bail money? His lion growled at her tone, but he deserved that. I want to apologize for this morning, for leaving without a goodbye, without so much as a thanks for the great time. She interrupted him, leaning forward. Her voice dropped dangerously. Real classy, Sheriff. The air was charged with tension between them. Did it even mean anything to you? The words came out barely a whisper. Or was I just another notch in your belt? The accusation in her voice caused his lion to rear up. Dominic's hand shot across the table, capturing hers before she could pull away. It meant everything. He took a breath, forcing himself to continue. I freaked out. I'm always in control, always measured, always thinking 10 steps ahead. But with you, he squeezed her hand. With you, I act on instinct. I feel things I've never felt before, and it scared the hell out of me. His thumb traced circles on her palm. I should have stayed, should have faced those feelings instead of running like a coward. I'm sorry. Dominic watched Tabitha process his words, his lion tense and alert to her every micro-expression. Finally, she took a deep breath. I accept your apology. His lion settled slightly, though he kept his grip on her hand. She hadn't pulled away yet, and he wasn't about to let go first. But, she met his eyes. You should know, I'm really bad at relationships, like spectacularly bad. And good relationships? She gave a short laugh. I wouldn't even know where to start, so I have no idea what this is between us or what it could be. His thumb traced another circle on her palm. I really like you. The words came out rougher than intended, his lion pushing to make their interest clear. More than I expected to, more than I probably should, considering everything. But, her blue eyes challenged him to continue, but with Bruce gunning for both of us, and the hunter still out there. He leaned forward, his free hand coming up to brush that stubborn strand of hair behind her ear. I don't want to rush this and ruin it. You're too important to me. The admission hung between them, heavy with possibility. His lion purred at their closeness, at the slight catch in her breath when his fingers grazed her ear. "Look at you being all reasonable," she teased, but her voice was soft. Dominic watched as Nina's floating menu board rearranged itself above their heads, his lion still rumbling contentedly at having Tabitha's hand in his. The warm glow from the hanging lanterns caught the purple highlights in her hair, making his fingers itch to run through it again. "So, partners first?" He squeezed her hand, his voice dropping to that low register that made her pulse jump. His lion preened at the reaction. "Partners!" Tabitha nodded, though her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. "At least until we take down Bruce and his hunter friends. Then maybe we can explore other possibilities." His lion growled in approval at the suggestion in her tone. "Agreed, though I reserve the right to arrest you if you break any more traffic laws." "You can try," she smirked, pulling her hand free to wrap both around her coffee mug. "But we both know how much you enjoy the chase." The truth of that statement hit harder than he expected. His lion had always enjoyed pursuing her, even back when she was just the town troublemaker who drove him crazy. Now that he knew how she tasted, how she felt in his arms, he cleared his throat. "Focus. Bruce first." "Right." She took a sip of her coffee, and he definitely didn't track the movement of her throat as she swallowed. "Though I have to say, watching you try to be all professional right now is pretty entertaining." "Tabitha." He meant it as a warning, but it came out more like a growl. "What?" She blinked innocently. "I'm just stating facts. Your eyes keep doing that glowy thing." Dominic forced his lion back, knowing his eyes had indeed started to shift. "You're impossible." "That's why you like me." She grinned, then sobered. "But you're right. Partners first. Bruce and the hunters are the priority." His lion settled at her serious tone. Pleased she understood the gravity of the situation. "Good, because I plan on taking them all down. Every last one." "There's my big bad sheriff." She reached across the table to pat his hand patronizingly. "Don't worry, I've got your back. Partner." The way she said partner promised so much more, and his lion purred in anticipation of what would come after they dealt with Bruce.
Chapter 25. Tabitha. Tabitha leaned against the edge of Dominic's desk as she studied the map of Saltwater Grove spread across its surface. The morning sun streamed in through his office window, and she noticed how Dominic's gaze kept drifting to watch the play of light dance across her body. "So, the hunters have to be planning something pretty big," she said, tapping a finger against the map. "But where would hurt the most paranormals at once?" Dominic leaned forward in his chair, his broad shoulders filling out his uniform in a way that made her pulse quicken. "They've been testing equipment designed to target specific types of paranormals. That suggests they want to hit multiple groups at once." The scent of his cologne mixed with coffee drifted across the desk, making it hard for Tabitha to focus on the task at hand. She shifted, crossing her legs. "You're doing that thing with your jaw again," she said, trying to lighten the tension. "The whole brooding sheriff look might work on suspects, but I'm immune." His eyes locked on hers, a hint of gold flickering in their depths. "Are you?" Heat bloomed in her cheeks. "Focus, Sheriff. We're being professional, remember?" "Professional?" He rolled the word around like he was tasting it. "Is that what we're calling what we're trying to do right now?" "Well, I'm certainly not calling it a date." Tabitha's wild magic tingled under her skin, responding to his presence like it always did now. She tamped it down, forcing herself to look at the map instead of the way his uniform stretched deliciously across his chest. "The hunters have to know we're onto them after the club incident," she said. "Whatever they're planning, it'll be soon." "Agreed." Dominic stood, moving around the desk until he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of his body. "We need to think like them. Where would cause the most chaos?" Tabitha's breath hitched as he reached past her to point at something on the map, his arm brushing against hers. The contact sent sparks dancing across her skin. Tabitha cleared her throat, desperately trying to focus on anything else. "We should head to forensics," she said, stepping back from his desk. "Tell them exactly what we learned about Quinn's devices. Maybe that'll help narrow down where the hunters might strike." Dominic's eyes lingered on her as she moved toward his office door, and she caught the slight flex of his jaw. What were the specifics of the equipment again? The HF-1000 emits frequencies calibrated to a shifter's enhanced hearing. She ticked off each device on her fingers. The magic disruptor interferes with a witch's connection to their power. The X-taser packs 10,000 volts, modulated specifically to penetrate supernatural defenses. Impressive memory. I usually pay attention when people are trying to kill me. She flashed him a smile, hoping humor would diffuse the tension crackling between them. It's a recent habit I've picked up. His lips quirked. A good habit to maintain? Look at us, being all professional. She gestured between them. No breaking rules or causing trouble. Yet. The word rumbled from his chest, laden with meaning that made her breath catch. You know me, Sheriff. She reached for the door before she did something unprofessional like kiss that knowing smirk off his face. I'm filled with surprises. That you are. His eyes followed her movement, intense and focused in a way that made her magic surge. Shall we head to forensics? Lead the way. She needed him to go first. Watching him walk away was far safer than having those predator eyes on her for one more second. Tabitha soon watched the forensics tech's fingers fly across his keyboard, her wild magic humming in response to Dominic's presence beside her. He stood close enough that his warmth radiated against her arm, making it difficult to focus on the screen's technical readouts. These components, the tech said, pointing to a complex diagram. They match what we found in that abandoned warehouse off Maple. The resonance frequencies would definitely affect shifters in their animal forms. Mass production capabilities? Dominic's voice held that authoritative rumble that made Tabitha's magic dance. Oh yeah, they could outfit a small army with these. Tabitha shifted her weight, trying to put some professional distance between herself and Dominic without being obvious about it. Her eyes landed on a calendar hanging on the wall, and suddenly everything clicked. The jousts, she breathed, turning to face Dominic. His eyes locked onto hers with predatory intensity. The midsummer shifter jousts are in 2 days. There'll be shifters from everywhere. Understanding dawned in his expression. Perfect target, maximum impact, and maximum chaos. She could picture it all too clearly. Hundreds of shifters writhing in pain as the device is activated. They could hurt so many people at once. Not if we stop them first. His jaw set in that determined way that used to annoy her, but now sent heat pooling in her belly. The tech cleared his throat. Should I, leave you two alone? No, they said in unison, then shared a loaded glance that made Tabitha's cheeks warm. We should check the venue, she said quickly, stepping back. Look for possible device placement points. Agreed. Dominic's eyes tracked her movement, and she could have sworn she saw his nostrils flare slightly. But first, we need a plan. I thought that was your department, Sheriff. She flashed him a teasing smile, falling back on humor to mask how he affected her. I'm more of a spontaneous chaos kind of girl. He smirked. Don't I know it? The tech muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, get a room, under his breath. Tabitha followed Dominic down the station's hallway, her boots clicking against the linoleum floor. The scent of his cologne mixed with leather drifted back to her, making her magic spark beneath her skin. She forced herself to maintain a professional distance, even as her body yearned to close the gap between them. We're going to need backup, she said, watching the way his shoulders filled out his uniform. Lots of it. Dominic stopped and turned to face her, his eyes intense. My hands are tied officially, Bruce made sure of that. But, she raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more. But I've got officers who know me better than to believe his lies. Connor, for one. They can work this unofficially. Tabitha's magic tingled as an idea formed. I might know some witches who'd love to stick it to the hunters. Your troublemaking friends? He questioned skeptically. The ones who start bar fights? Hey, that was one time. She stepped closer, tilting her chin up to meet his gaze. And if you recall, that fight was about you. A low rumble emerged from his chest, almost like a purr. Trust isn't exactly my strong suit when it comes to rule breakers. Says the sheriff working outside the law. Her lips curved into a teasing smile. Trust me on this one. My friends may bend the rules, but they hate the hunters as much as we do. We? His voice dropped lower, sending a shiver through her body. Tabitha's breath caught as she realized how close they'd gotten. Her wild magic reached for him instinctively, and she had to clench her fists to keep it contained. The good guys, she clarified, taking a step back. Which apparently I am now. Thanks for that, by the way. Total career change. His lips twitched. You're welcome. So? She spread her hands. What do you say? Trust the witch? Dominic studied her for a long moment, his predatory gaze making her pulse race. Fine, but they follow my lead. Yes, sir, Sheriff. She threw him a mock salute, ignoring how the words made her stomach flip. I'll keep them in line. Like you keep yourself in line? His eyes glinted with amusement and something darker that made her magic surge. Exactly. She grinned, spinning on her heel to hide the blush creeping up her neck. Now, let's go save some shifters. The hex buzzed with its usual evening energy as Tabitha led Dominic through the crowd. Her wild magic tingled, responding to both his presence and the magical atmosphere of her favorite bar. Luna and Mira sat at their usual corner booth, their heads bent together over what looked like their third round of drinks. Well, if it isn't Trouble herself, Luna called out, then froze when she spotted Dominic. And the law? Mira's eyebrows shot up. Are you getting arrested again? Not exactly. Tabitha slid into the booth, her thigh brushing against Dominic's as he sat beside her. The contact sent sparks through her body that she tried desperately to ignore. We need your help. Dominic laid out the situation, his voice carrying that authoritative tone that made Tabitha's magic dance. She watched her friends' expressions shift from skepticism to concern, though they still kept shooting suspicious glances at the sheriff. Why should we help? Luna crossed her arms. No offense, Sheriff, but you're not exactly known for being witch-friendly. Because you're both idiots if you don't, Tabitha cut in, earning a surprised look from Dominic. The hunters don't care if you follow the rules or break them. They want all of us gone. This is our chance to actually do something that matters. Since when do you care about doing good? Mira asked. Since always. I just usually express it through creative civil disobedience. Tabitha felt Dominic's chest rumble with suppressed laughter beside her. Luna and Mira exchanged looks before finally nodding. Fine, Luna said. But only because you asked, Tabs, not him. Your persuasive skills are certainly unique, Dominic murmured close to her ear, his breath tickling her neck. But effective. Tabitha's heart fluttered at the praise, and she knew at that moment she was completely, irrevocably in love with him. The realization should have terrified her, but instead it felt right. She kept the words locked behind her teeth, though, settling for a smirk instead. What can I say? She shrugged. I'm a woman of many talents.
Chapter 26. Dominic. The early morning sun hadn't yet crested the horizon when Dominic paced the empty briefing room. The aroma of fresh coffee wafted through the air, mixing with the lingering traces of paper and ink from yesterday's reports. "Thanks for coming in early," he said as Connor, Martinez, and Chen filed into the room. His deputy carried an extra cup of coffee, sliding it across the table to him. "You said it was important, boss." Martinez settled into one of the chairs, her dark eyes sharp despite the early hour. Dominic planted his hands on the table, leaning forward. "The paranormal hunters are planning to attack the Midsummer Shifter joust tomorrow." Chen's chair scraped loudly against the linoleum floor as he sat up straighter. "That's a serious accusation, especially given recent events." "Bruce is working with them," Dominic said, his voice holding the weight of authority that came naturally to him as both sheriff and alpha. "He's trying to frame me like he tried to frame Tabitha Moon." "The witch?" Martinez raised an eyebrow. "The one you've been spending a lot of time with lately?" Dominic let out a low growl. "We've got evidence of their weapons, specially designed to target shifters. The joust will be the perfect opportunity for them to make a statement and possibly harm a lot of innocent people in the process." Connor stepped forward. "I've worked with Dominic for years. If he says there's a threat, then there's a real threat." "Bruce has been acting pretty strange lately," Chen admitted. "Always disappearing, taking calls in private." Martinez tapped her finger on the table. "Still, it's your word against his. And after the other day—" "I know what it looks like," Dominic said, "but I've spent 15 years protecting this town. You know me. Have I ever led you wrong?" The room fell silent as his officers exchanged glances. Connor's unwavering support seemed to sway them, and finally Martinez nodded. "What's the plan then, boss?" Relief flooded through his chest. "We'll need to coordinate with some unofficial help, local witches who've agreed to assist." "Tabitha's friends?" Chen asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Yes," Dominic admitted. "You've changed, boss," Martinez said. 2 months ago, you wouldn't have even considered working with them." 2 months ago, I was wrong about a lot of things," Dominic replied simply. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Hex's back parking lot as Dominic led his officers toward the gathering of witches. His nose detected the scent of various magical herbs and ingredients, along with the underlying current of wild magic that always seemed to follow Tabitha and her friends. "This better work," Martinez muttered behind him. Tabitha stood at the head of her group in her tight jeans and leather jacket, making his heart skip a beat. Her friends lounged against their motorcycles, eyeing the approaching officers with obvious distrust. "Well, if it isn't Saltwater Grove's finest," drawled Luna, a witch with silver hair and multiple piercings. "Come to write us some tickets." Chen's hand twitched toward his belt. "Maybe if you'd follow basic traffic laws." "Enough," Dominic growled. "We're not here about tickets or past grievances." "He's right," Tabitha stepped forward, her eyes meeting his. "The hunters are the real threat here." "Still don't see why we should trust cops," another witch called out. "Because," Dominic planted his feet and crossed his arms, "we all want the same thing, to keep our towns safe. The hunters don't care if you're a witch or a shifter, or if you wear a badge or you don't. They want us all gone." Connor nodded. "We need to work together on this." "The festival starts tomorrow," Luna pushed off her bike. "They'll need to prep tonight. Get their gear ready and go over the plan." "That's our window," Connor said. "Take them down before they can hurt anyone." "There's this warehouse," Luna glanced at Tabitha. "Off Milton Street. Lots of sketchy stuff goes in and out. Perfect place for them to set up." Dominic felt his pulse quicken. This could be it. "We'll need to coordinate. Set up surveillance first, make sure they're actually there." "Meet at the convenience store 2 blocks over at 8, Tabitha suggested. "Close enough to watch, but not so close they'll spot us." "Agreed." Dominic looked around the group, pleased to see determination replacing the earlier hostility. 8 o'clock. Don't be late." As the group separated, Tabitha caught his arm. "This is actually happening, isn't it?" "Yes," he said softly, allowing himself a moment to appreciate how her touch sent warmth through his body. "And we're going to stop them for good." The convenience store's flickering neon sign cast intermittent red and yellow shadows across their faces as Dominic surveyed his unusual team. His officers clustered near their unmarked vehicles, while Tabitha's witch friends lounged against their motorcycles. Third car in 10 minutes, Connor reported quietly, nodding toward a black SUV that pulled into the warehouse lot. Dominic's enhanced vision picked out the driver's profile. That's Reynolds. He's one of our rookie officers. Bruce has some nerve recruiting my officers for this attack. The betrayal stings, but he pushed the feeling aside. Speaking of the devil, Tabitha murmured, sliding closer to him. Her wild magic tingled against his skin like static electricity. Bruce's sedan rolled past their position, turning into the warehouse lot. Dominic's officers tensed, several cursing under their breath as their colleague disappeared inside. Son of a... Martinez spat. All this time... Focus, Dominic growled, his alpha nature threading through the word. We need a solid plan. Chen, what's the layout look like? 3 exits, main entrance, loading dock in the back, side door near the office section, no windows except up high. Chen sketched a rough diagram in his notepad. Luna peered over his shoulder. We could seal those exits with binding spells, trap them inside. That could work, Dominic acknowledged as he stared at Chen's diagram. What about a distraction as well, Tabitha suggested. My wild magic could create quite a light show out front while teams slip in the back. The plan started forming in Dominic's mind. Split into 3 groups, 1 for each entrance. Martinez, you'll lead the loading dock team. Connor takes the side door. I'll handle the front. With me, Tabitha added, bumping his shoulder playfully. He should argue, should keep her safely away from the front lines. But he'd learned better by now. Besides, her magic complemented his strength perfectly. With you, he agreed, earning a brilliant smile that caused his heart to race. They spent the next hour working out signals and timing, his officers and the witches gradually finding common ground in their shared mission. Dominic watched with pride as his 2 worlds merged, creating something stronger than either alone. Looks like at least 15 inside now, Connor reported. Dominic nodded. We move in 5 minutes. Get your teams ready. Dominic watched as Luna and 3 other witches moved silently around the perimeter of the warehouse, their hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. Magical energy crackled, invisible to normal eyes but clear as day to his enhanced shifter senses. The spellwork reminded him of spider webs, delicate yet strong, sealing the loading dock and side entrance. Your team ready? He asked Martinez, keeping his voice low. She nodded, her hand resting on her service weapon. We'll move in on your signal. Connor's group took position near the side door, the witches with them maintaining the binding spells. The magical barrier shimmered like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. Beside him, Tabitha bounced on her toes, wild magic sparking around her fingers. Ready to crash their party? Try to keep the property damage to a minimum, he rumbled, though his lips twitched with amusement. Her enthusiasm was infectious, even in serious situations. Where's the fun in that? She grinned up at him. The fun is in taking down the bad guys without destroying half the block. He touched her shoulder, letting his hand linger. But I trust you. Her expression softened. That means a lot coming from you. Times change. He squeezed her shoulder before addressing the group. Remember, we need Bruce alive. He's got evidence of their whole operation on him. What about the others? Asked Chen, checking his weapon one last time. Subdue them however necessary. Dominic's voice carried the weight of command. But no unnecessary force. Luna finished her spell work and gave them a thumbs up. Back exits are sealed tight. Not even a mouse could squeeze through. Good. Dominic checked his watch. 3 minutes. Get in position. As the team spread out, Tabitha pressed against his side. You know, for someone who used to lecture me about speeding tickets, you're pretty sexy when you're all commanding. Dominic suddenly pulled Tabitha against him, his large hands spanning her waist. The wild magic crackling around her fingers sent pleasant tingles through his palms, like touching a living storm. Try not to do anything reckless, he murmured, his thumb tracing circles on her hip. Me? Never. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. You're the one who needs to be careful, Sheriff. I've gotten used to having you around. Is that your way of saying you care about me? Maybe. She tilted her head. His chest rumbled with a low laugh. You're impossible. You love it. And he did. God help him, he loved everything about this wild witch who'd turned his ordered world upside down. Instead of answering with words, he bent down and captured her lips with his. The kiss blazed through him like wildfire, fierce and consuming. Her magic sparked between them, matching the intensity of their shared passion. Dominic poured everything he couldn't say into the kiss. His need to protect her, his hope for their future, his fierce determination to see them both through this night safely. Tabitha pressed closer, her fingers curling into his shirt. She kissed him back with equal fervor, as if trying to brand herself into his soul. His inner lion roared with approval. When they finally separated, both breathing heavily, Tabitha's eyes were bright with emotion. Wow, if that's how you kiss before a fight, I can't wait to see what we do after we win.
Chapter 27. Tabitha. Crouching behind some shipping containers, Tabitha gathered her wild magic, letting it build until it felt like champagne bubbles under her skin. The warehouse loomed before them, all rusty metal and broken windows. Perfect for some magical mayhem. "Ready when you are," Dominic murmured, his voice low and authoritative. God, that shouldn't be so hot. Tabitha reached out with her magic, visualizing exactly what she wanted. The air shimmered as multiple ghostly figures appeared, translucent shapes that looked like prowling wolves and mountain lions. Her wild magic gave them an eerie purple glow. "Show off," Dominic muttered, but she caught his impressed smile. He lifted his hand, giving the signal to Martinez and Connor's teams. In the darkness, Tabitha could just make out their shapes moving into position. Martinez's group sliding toward the loading dock, while Connor led his team to the side entrance. Her illusory creatures prowled the perimeter, drawing the attention of the hunters. One of them actually yelped when a spectral wolf passed through him. He grabbed her hand, his grip firm but gentle. "Just be careful in there." "Ah, you're worried about me?" She squeezed his hand back. "Don't worry, I've got your back if you've got mine." "Always," he promised, and the intensity in that single word made her almost forget how to breathe. Tabitha burst through the warehouse's main doors alongside Dominic, her wild magic sparkling around her. The hunters scattered across the concrete floor spun to face them, Bruce's face twisting with rage. "On the ground! You're all under arrest!" Dominic's voice boomed through the space, commanding and powerful. Bruce sneered, pulling out what looked like a silver remote. "I don't think so." He pressed a button, and a high-pitched whine filled the air. Dominic dropped to one knee, his shift into lion form halting mid-transformation as he clutched his ears. Around them, other shifter officers stumbled. "That's the HF-1000, Tabitha called out. "Take it out." She flung her magic toward Bruce, but Reynolds stepped forward with another device. The air rippled and her magic scattered like marbles on concrete. "Magic disruptor," she growled. "Cute toy." Her witch friends spread out, flinging spells that sparked and fizzled against the disruption field. One of the hunters raised what looked like a souped-up taser, aiming at Martinez. "Duck!" Tabitha shouted. The X-taser crackled through the air where Martinez's head had been moments before. Through it all, Dominic fought through the sonic assault. His muscles bunched and shifted, bones cracking as he forced his transformation. The massive golden lion that emerged roared loud enough to shake dust from the rafters. "Show off," Tabitha muttered, grinning despite herself. She gathered her wild magic, letting it build until it practically sang beneath her skin. The magic disruptor might scatter direct attacks, but her particular brand of chaos had always played by its own rules. "Hey, Bruce!" she called out. "Catch!" She released her magic, not in an attack, but in a wave that turned the concrete floor under the hunter's feet into something with the consistency of Jell-O. As they stumbled and slipped, Dominic pounced, taking down 3 hunters in one leap. "That's my lion," Tabitha whispered. Tabitha watched the hunters scrambling against the Jell-O-like floor and their binding spells. Her lips curved into a satisfied smirk, Serves them right for thinking they could take down paranormals so easily. A flash of movement caught her eye. Bruce raised an X-taser, aiming directly at Dominic's massive lion form. The weapon discharged with a sharp crack, the bolt grazing Dominic's golden flank. Her heart stopped as Dominic's muscles seized, his massive body going rigid. The partial hit had still packed enough voltage to stun him. "Dominic!" She flung herself between him and the advancing hunters, her wild magic sparking violet around her fingers. "Back off, unless you want to see what chaos magic can really do." Bruce's lip curled. "Protecting your boyfriend, little witch? Better than being a traitor to your own department." Her magic swirled around her like a tornado. "Though I guess that's on brand for you." She caught movement in her peripheral vision. Reynolds trying to circle around toward Dominic. Without looking, she snapped her fingers. The concrete under Reynolds' feet turned to quicksand, trapping him up to his knees. "I said back off." Her voice held enough edge to make even Bruce hesitate. Behind her, she heard Dominic's low growl returning. Good. He was recovering. She just needed to keep them busy for a few more seconds. Bruce raised the X-taser again. "You're outnumbered." "Maybe," Tabitha grinned, "but I'm way more creative." She released her built-up magic in a wave that sent Bruce flying backward. He slammed into a stack of crates with a satisfying crash. Dominic's massive form surged past her, fully recovered, and seriously pissed off. His roar shook the walls as he bounded toward Bruce. "Save some for me," Tabitha called, running after him. Together they cornered Bruce, who was struggling to his feet. Dominic's massive paw knocked the X-taser away, while Tabitha's magic wrapped around Bruce like purple chains, binding him tight. "That's for trying to frame my lion," she muttered, then caught herself. When had she started thinking of Dominic as hers? Bruce thrashed against her magical restraints. "This isn't over." "Actually," Dominic growled, shifting partially back so he could speak, "I think it is." Tabitha's wild magic sparkled around Bruce like violet chains, holding him firmly against the concrete floor. His attempts to break free only made her magic constrict tighter, drawing a satisfied smirk from her lips. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of someone else's trap? She crouched beside him, enjoying his frustrated growl. Dominic's commanding voice carried across the warehouse. "All units, we need backup and transport vehicles at the South Warehouse on Industrial Drive." He stalked through the space, his presence radiating authority. "We have multiple suspects in custody." Tabitha watched in amazement as Officer Chen high-fived her witch friend Luna, their earlier mistrust forgotten in the wake of victory. "That lightning bolt you threw? Totally savage." "Right back at you with that tackle," Luna grinned. "Didn't know cops could move that fast." Connor joined them, sporting a nasty bruise but smiling. "Hey, next time you witches want to cause some trouble, maybe give us a heads up first." "Look at that!" Tabitha nudged Dominic as he approached. "Your rule-following officers are making friends with my delinquent crowd. The world must be ending." His green eyes sparkled with amusement. "Maybe we all learned something about not judging too quickly." His hand settled on her lower back, warm and possessive. Police sirens wailed in the distance as backup approached. Around them, officers and witches worked together to secure the scene, trading compliments and jokes like old friends. Tabitha's heart swelled at the sight. Who knew it would take fighting against anti-paranormal bigots to bring everyone together in Saltwater Grove? "Your wild magic was impressive again tonight," Dominic murmured, his voice pitched low for her ears only. "I've never seen anyone control chaos quite like you." Was that actually praise? She placed a hand over her heart in mock shock. "Now I really know the world's ending." He pulled her closer, his touch sending delicious shivers through her whole body. "I can think of better things to do with that smart mouth of yours." "Promise?" she whispered, just as the backup units began flooding into the warehouse. Tabitha's motorcycle soon roared through the quiet streets of Saltwater Grove, Dominic's strong arms wrapped around her waist. The night air was charged with the thrill of victory and something electric between them that made her skin tingle more than her wild magic ever had. Before long, she pulled into his driveway, cutting the engine. "Come in?" he asked, his eyes intense. "Since you asked so nicely," she teased, shooting him a playful smile. The porch light cast a warm glow over his features as he held the door open for her. Tabitha sauntered past him, catching the way his gaze followed her movement. The living room still had that sparse, barely lived-in feel, but somehow it felt more welcoming now. "Want some coffee?" "After the night we've had? I think we need something stronger." She dropped onto his couch, kicking off her boots. He returned with 2 glasses of whiskey, settling beside her close enough that their thighs touched. The heat of him radiated through her jeans. "I really need to thank you," she said, taking a sip. The whiskey burned pleasantly. "For believing in me when everyone else thought I was guilty. For trusting me to help you with the investigation. You proved yourself more than capable." His voice rumbled low, sending a shiver through her. "I'm glad I listened to my instincts about you." "Your instincts, huh?" She raised an eyebrow. "And what are they telling you now?" He set his glass down, turning to face her fully. "They're telling me to ask you to the midsummer shifter jousts tomorrow." Tabitha nearly choked on her whiskey. "Sheriff Blackmane, are you actually suggesting something fun? Where did my favorite killjoy go?" "Your favorite, huh?" His lips curved into a predatory smile that made her heart beat faster. "And here I thought I was just the bane of your existence." "Well," she drawled, setting her own glass aside, "maybe you've grown on me." His laugh was rich and deep. "So, is that a yes to tomorrow?" "Depends." She shifted closer, enjoying the way his eyes darkened. "Will you arrest me if I misbehave?" "Tabitha." The way he said her name, low and warning, sent heat pooling in her belly. "Yes, Dominic?" She batted her eyes innocently. "You're really playing with fire." Tabitha suddenly rose from the couch. "I should head home," she said, trying to keep her voice light despite the electricity crackling between them. "Big day tomorrow at the jousts." "Stay." The single word rumbled from his chest, pure alpha male command that made her magic spark. "Now who's being the troublemaker?" She gathered her jacket, fighting the urge to crawl right back onto that couch. "We agreed to keep things professional until this case wraps up." "Since when do you follow the rules?" His lips curved into that dangerous smile that made her knees weak. "Since I actually care about the outcome." She headed for the door before she could change her mind.
Chapter 28. Dominic. The Midsummer Shifter, Joust transformed the local fairgrounds into a medieval wonderland. Dominic breathed in the aroma of roasted meat and sweet pastries, while watching Tabitha's eyes light up at every new sight. Her purple hair caught the sunlight as she dragged him from stall to stall, her enthusiasm infectious. "Look at this!" Tabitha held up an intricate crystal pendant. "It's supposed to enhance magical abilities." "You're powerful enough without it," Dominic said, his chest swelling with pride as she beamed at the compliment. The festival buzzed with energy as shifters from around the world mingled together. Wolf packs shared drinks with bear clans while feline shifters prowled the grounds with casual grace. He guided her toward the food stalls, his hand resting possessively on her lower back. The weight of his badge was gone today, replaced by the lightness of being cleared of all charges. Bruce and his hunter friends wouldn't be causing any more trouble in Saltwater Grove. "Cotton candy?" Tabitha's eyes sparkled. "Or are sugary treats against regulation?" "I think I can make an exception today." He bought her the biggest one available, watching in amusement as she immediately got some stuck to her nose. Without thinking, he brushed it away with his thumb. The afternoon sun painted everything in golden light, and Dominic found himself stealing glances at Tabitha more often than watching the pre-joust entertainment. She'd changed him, drawn out a playful side he'd forgotten existed within him. Dominic squeezed Tabitha's hand before releasing it. "I need to check on something. Wait here? Everything okay?" Her blue eyes narrowed with concern. "Perfect." He couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips. "Just need a minute." As he walked away, his lion prowled, eager for action. He'd signed up for the competition weeks ago, hoping to show Tabitha that he wasn't just the rigid sheriff she'd first met. His competitive nature surged as he approached the competitor's tent. Inside, other shifters were already gearing up. A wolf pack from Montana flexed their muscles while a pair of tigers from Thailand stretched. Dominic stripped off his shirt, revealing the defined muscles earned from years of police work and training. He felt several appreciative glances but ignored them all. There was only one person he wanted to impress today. The announcer's voice boomed across the fairgrounds. "Next up, the Shifter Strength Challenge. Competitors, take your positions." Dominic emerged from the tent, scanning the crowd until he spotted that flash of purple hair. Tabitha's jaw dropped when she saw him, and he couldn't suppress his satisfied grin. "Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor, Sheriff Dominic Blackmane." The crowd cheered, but Dominic only heard Tabitha's surprised laugh. The challenge involved lifting increasingly heavy weights while maintaining shifter form. His lion roared to life, muscles rippling as he partially shifted. Golden fur sprouted along his arms as his eyes took on their predatory gleam. One by one, the other competitors dropped out as the weights grew heavier. Dominic's lion reveled in the challenge, showing off its strength. When he hoisted the final weight overhead, Tabitha's wild cheer rang out above the crowd. "And we have a winner!" Dominic shifted back fully human, accepting the victory medallion with a slight bow. He made his way through the crowd to where Tabitha waited, her eyes dancing with delight. "So much for checking on something," she teased, pressing against his bare chest. He wrapped an arm around her waist. "Thought it was time to show you I know how to have a little competitive fun." "A little?" She traced a finger down his arm. "That was actually pretty impressive. Just wait until you see what else I signed up for." Dominic's lion lurked close to the surface as he mounted the massive black stallion. The joust would be different from normal medieval tournaments. Shifters were allowed to partially transform, adding their supernatural strength and reflexes to the challenge. His fingers flexed around the lance while his enhanced senses took in every detail of the arena. "Kick their tails, Sheriff!" Tabitha's voice floated across the field, making his lion purr with satisfaction. He spotted her in the front row, her purple hair a beacon among the crowd. The trumpet sounded and Dominic urged his horse forward. His opponent, a tiger shifter from Singapore, charged from the opposite end. As they thundered toward each other, Dominic let his lion emerge partially. His muscles swelled, his eyes shifted to predatory gold, and his reflexes sharpened to supernatural levels. The lances met with a resounding crack. His opponent's weapon splintered against Dominic's shield, while his own strike landed true, sending the tiger shifter tumbling from his mount. The crowd roared. Match after match, Dominic dominated the field. His lion's strength combined with his tactical mind made him unstoppable. In the final round, he faced a massive bear shifter from Russia. "Ready to yield, little cat," the bear shifter taunted. Dominic's lip curled. "Lions don't yield." The final charge was spectacular. Both shifters partially transformed, their supernatural power evident in every movement. At the last second, Dominic twisted in his saddle, using his lion's impossible flexibility to strike at an angle his opponent couldn't block. The bear shifter crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Victory secured, Dominic dismounted and walked back to where Tabitha waited. Her eyes sparkled as she launched herself into his arms. "That was amazing." She pressed closer, not caring about the dust and sweat covering him. "Who knew you were such a savage?" "I have my moments." He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her flush against him. His lion preened under her praise. "You certainly do." She traced a finger along his jaw. "Though I hope this doesn't mean you'll start letting me off with warnings, now that you've learned to bend the rules a little." "Not a chance." He captured her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. "But I might be persuaded to show you other ways to have fun within the law." Dominic's lion purred with satisfaction as Tabitha's fingers intertwined with his. The festival's aromas filled the air around them. His enhanced senses picked up every delighted gasp she made at new discoveries throughout the rest of the afternoon. "You have to try this." Tabitha held up a piece of honey-drizzled meat. Instead of taking it from her hand, he leaned down and caught it with his teeth, deliberately letting his lips brush her fingers. Her pulse jumped, and his lion preened at the effect he had on her. "It's sweet," he murmured, though his eyes never left hers. "But not as sweet as you." Did the big bad sheriff just make a joke? She bumped her hip against his. He pulled her closer, enjoying how perfectly she fit against his side. His lion had never felt so content, so at peace with someone before. The festival bustled around them. Shifters in various states of transformation mingled with witches casting colorful spells for entertainment. Children darted between stalls while elderly paranormals shared stories of festivals past. "Look at those wolf pups." Tabitha pointed to where three young shifters chased each other, partially transformed with tails wagging. "They're adorable." "They're trouble," Dominic said, but his tone held no heat. "Just like someone else I know." "You love my kind of trouble now." She stretched up on her toes to kiss his cheek. The casual affection made his chest tighten with emotion. They wandered past a group of witches, creating magical light shows, the colors dancing in Tabitha's eyes. Dominic found himself watching her more than the display, memorizing how joy transformed her features. His usual rigid control felt distant here, replaced by a carefree feeling he hadn't experienced in years. "I never thought I'd see you so relaxed at a festival," Tabitha said, squeezing his hand. "Usually you're scanning for rule breakers." "Maybe I found something better to focus on." He tugged her to a stop, turning her to face him. "Someone who showed me there's more to life." Her smile lit up her entire face. "Careful, Sheriff. That almost sounds like a thank you for all my troublemaking." "Don't push it," but he was grinning as he said it, his lion rumbling with contentment as she laughed and pressed closer. Starlight Cove lived up to its name as Dominic soon led Tabitha along the moonlit beach. Ancient magic pulsed beneath their feet, making the sand shimmer with each step. Before long, he stopped and pulled her to face him. His lion urged him to claim her, to finally admit what he'd been feeling. "I don't want to write you any more tickets." "That's a shame. Our little encounters were the highlight of my month." Her blue eyes gleamed with mischief, but he sensed vulnerability beneath her teasing. "I'd rather have different encounters with you." He traced his thumb across her knuckles. "Better ones." The waves crashed behind them as ancient magic swirled around their feet, responding to Tabitha's wild power. Her purple hair danced in the breeze as she stepped closer. "Are you saying you want to be more than just the sheriff who keeps busting me?" "I'm saying I want everything with you." His voice dropped lower, more possessive. "The troublemaker who taught me how to live again. The wild witch who makes my lion purr. The woman I'm in love with." Tabitha's breath caught in her throat. That's quite a confession from someone who used to lecture me about proper motorcycle safety. "I still might lecture you about that." He pulled her against his chest. "But now I'll do it because I care about keeping you safe." "I'm in love with you too," she whispered. His lion roared with joy as he kissed her, pouring months of built-up tension and newfound freedom into it. She tasted like cotton candy from the festival, and something uniquely her that made his head spin. When they finally broke apart, the magical sand around them glowed brighter, responding to their combined joy. Dominic had never felt more complete than in this moment, holding his wild witch while his lion purred.
Chapter 29. Tabitha. Tabitha stirred the pancake batter, her wild magic swirling purple sparks through the mix. The kitchen smelled of coffee and maple syrup, sunlight streaming through the windows of what was now their shared home. A year of living with Dominic had taught her that mornings could actually be enjoyable. Who knew? "You better not be using magic on my breakfast," Dominic called from the bedroom. "Would I ever?" She grinned, sending another spark through the batter just because she could. the sizzle of the griddle mixed with the classic rock playing softly from her phone. Heavy footsteps approached, and strong arms wrapped around her waist. His chest pressed against her back as he peered over her shoulder at the perfectly golden pancakes. "I see those purple sparks, Witch. They make them fluffier." She leaned back against him, enjoying his warmth. "Besides, you love my magic pancakes." "I love you," he murmured into her neck, his voice rough with sleep. "The pancakes are acceptable." Tabitha's heart fluttered. A year together, and he still made her feel like a teenager with her first crush. "Just acceptable? I seem to remember you inhaling 3 of them yesterday." "4, he corrected, reaching around her to steal a bite of the fresh stack. "And I was hungry after that chase through town. My big bad sheriff running down jaywalkers." She turned in his arms, taking in his freshly showered appearance, his dark hair still damp, his uniform shirt stretched across his broad shoulders, badge gleaming on his chest. That jaywalker was carrying stolen goods. He captured her lips in a kiss that tasted of coffee and maple syrup. Some of us still believe in law and order. Boring. But she smiled against his mouth, her fingers trailing along his jaw. "Though I suppose someone has to keep this town in line. Speaking of which..." He pulled back, his green eyes narrowing. "I got a noise complaint about loud music at 3 a.m. last night." "Wasn't me." She batted her eyelashes innocently. "I was right here in bed with you." "Uh-huh." His thumb traced her lower lip. "Your friend Sarah just happened to mention your impromptu art session when I saw her this morning during my jog." "Traitor," Tabitha muttered. "It was just a little magical art practice." "At 3 a.m.? That's when the creative spirit strikes." She wiggled out of his grasp, flipping another pancake with a dramatic flourish. "Besides, no one got hurt." "Mrs. Henderson disagrees." But his eyes crinkled with amusement as he grabbed his coffee mug. "Try to keep the music to daylight hours?" "Yes, sir, Sheriff, sir." She gave him a mock salute. "Now eat your pancakes before they get cold." After kissing Dominic goodbye at the door, Tabitha grabbed her art supplies and headed to her studio downtown. The space buzzed with creative energy as her students filtered in, each eager to learn from the now famous wild magic artist of Saltwater Grove. "Today we're exploring emotional resonance through color," Tabitha announced to her class, her wild magic sparking purple trails through her hair. "Let your feelings guide your brush strokes." The morning flew by as she guided her students through exercises, helping them channel their own magic into their art. Teaching had become one of her greatest joys this past year, second only to her relationship with Dominic. After class, she returned home to their house, still a thrill to think of it as theirs, and headed straight for her private studio. Dominic had converted the sunroom into her workspace, complete with floor-to-ceiling windows that bathed everything in natural light. Her latest piece dominated the easel, a swirling landscape of purples and golds that captured the moment she first realized she loved him. "Just needs that final touch," she murmured, picking up her brush. Her wild magic danced along the bristles as she worked, adding depth and movement to the piece. The memory of Dominic's first, "I love you," guided her strokes, infusing the canvas with raw emotion. Her phone chimed with a text from him. "Caught 3 speeders today, none as cute as you." Tabitha grinned, typing back, "That's because I haven't taken the bike out yet today." "Don't even think about it," came his instant reply. "Yes, sir," she sent back, knowing it would make him growl. Her big bad alpha lion had such delicious reactions when she teased him. Turning back to her painting, she added the finishing touches, subtle sparkles of magic that would shimmer under gallery lights. The piece perfectly captured their relationship, wild and controlled, chaos and order, all wrapped up in love. "Gallery's going to flip when they see this one," she said to herself, stepping back to admire her work. Her wild magic hummed contentedly, at peace in the space Dominic had created just for her. Who would have thought the town troublemaker would find her happiness with the biggest rule follower in Saltwater Grove? Tabitha hummed along to her music as she cleaned her brushes, her wild magic making the water in the bowl shimmer with purple sparks. The evening light filtered through the sunroom's windows, casting shadows across her workspace. She'd lost track of time again, caught up in her latest piece. "Hey, troublemaker!" Dominic's deep voice startled her. He stood in the doorway, still in his uniform but with his badge already off. "Come with me." She raised an eyebrow at his commanding tone. "Let me finish cleaning these." "Now, please." His green eyes held that intensity that always made her magic flutter. "So bossy," she teased, but dried her hands and followed him down the hall. The living room stopped her in her tracks. Dozens of candles bathed the space in warm light, their flames dancing in response to her surprised magic. "Dom? Close your eyes." His voice had gone soft, almost nervous. She complied, curiosity burning through her. Rustling sounds filled the room, then the unmistakable sound of guitar strings. Her eyes flew open. Dominic sat on their coffee table, acoustic guitar cradled in his lap like it belonged there. His fingers moved over the strings with practiced ease as he began to play. "You're supposed to keep them closed," he said, smiling. "You actually remember how to play?" She remembered him mentioning it once, back when they first met. He had told her that he used to enjoy playing his guitar, but she'd never heard him play before. Until now. Instead of answering, he started singing. His voice, deep and rich, filled the room with lyrics about purple sparks and wild hearts, about breaking rules and finding love. About her. Tabitha's magic reacted to her emotions, making the candle flames pulse in time with the music. Heat bloomed in her chest as she watched him perform. How had she never known he could do this? And damn if it wasn't the sexiest thing she'd ever seen and heard. The final notes faded away. Tabitha's heart thundered in her chest as Dominic set his guitar aside, the last notes of his song still echoing through their candle-lit living room. Her wild magic sparked purple trails through the air, responding to the surge of emotion as he dropped to one knee before her. "Tabitha Moon." His voice held a tender undercurrent that brought tears to her eyes. "You crashed into my perfectly ordered life like a hurricane, breaking every rule I held sacred." Her magic crackled, making the candle flames dance. To be fair, most of those rules were pretty boring. His green eyes blazed with alpha intensity as he pulled out a ring box. "You drive me crazy in the best possible ways. You challenge me, inspire me, and make me want to be more than just the sheriff." He opened the box, revealing a stunning amethyst stone set in white gold. "Will you marry me?" Tears spilled down Tabitha's cheeks as purple sparks showered around them. "You actually got me a purple and gold ring?" "Answer the question." But his commanding tone wavered with vulnerability. "Yes!" She launched herself at him, nearly knocking them both over. "Of course, yes, you ridiculous rule-following lion." His large hand steadied her as he slipped the ring onto her finger. The stone gleamed, catching the candlelight and the sparkle of her magic. "It's enchanted," he explained, thumb brushing over the ring. "Nina helped me find one that would respond to your wild magic." As if on cue, the amethyst pulsed with purple light. Tabitha stared at it in wonder. "I just have to say you are amazing. But I reserve the right to keep breaking minor laws just to see you get all growly and alpha." "Tabitha." His warning tone sent shivers down her spine. "What?" "You love it when I make you chase me." She pressed a kiss to his jaw. "Keeps you on your toes." His response was to capture her lips in a searing kiss that left her magic crackling through the air like fireworks. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. "I love you," she whispered, "even if you are a total killjoy sometimes." "I love you too, troublemaker, always and forever."
Chapter 30, Dominic. Dominic's heart swelled as Tabitha's eyes lit up, her lips curling into that mischievous smile he'd fallen for. She said yes, his Tabitha, his soon-to-be wife, the woman who'd turned his orderly, rule-bound world upside down and made him realize there was more to his life than duty. He wasn't about to let this moment pass without marking it in a way she'd never forget. "But don't think I'm done making this night unforgettable," he said, his voice low and rough with emotion. Tabitha arched a brow, her grin widening. "Oh, Sheriff Blackmane, are you finally going to break a rule or two for me?" "For you?" "Always," he growled, scooping her up in his arms with ease. She let out a surprised laugh, her arms looping around his neck as he carried her toward their bedroom. Her laughter was music to his ears, and he couldn't help but think how lucky he was to have her. She was his chaos, his fire, his everything. "Careful," she teased, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "You might just spoil me." "That's the plan," he said, his voice dropping to a low rumble. He laid her gently on the bed, his hands lingering on her hips. Her eyes sparkled with amusement and something darker, something that made his pulse quicken. Her breath hitched as he leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss that was deep and slow. His tongue traced the seam of her lips, coaxing them open, and she sighed into his mouth, her hands tangling in his hair. He could feel the heat of her skin beneath his fingers, and it ignited something primal in him. She was his, and he was going to cherish every inch of her. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat." "Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at militadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. When it was over, he collapsed beside her, pulling her into his arms. Her head rested on his chest, her breathing still uneven. "You're insatiable," she murmured, her fingers tracing his skin. "And you love me anyway," he said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Damn straight," she replied, her voice drowsy but content. Dominic traced lazy patterns on Tabitha's bare shoulder, his fingers following the curve where her neck met her collarbone. Her wild magic still sparked occasionally, little purple wisps dancing across their skin like static electricity. He couldn't stop the satisfied rumble that built in his chest, his inner lion completely content with his mate in his arms. "What's got you purring?" Tabitha asked, propping her chin on his chest to look up at him with those mischievous blue eyes. "Just thinking about how perfectly that proposal went," he smirked, remembering her shocked expression when he'd pulled out his guitar earlier that evening. "I still can't believe you wrote me a song." She laughed, the sound making his heart skip. "Though those lyrics about me being your favorite speed demon were a bit on the nose." Had to keep it authentic. His hand slid up to cup the back of her neck, thumb brushing against her pulse point. "Besides, you loved it." "Maybe." She pressed a kiss to his chest. "Almost as much as I love how red your face got when you were singing. Worth every second of embarrassment to see your face when you realized what was happening." His voice dropped lower, more possessive. "To know you're going to be my wife." Tabitha's wild magic flared again, this time wrapping around them both in a warm embrace. "Your wife, the town troublemaker, and the sheriff. Who would have thought?" "I did." Dominic pulled her closer, breathing in her scent. "The moment you made me realize there was more to life than always doing what's expected of me. You make everything brighter and more alive." Looking at her, his fierce and untamable witch, Dominic felt his chest tighten with emotion. She'd brought color to his black and white world, taught him that sometimes breaking the rules could lead to the greatest rewards. "I love you, Tabitha Moon, wild magic and all,